the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new day, brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. That same number is our text line as well. It comes out to be 866-932-3244. It's up and active, and we thank you for being with us today. Busy show as always. We got a lot to recap, a lot to look forward to. News is crazier than ever, and so we'll dive into that. Later in the show, friend of the show, Dr. Melanie Petro will be in as well for maybe some holiday gift ideas. You men that trying to think of something creative for your girlfriend, your wife, or maybe if you are someone that just wants something handled by Dr. Melanie Petro. She does a great job, and we'll dive into that a little bit later today. So let's jump into it. Bubba is hopping through. Look at him going through with the screen with his backpack on. He's here.
Leaning forward.
He's here and fired up. And so here we go. Over to my left, it is Mr. Greg Burgess. Welcome in, sir. How are you?
What's up?
What's up, Buttercup?
Here we are.
Come on. A lot of you around the country have been experiencing a little bit cooler weather. A lot of you have had cold weather, but in the southeast we have not. And today it's a little cooler.
It's a little nip this morning. I had a little bit of frost on the windshield. Not thick. It was thin enough you could hit it with you.
Yeah.
Window washer and it would go away, but it's getting there.
Yeah. Live. It's real early in the morning. I know some of you might be listening at every different time, but yeah, a little chilly. And this is the time of year. First time, down in the southeast, we'll get cold, and then we'll warm up, and then we'll get cold, and then eventually it goes, okay, no, I'm just going to be cold. And when I say cold, I'm using that loosely. I'm talking about 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
Then we'll dip down, and sometimes it'll be a little cooler than that, but
it don't stay there.
No,
long,
it doesn't.
Which is a good thing.
It doesn't. But the first couple of times it gets cold, everybody freaks out about their tire pressure too.
Yeah.
You start getting the warnings.
I know.
I'm losing air.
Yeah.
No, well, it's that cold weather.
So here we go
and so here we go. Those early morning, tire warnings where you hey, low pressure tire warning, low pressure.
Well, I got a different vehicle than I've had.
Yeah.
So my other vehicles that I used to swap in and out, I'd get one of them every year.
Uh-huh.
They were normally Chevys.
Okay.
So and this when it gets frost time, it's good to hit that button inside the house.
It is. That's a saver. That remote start.
Yeah. So I got me a Ram now, and the week when it got a little chilly, I said I'm gonna check this remote. Well, I couldn't get it to work.
What?
And I'm like, what? When I went to buy it, I didn't think about check that. I mean, who would think that?
Right.
And I was like, well, crap. So anyway, later in the day, I got to look, and I was doing it wrong.
Okay.
The Chevy was the one you just push the button and hold it. This one, you got to do it twice.
Okay.
I said, Greg, you see that 2 on there with that little circle? That means you do it twice.
That means you do it.
Bam, fired up.
Fired up, ready to go.
I was panicking for a minute because there ain't nothing better than cranking that baby from in the house.
Woo, if you got
walk
that,
out there and it's ready to
that
roll.
is a game changer.
It defrosts, get all that off your windows.
Yeah, that does help. If you, it's kind of, what was it? Maybe 2 weeks ago, I got Reese just little inexpensive like ice scrapers for the windshield.
Oh yeah.
And Reese and JC both, because they're in Huntsville right now, and those of you in North Alabama, what's up? It's not like it's in Michigan,
No.
but it is a little bit further. They get a little bit cooler weather, and they both are up early. I mean, they're up like right now. And so sometimes you get out there, and it's still a little sheet of ice,
Yeah.
and it's not a ton. But you need that weapon in your truck just in case,
you gotta have the scraper
to give you a little hole to look out of to get going at least.
Oh yeah.
And they said, Dad, what's up with this? And I'm like, you just wait. I mean, because Reese is up and he's at work, within a few minutes, about 30 minutes from now. And so I said, Reese, you definitely get it. And then JC's up early just because of team workouts and stuff, but that doesn't last forever. But you need that weapon in your truck, and just in case you got to get some ice off.
Yeah, like I say, if I think about it, make sure I get it cranked. It'll usually take care of it. But you're right. I can remember the days when you didn't have that option, and it was you try to throw water on it, and the windshield wipers would blow it all over you. And then, but the scraper, Oh, I had so many. I remember so many mornings out there. And like I say, you need to do a bigger hole than you do.
You do. You do.
You look, it's like a crack, and because then it fogs up on the inside.
It
you really
does.
Can't see.
It does. You're right.
So, but the scraper, I've scraped many windshields.
Yeah, and I know some of you around the country are laughing right now that we're even discussing this, but I'm just telling you.
It's where we live. It's what we do. We don't deal with ice a lot. Thank God.
I really, truly don't know how this But can I just say happy birthday to my oldest son, Tyler? He's 28 today.
28. I remember when he was a little kid.
Husband, father. Just amazing young man, and so proud of him. And today is his birthday. And I told you what's happened about Saturday, and I don't know how this has happened. Matter of fact, we have a group text where it's just us guys, and this golf round started about his birthday weekend.
Yeah.
First of all, Mabry, his wife, scheduled an late afternoon little get together at their house. They have a new little house, and it's just the cutest little thing. And her parents, Andy and Christy, were coming over, and we were coming over. His brothers are in town, and I think Terry's parents were going to try to go. We're all going to go over there. They haven't really hosted a get together, and she's like, "Hey, I'd like to have a little weekend birthday party for Tyler." Gathering? I know he's 28, and doesn't need to blow out candles, but still, let's have. Well, where we live in the state of Alabama, for rifle season, whitetail deer season is opening up this weekend, and so I'm like, oh wow, so an afternoon birthday party on the afternoon of opening day. So then I start looking at the forecast, and this was about 2 weeks out, 2 weeks ago, and you can't tell 2 weeks out, and I'm like, I wonder what that's about. Well, then Tyler says, "Hey, because he works with Titleist too, and so he's like, hey, how about some golf? Of course, he plays all the time. JC has been. That's why he wants to play. JC's been deep into inter squad and fall evaluations and fall season with UAH baseball. He ain't been playing. Reese works his tail off and only has Sunday off. And when's he playing?
Yeah.
And I haven't touched the club. I hadn't touched the club in months. He's like, hey man, let's play. How about let's play Saturday before my party, and we'll just y'all come over, park at the house. We'll go to we'll go play golf and then wrap up and come back to the party and blah blah blah. Well, that JC and Rick, yeah man, sounds great. Whoa, here we go, Dad. Who's good? What's the teams? Here we go. Tyler, you're going to be the A player, so you and somebody against, Dad and somebody. And I'm thinking, man, I hadn't even touched a club. What is this all about? Well, it didn't all register, okay? So then it gets a little bit closer, and I start going, okay, this is real. And we even did a segment on it earlier this week. And so here's what we got. We got an 11:30 tee time, and then we got his little 4:30 party, whatever. And that's opening day. Well, I just looked at the hourly. Okay,
you're gonna be
the hourly,
great golf weather. Huh?
The hourly at 9 a.m. on Saturday where we live is 35 degrees, with just 2 mile per hour winds.
Okay, that helps.
35. I have a rule, and just call me old. I don't really care. I normally don't. If it's below 50, I'm not really into playing. Okay, I've lived.
Enjoy yourself.
I lived and done that, and you're freezing in the cart, and you got you.
Only good thing is your beer stays cold. That's
right. And you're all squeaky with your swing because you're all tight and stuff. And I know it's going to warm up and be a little bit better, but on that front end, when we get out there and start warming up, it is going to be freezing.
Once you get to moving a little bit, if the wind cooperates,
right.
Now the wind can change everything.
Yeah. But I don't know how they pulled this off, and I guess I got caught not looking.
I'll tell you what you ain't doing. That's deer hunting Saturday.
So I'm going to be going. This is what I've become. On opening day, instead of rifles in the truck, I'm going to have golf clubs in the truck.
You hotty-totty.
Golly, how did this happen? And now we're going to go out there and be freezing? Man, come on. But you know what? This is where I mean,
Tyler's birthday.
Oh, you don't think they start that? Well, Dad, what's more important? Because they're raising on me now.
They go, you got all year to hunt. And they're right.
And they are right. They are right. I don't have to deer hunt. You're right, son. And I do love you more than deer hunting. That's why we're going to play golf.
And you talk about Tyler being 28, which is hard to believe because I remember when he was a young kid. And I taught him how to cuss and spit.
You did.
But he didn't need it. I didn't tell him that you need to cuss, but you need to be exposed to it so it won't shock you so bad. And we worked through that.
We did. You talking about the Texas trip with Uncle Greg?
Yeah, and it was nothing filthy. You know, it was just.
There was a couple of times I said, "Well, Greg, he is right here." And I said, "He needs to hear it."
Yeah, well, you got to hear it and go, "Son, that's not what you need to say."
And then you said When
that.
he repeated it to his mom. And said Uncle Greg said it was okay.
I left that part out.
Yeah,
I should have told him you don't tell Mom.
Right.
That's right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Look, this is a men's hunting trip.
Because then Mom, you know what your mom does? She looks at me and says, "You let this happen?" Yeah, well, I'm like, "Well, what do you do?"
Well, hey,
Uncle Greg got going.
All I can go. Look at the end results. Hardworking man, got a family, does good. Yeah. It worked. Can't coddle him.
Golly. So that's what I'm doing opening day. That little boy you taught to cuss now wants to have a golf round and birthday party. I'm like, son, it's not like
that. What y'all gonna eat? Something good?
Oh yeah, I better.
You better be eating a spread when I get there.
Oh, and I told him, I said, "So you think River's just going to let us ride off all the four guys?"
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Gosh almighty.
Rick and Bubba.
When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink, is on sale right now. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE, S-A-L-E, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you're still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX. cbdistillery.com, code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, did you know you can join AMAC today for only $1? That's right, $1 for 1 year membership. I want to encourage you to visit amac.us/bigvox and join today with this limited time offer. AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, works to advocate for the values that matter most to Americans. Becoming an AMAC member gives you access to free advice on Social Security and Medicare. Plus, members enjoy exclusive money-saving discounts on travel, hotels, insurance, and more. Join today by visiting amac.us/bigvox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. All right, Greg, whenever it comes to award shows, performances, we kind of go to you, and I think you're kind of our guy. I can't watch them. I get nervous. We won't get into all that. But last night the CMAs were on, and I forgot, but I wouldn't have watched it anyway.
I watched about an hour of it.
And any highlights you like?
They opened up, and I was pleasantly surprised, by the way.
You
Because you know
were.
how we merge different styles of music, and we try to, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Post Malone, Chris Stapleton.
Ooh.
But it was really good.
Okay.
It wasn't like, and I'm not very familiar with Post Malone's other music. I think it's real poppy, or I'm not sure what category he's in.
But
it's not country.
I heard, yeah.
But he got up there, and they wasn't one of. It was a country song. They did it, and anything Chris Stapleton does is good. But I was impressed. It was really good. They opened the show with that.
Now, what's this? Carrie Underwood showed up too. Was it? They say a surprise performance.
I didn't know if that was surprise. I guess so, because that Cody Johnson guy, he's good.
Yeah.
When he came out to sing and she walked out, I guess it was because when they introduced him, they didn't say anything about her. I think she did come out unannounced.
Okay.
But it was good.
Yeah.
That was good. He's a good singer. And
all right. So what we'll talk about?
I'm trying to think if there's anything that you would have been. Now again, I only watched the hour of it.
Let's talk George Strait coming out for this Willie Nelson
I didn't say that.
Lifetime Achievement Award.
I didn't say
no,
that.
you didn't see that.
Mm-mm.
A bunch of them came out, I think. Lainey Wilson, others, and did some Willie songs
Now,
as his Lifetime Achievement Award.
I will say this: if you heard the song Riley Green does with it's a female artist, I don't know her.
Yeah, is this when he talks to it a little bit?
A little bit, but they
How you feel
performed
about
it, and they performed it. It was really good,
Oh, really?
and I think they won an award.
Hmm.
I think.
Isn't it funny? Because
But-
I know
but
he
it-
I
no,
know
that-
he rolls his eyes and starts laughing whenever we bring this up. But is it kind of cool? I mean, straight up, to sit there and watch the CMAs and see Riley
Oh yeah.
and know where he came from and the journey he's been, because it didn't just happen.
Oh, I'll
but-
pass him on Pleasant Valley Road in a minute.
Yeah,
You know, he's
and then
out
there he is on the CMA Awards,
Yeah, he's done really well.
doing so good,
He's done
man.
good.
He's so kind. So he lets us text him and mess with him, and I know it's a bit to him.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, and like I say, it's whenever he's home, he just lives not far from me.
But I mean, the story, if you're just joining us, is he's from the area of Calhoun County area, and Jacksonville,
Pleasant
Alabama,
Valley.
and big supporter of JSU and all that.
Played a little ball at JSU.
He did, and performed at Greg's daughter's birthday party back in the day. Chandler's birthday party.
That was when he was singing at the taco place.
Right, and so we always bring that up.
He claims I didn't pay.
We always bring
I wish
that
y'all
up.
quit bringing it up. I think
And
it's about time
because it
here.
bothers Greg, so we do that. If it didn't bother Greg, we wouldn't.
Just for the
but
record,
that story is pretty cool from how he started and what he said he would just perform he would do wherever he could perform.
He was at my back porch. I mean, it showed you. And he claims I didn't pay him, but I did pay him.
Greg,
Hey, I did. Easiest money he ever made.
how much?
A couple hundred, probably. Something like that.
And now he's on the CMAs.
Yeah, he did.
And he's done well for a long time, but it's just that's the running joke and the story we always tell.
Yeah. And he's tired of hearing it.
Well, look where you came from. You know. Hey, I'll tell you this.
Y'all even went as far as claimed I discovered him.
Yeah.
No.
All right, so do you remember whenever this block party I went to at JSU?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll shut.
I
hosted it and all. Anyway,
I remember you used a lot of foul language.
No. And they had me in that Duncan booth too.
Yes,
you remember all that?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, you let that happen, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I threw it right over.
Riley performed at that. They shut down the street.
Right there in the street.
Yeah, just a little bitty stage.
Yeah, he's done a lot for JSU.
But yeah, he does come back and do things just out of the kindness of his heart and the support for JSU. Yeah. But it's just kind of cool to see the success. It didn't just happen, but we always talk about it and kind of reminisce a little bit. So CMAs were last night, and
I'm trying to think if anything.
There were some takeaways here. It looks like in the kind of the show prep. Peyton Manning, Luke, how they do?
Funny.
Okay,
I think
Peyton's
so.
funny,
and they had Lainey Wilson with them too.
About old Lainey. We have a little behind the scenes with Lainey, don't we?
She's funny, but they did good.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning does. He's really good at stuff like that.
Peyton Manning.
And of course, Luke Bryan is too.
I will say this. Peyton Manning is always funny to me.
He is. His commercials are funny. I mean, he's a legit comedic actor, I think.
How about when he's painting and the ladies say
hilarious.
Peyton or painting?
Yeah. But yeah, he did good. And
good.
But I know what you hate because I was even experiencing it a little bit when they get the award.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you look, and there's like three of them standing there, and one of them's going long, and you're thinking, oh, no, somebody's going to get cut off.
Yep.
And then they get up there, and they go to say something, and it's gone.
Yep.
And then they crank the music up.
And that's why I don't watch.
You see the one talking, you're going, oh, no, you're not giving everybody else time.
I don't watch for that. And then when the presenters come out, and they're trying to set up who's up for it, and then who wins,
jokes.
And they try to make a joke, and it doesn't go over. And then they
How
look
about
up,
none of them go?
And they get lost in the teleprompter, and they're not sure what to say. So I'm a nervous wreck. Yeah. So I just don't watch.
I did. I got to thinking.
I'm sorry, y'all.
When they were waiting, it was a Song of the Year or something. I can't remember. And then they bring writers up that nobody knows anyway.
Uh-huh.
And they're all trying to talk, and one guy went a little far along, and the other guy got cut off.
No.
One guy just reached in and said, "This is from my dad," and that's all he said.
He said it like that.
Yeah,
this is from my dad.
This is from my dad. And he was done. I thought Speedy would be all over.
Oh, I'd just be.
And you know he felt the pressure that he was going to get cut off, so he just threw that out there.
Yeah,
it's fun. I actually enjoy it.
And then the other, you ready for this one? The other one is, all right. So I've got somebody, and I'm up, okay, and I'm speaking for the band, and I've gone too long. But the other guys behind me, or ladies, they wanted to say
they're
something.
They're holding a list of people they
want to
thank.
but they can't get up there because you're long-winded.
Oh, yeah.
And now they hit the music, and they just walk away all dejected.
And they're like,
yeah.
The best is when they're leaning in and they hit the music as they're trying to talk.
Totally can't hear them.
You hate that.
You discovered why I just can't watch it because I get nervous and whatever. I know it's done.
I love it. I think it's the greatest thing ever.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We'll talk more about the CMAs later in the main show, but there's Greg's take from it.
Yeah, wasn't bad.
Rick and Bubba.
When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Now's the time to save a bundle while you reboot and optimize your health. This is the biggest sale of the year on everything. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink that promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. Even Radiance, the collagen accelerator, with 4 times more health and anti-aging power than that influencer collagen. Yes, that's on sale too. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. All you need to do is go to fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. That's promo code SALE for this Black Friday deal. This is a different code than usual, folks, only for this Black Friday event. fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and just look under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
Okay, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in about 30 minutes from now, right after top of the hour for the main show. We've been hopping around a little bit, talking about a number of different things. CMAs were on last night. The award-winning list we'll have for the main show. One update we want to mention is this fight, Tyson and Jake Paul. You know, say what you want to about the fight. You know, as far as, you know, was it a setup, contracts, and it wasn't legit or whatever, but I know who's smiling, and that's Netflix.
Yeah.
Are these numbers right, what I'm seeing? That it's like the most streamed sporting event ever?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep. Now,
Wow.
again, you got to understand how long has streaming been around.
But still, there's been some,
There's been some big things.
No.
And they also, and I'm not sure exactly what this means, the most streamed sporting event of all time, as well as the biggest boxing gate outside the state of Nevada. Okay, so yeah, I guess Nevada, it's not a big deal. They brought in more than $18 million just in tickets.
Jeez.
So that's the biggest one outside of Vegas. I guess Vegas had obviously, had some bigger ones, but everything about it seems to have been successful, except maybe the fight itself. But
Listen to this real quick, okay, because, I mean, others are paying attention to this. And I know that, Netflix is not the first to do this. There's other streaming platforms that have live, sporting events. But this right here, Friday's bout, it had, three other fights, and we've discussed really the main one prior to this one was the ladies that you said was so good. It's it has became the most streamed global sporting event ever, peaking at 65 million live concurrent streams with 38 million concurrent streams in the U.S. alone.
no wonder it was buffering.
And they're saying between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. Eastern time, the Paul Tyson fight accounted, now listen to this, for 56% of all U.S. TV viewing.
Don't you know?
Did you just hear what I said?
Wow.
Now, I know that's late and all that, but between 11 p.m. and 12 midnight Central, 12 a.m., 1 a.m. Eastern, 56% of the U.S. TV viewing was this fight, according to T-Vision or whatever it is. I don't know. Anyway, the matchup between Katie and Amanda, it averaged 74 million live viewers globally, becoming the most watched professionals women's sporting event in the history.
Let's say, and I don't know who the heavyweight champion in boxing is now. I don't know. You know how they have different belts and all this stuff.
Golly.
But let's say you're legit. Is it Tyson Fury? Did he get beat? I don't remember. And you got an influencer from the internet who's decided he's a boxer, and he's had 11 bouts, and a 58-year-old ex-champion whose career didn't end great, and they have went out and drawn all. And now here you are, you're somebody that's trained your whole life at the top of the sport, and these two go in there and get the largest streaming in the history of sports streaming, and you're a guy that works his tail off, and nobody. If you tried to have an event, you wouldn't be anywhere near that.
Right. Well, on a very dumbed down version here with us, Adler would always get so upset because he would spend on our daily documentaries and stuff that he would put out. I mean, 4 or 5 hours on it, and then finally by mid-afternoon he'd have it ready, and he'd put it out, and it would only get a certain amount, and then something silly on YouTube or whatever is getting millions of views, and he's like, "What in the?" So kind of like what you're saying now, Jake Paul. Say what you want to about him. I think was this more Tyson drawing this, or is it just the hype around it? Because Jake Paul did pull that age group that's really all into him, but I mean,
but then more because
I think the
this
Tyson
was brilliant
deal,
on his part because he's had other fights, and I'm sure they did okay, but nothing. The Tyson factor. Plus, when you leak this video of him training, and we're all like, "Ooh, look at that!" But again, hey guys, that was just for a short period of time, hitting somebody who just had pads on. I mean, it was impressive. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. And of course, now I even think they've sped the punches up to make it look even better.
Oh wow! So you're
there. But I'm going there.
But think about what they were able to capture, Greg.
They were brilliant with it.
They were because 58-year-old. So that brings in that older audience. I mean,
And we all remembered him.
Right.
He's been out of it long enough that we forgot about him losing to some meathead.
Right,
you know,
right.
That guy that beat
And
him.
I know for me, I'm 55, going to be 56, I think, in December.
Check on that.
I've told my boys about Tyson and how awesome he was and everything.
just
and,
pull
then,
the
and of
highlights
course,
up.
they know about Jake Paul. So now it gets that younger age.
Yeah.
And you know, Jake Paul only being 26. It was just a perfect,
Oh, it was brilliant.
you know, older, younger, different
We
age
all wanna
groups.
see Mike.
Everybody tuned in.
We all remembered how Mike used to be, and we wanted to see it again.
Not to mention who's going back now just on the on-demand, just go and watched it afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
But
How about
live,
from
those
a business plan, great job.
those are some numbers we just wanted to bring to the table. If you're just joining us, the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight has come in as the most streamed global sporting event ever.
Yeah, wow.
Ever. And according to Netflix, it scored over 108 million viewers worldwide. And at one point, late in the night, the fight accounted for 56% of all U.S. TV viewing.
Pretty good.
Golly. And like I said, the ladies, I mean, Katie and Amanda.
Now, you talk about a fight.
Yeah, they
Good
they
night.
broke records too. They 74 million live viewers globally, becoming the most watched professional women's sporting event in the U.S. history.
I was sitting there, and it was on. I was like, yeah, I want this to hurry up and get over. And then I got to looking. I'm like, my goodness. First of all, one's got this huge gash in her head where she got headbutted. But the fact that they could stand toe-to-toe and just throw punches nonstop for the whole round, both of them,
Yeah.
just punching, just combinations, just one right after the other. It's crazy.
So you know, a lot of bars had it on. Did you know that?
Oh, I'm
you know,
sure.
the fight also was watched by more than 1 million viewers from over 6,000 bars and restaurants in the U.S.
They've got all kinds of little categories that they're setting new records in.
Now it was plagued with glitches, and you talked about that, Greg. But now maybe we understand why, and they can go. You know, I don't know if we'll ever get this again, but we kind of know and we understand.
Yeah.
The number of users streaming live, I think, you know, really hurt that. But it was the number one watched title for Netflix for the week, with 46.6 million viewers from Friday night through Sunday night.
That's even more than Lincoln Lawyer.
And listen, it also drew a large global audience, ranking as the number one most watched program in 78 countries. So anyway, those are some hard numbers and an update. So
We can claim from a fight
yep,
perspective, it didn't quite live up to it.
it didn't.
But if you look at this as a business model, wow, they did a good job.
So
Very successful.
I don't know that Jake Paul will ever find that perfect fight again, because Mike Tyson was perfect.
Yeah, that's true.
But Mike Tyson, is this true after he said, I'm not finished or I'm not done?
He acted like it, and I think he might have been half kid because he called out Jake Paul's brother, and that he started me fighting him.
Is that
And he was like, "You ain't gonna fight me out." I can't tell you what he said, but
yeah? Is that now Logan Paul though? He's all in the WWE too. He's wrestling.
yeah, I think
right?
I'm not big on. I mean,
Are we
I'm not
teasing
up on-
something coming? Do you think they can't? They can't. Do you
Well,
think there's so much controversy with the
there wasn't-
contracts
if it
and
had
was
been a
this
good
real?
performance,
Yeah,
but
maybe.
considering it wasn't really a great performance,
So a rematch would probably
I don't
fall on
think
his
so. I
face.
think they cash this in and move on.
Hmm.
Be done with it.
All right, so there's an
Stacking
update.
that money.
Good gracious, have they? I'll tell you, some other streaming services are going, okay, let's see what we can do here. Wow.
I know. Let's get us a fight and put it together.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's right at 15 minutes until top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avastin-capted Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Your home, your family, your moments. First Alert is reminding you to be prepared and install smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in every bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus the kitchen. And know how to use them. Protection is key to help protect life's moments. And First Alert is your partner through it all. Get fire safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once, and they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're just joining us, it's kickoff hour. I'm Speedy. There sits Greg Burgess. 866 We Be Big is our number. 866-932-3244, our text line there. This portion of the show brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. Had mine this morning.
Field of Greens.
That's kind of what I do. I wake up and go do that, Greg, before I get in the shower, if you really want to know.
That's right.
This week and next week, there's a special promo code of SALE, S-A-L-E, that you need to use to get this terrific deal. That's because when doctors at Brick House Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event.
Ow,
and now it's time to save a bundle while you reboot and optimize your health, which is so important. This is the biggest sale of the year on everything. That includes Field of Greens that you hear us talk about, and the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink that promises your doctor will notice or your improved health or your money back. The Black Friday sale also includes lean and the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that has helped turn and burn excess fat into energy, Greg. Even Radiance is a collagen accelerator with 4 times more health, anti-aging power. There's just all kinds of things from creatine to delicious whole food bars we all love. It's all on sale. But what you need to do is go to fieldofgreens.com. And this week and next week, use a very special promo code of SALE, S-A-L-E, to save on everything. So make sure you use that promo code at checkout. Fieldofgreens.com. Let that promo code SALE unlock all those savings and enjoy. All right, so I think we discussed it, but it was just very briefly about Beth Mowins. And I know some of you might roll your eyes, but
the season's winding down, and we just haven't had a lot of her.
Well, but I guess it was a week ago or so, maybe last weekend. My dad texted me and said, "Hey, I found Beth."
Oh, wow.
And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "She's calling the Women's Connecticut."
Somebody sent a text on the thing that said that she was calling girls basketball.
Yeah, and he said that's what she's doing and everything. So last night I flipped through and I heard her. She was calling women's basketball, college basketball.
But here's what I'm wondering: in the past, up to this year, was she still calling football during women's basketball season, or
I think
this year
she
they just said, "Hey." Maybe that's why she hadn't been doing a lot of football, because they had already planned. We're just going once women's basketball starts.
I
don't want you messing around with college football.
Maybe so. I think maybe they shifted the focus on where they wanted Beth, and I think they said, women's basketball. This is where we need you. Women's basketball, collegiate softball. That's where you shine, Beth. And she does. I mean, she does a really good job of all that. So. And we heard from Ryan Greenwood and stuff. He goes, she does a good job with softball, But it's just that it's just the football that it has everybody going. So I'm saying that to just reiterate that I heard her again last night, and I was looking at this weekend. I don't really see a game. Now things could change because there's a couple of games that doesn't have anybody down. But normally, if she's down, it already promotes it.
It looks like to me they're going all basketball with
it. That's what it looks like.
She's called just a couple of football games?
Yeah, maybe like 3 or so. maybe 4, but I think it's just maybe 3
around here.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
So anyway, we'll see how that plays out. But it doesn't look like she has a game this weekend. I'll keep looking. Sometimes they push some other stuff out late this afternoon, and so we'll have an update for you tomorrow. But I heard her myself. My first time, Dad sent me a text, said, "She's on right now. I'm listening to her." And then that was reiterated by people texting and calling the show saying, "Hey, I heard her too." And then last night, she was on again.
Yeah.
And there's other female announcers, but I know Beth. I know Beth.
Very distinct.
Yes. And there's another one that sounds a lot like her in the delivery, but it's not Beth. It throws some of you, I think.
I agree. I've heard that person.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Beth Mowins. I'm not sure why, but you guys are still listening to Rick and Bubba.
That's right.
Thank you, Speedy.
Thank you, Speedy.
Thank you, my new buddy, Speedy. Rick and Bubba.
All right, couple of
Go
other
Blazers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
Hey, I was talking at the Stallions event. I was
Stallions event. You might have heard of it.
Yeah, I was talking with a couple of the game day crew that will also have the Birmingham Bowl, and it's at Protective in Birmingham, and I was like, "Hey, that's coming up," and she's like, "Oh yeah, it sure is coming up," And it's going to be kind of neat, I think. The Birmingham Bowl is going to be on a Friday, the 27th.
What's it normally on?
It's been on a Saturday,
Okay.
I think, because I've done a couple of them. Of course, you know that all. Anyway,
It seems one year I remember during the week watching it.
but it's going to be into like an 11 a.m. Central Time kick. Now that could
wow.
change, but they're really looking forward to.
What date is that?
The 27th.
27th.
But they're really looking forward to this year and the anticipation of possibly getting an SEC team. You know, because a lot of times, yeah. And Mark Meadows and the folks there always do such a great job. They put on a good event, man.
They do.
But bowl season, the reason I say that is because when I was looking for Beth's game, it says week 13, and you go, wow, we're at week 13.
That's
and then you look at next week and you got all the rivalry games that you're used to, the Egg Bowl, the Iron Bowl, and so it's here. And now we have the 12-team playoff that's going to incorporate bowls and host teams first round. So it's just all going to look different. But we were talking about the Birmingham Bowl and the anticipation of it, and it's gonna be here before you know it.
Oh yeah.
Not many live shows left. December 13th is the big year ender. After that, the two of us we'll have about a month of best ofs.
Yeah, wow.
We got about 3 weeks of best
Quite a
ofs.
vacation at Christmas for most.
But we'll deep dive into all the archives of Rick and Bubba history. And
I'll apologize if I accidentally repeat one, but that's going to be
that's
hard.
That's going to be hard. And I think normally we do really good. There might be one or two, but we track and make a list of everything we play. But you and I, we communicate, but we don't see each other because you have a day, I have a day. You have a day, I have a day. So we go off the list, and it's easy to miss one. We apologize for that. For those of you that never miss a segment, you'll catch it. For those of you that just come and go, you'll never know.
The other 99% should not ever know it happened.
We'll take you however we can get you. I have a feel-good story here, but you're going to just poo-poo all over it.
You don't know that.
Well, I do. Let me look at your face. 97-year-old former cheerleader gets to perform one more time.
Ooh, I bet that was tough to watch.
There we go.
97? Think about it.
97.
What if they had her up on top of the pyramid? Now hang on. Now you got something.
But it's in the middle.
About landing in that basket when they catch them.
Merrill High School is where she was, and she performed.
You got footage?
She performed with the high school cheer team.
Boy, I bet that was something to see.
She reminisced a little bit on the days back when she was cheerleading. Oh yeah, she's in cheerleading uniform. Hold on, I'll show you a picture. I knew this was going to be your reaction. I knew it.
97.
Yeah. Now most people go, "Oh, well, that's so sweet. Look at her.
Spoon bar.
Look at her being able to." There she is, right there. Look at her, how sweet she is with her little pom poms. You kidding me? Yeah, boy. Huh?
Watch out, somebody get hurt.
Greg, the reason why I say that, when it comes to Greg is because, he's cold shower. He'll thunderstorm on a good story in a second.
They're shaking hands with danger.
Remember Helmsley used to be sunshine. He would love it, and then you'd come in with a thunderstorm and kick his legs out from under.
They're asking for something bad to happen there.
You think?
You don't need a 97-year-old woman trying to cheerlead. You're going to break something. Then what? Hey, look what you done now.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
when they say performed, I imagine there wasn't a whole lot of performing going on.
Well, you never.
She got right up there and stood right up, and it was awesome.
Stood right up.
Felt bad that Merrill High School didn't have cheerleaders when all the other schools had them, so we decided to do something about it.
When we walked in the door, she was already cheering. Before we could even start cheering, she was ready to go.
Come on, team, fight! Come on, team, fight!
When I left,
yeah, you like that?
Come on, team fight! Come on, team fight!
97, Greg.
How about that?
97.
You heard the girl refer to, she stood up, so that's the one thing she did. She got to stand up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour is underway. Kickoff hour's behind us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. How about it? Brand new hour, brand new day, brand new show. 15 Rick and Bubba shows remain. Counting today, Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour, so they're here as we go forward. Eddie Van Adler joins the team. Your YouTube experience now enhanced as we go forward. Thank you for being with us today, whether you're listening and watching live, or you may be listening or watching on your own time. Live, all the way live, or whether you got us on an archive. We're glad that you are here as we move on. We are missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the long-running Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, there it is. Luke Combs. Ain't no love in Oklahoma. I caught just a smidge, little smidge. There's so many award shows. Which one was it? CMA? Is that right?
I think so.
I saw a little smidge of that last night, and the performance of Ain't No Love in Oklahoma.
They brought it, didn't
hey,
they? Fire, we got everything.
How many guitar players do we have?
Rick,
There
I
must
had
have
the
been,
exact same.
and they all were hitting that, and they had fire, and they said that because it's from the second Twister soundtrack.
Yeah, of course it is.
Of course it is, Speedy. And so they had it set up like the tornado had knocked stuff down behind him and all this, and they had like a transformer going off, blowing up, and they had all the thunder and lightning behind him on one of those. What we talked about the other day, those screens, the LED screens. It was a cool scene. But the strange thing is, out front singing the song is like a guy you work second shift with.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
And look,
Who carried that last night, by the way?
ABC. Yeah.
I saw Luke Combs. You remember when Jason Crabb invited Lisa and I to the Grand Ole Opry?
Yeah.
And we went, and Luke Combs only had one hit then, and he was there that night.
Right.
Same shirt.
Yeah, I've never seen.
He always has the fisherman type,
and he's gonna have a cap
shirt.
on.
Always.
Yeah.
And had it on last night. I said,
But hey, was the band not? They were.
I think they had 4 guitars and of course the bass.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, they were
bringing.
They were letting it rip.
Yeah.
It was really cool, and the whole setup, the
I
stage,
like
and
his
everything
music.
was cool.
I think he's good.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, Bubba. Look at all the stuff they got it knocked down behind them, and then that behind them turns into a thunderstorm. The screen back there in the very back, and
I buy my tires from him.
Yeah, right.
He does. It looks like somebody you hung out.
I wondered about. Let me get my. I don't have one. I'm worried about this guitar player in the back. He's really close to the fire.
Yeah. He did. He got close.
Look. He's really good. If I show it again, Adler, I know we can't show a lot of it. Right here, I'm worried about him.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's up in the middle of the rig
fire
there.
really comes up on him a lot back there. But he just kept on jamming.
Yeah. I bet he stayed right in his spot.
Can you imagine the difficulty in putting those shows on?
Oh my God!
Well, with all this and all the different acts and how in the world do you ever get sound checks for all those people?
To your point, that was only one act and one song. They don't even keep that set for 2 songs.
I know.
Can you imagine what all that is? Don't they normally have set it up where there's more than one stage while one's working, they're setting up the next one, and they keep going back and forth?
Yeah,
but
still,
a lot of times they do.
But still, y'all, I mean, this even if you had more than one.
Yeah.
So
that's an ordeal, man.
All right, people asking, what do we think about song and single of the year being White Horse? I love White Horse. I think that's a great song.
But why did I think that was last year?
Yeah, it seems like it's been out a long time. I never know on these award shows where it begins and ends.
He's great. Everything he does, I like.
Yeah, he's put a little weight on. He's put a little weight on. But
is it true that Jeff Bridges mispronounced Morgan Wallen's name?
I didn't say. I wasn't watching then.
I
don't know.
You ever notice Jeff Bridges kind of talks weird? His face
he does, but I like him.
When he does his mouth.
I like him though.
Oh, I do too. I love his movies.
So Morgan Wallen gets Entertainer of the Year. See, I wasn't.
Wow, what comeback!
I'd long gone to bed after that. You're right, Bubba.
But he was up for a lot.
Good point.
I mean, you talking about outhouse to penthouse?
Yeah. So Adler, you weren't up at that hour, were you?
No, but Speedy's right. It looks like he said Morgan Whalen.
Oh,
which is not the same name.
Now,
sounded good.
Morgan wasn't there,
sounded
but
great.
it was his own. It was his own doing. He wasn't there in the past. He's been banned from being there. But but yeah, you would think that.
Well, this may be bigger than you getting.
I know.
You being the Grand Marshal of Talladega.
From being banned to Grand Marshal, that was a big jump. I'll even give you
Bubba,
that.
that's as big a jump. I mean, that's a big one.
Yeah.
But Morgan Wallen going from I'm banned from country music to Entertainer of the Year.
That's kind of. I think that's his brand. It's like, yeah, I won. I'm not there though. You know, whatever.
But he also is extremely. I mean, I'm talking about his tour is massive, and of course, of course, tried to cancel him. Of course, the audience just said, "Nah, we don't think so. We like your songs. We're still coming." And I mean, he's been radically successful. And so, is he not on tour? Maybe he couldn't be there because his tour.
Yeah, it just says that it was his own choosing or his own, I guess, his own schedule or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
it was his own choice. It says in the story.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe he just said, "Why don't I sit at home after y'all banned me and watch me win Entertainer of the Year?"
Yeah, how about that?
How about that?
Yeah, actually,
is that the ultimate Kramnik clown?
Actually, the controversy that he found himself in has propelled him to this, because there was a lot of backlash, and then there was backlash to the backlash, and that's what propelled him to this.
Yeah, people are trying to remind us that apparently Luke Combs says he was going to vote for Kamala, but has anybody got a picture of him doing it? I mean, I'd have to have absolute proof that Luke Combs went in and
Yeah, I
voted for
heard that
Combs.
too.
I mean, he may have said it trying to be sharp, but
Yeah.
or so he can be invited over to Tim's
How about
house.
this? How about this? Really doesn't matter now, does it?
Really doesn't.
Sing on.
That's right.
Look, I mean,
They ain't
whatever.
There wasn't no love in Oklahoma for Kamala, I promise you.
Not
So-
even
Yeah,
talking about a twister.
Now, Greg says Jelly Roll was there, and did you say he lost how many?
Lost 100 pounds. Of course, he's still pretty big.
Could you tell?
But
No,
hey,
a little
guys,
bit in his face.
That's a
Well, good for him.
To
One of
say
the
he
tattoos
lost
got back
100
to its
pounds.
original size.
Oh, you're funny. But how about that's good for him?
Yeah.
Remember, Rick, he walked a 5K or something.
All right, they're saying that Jeff Bridges called him Morgan Whalen. Yeah, that's what you
good.
said. Yeah, people are confirming. So it was Whaling, like Waylon Jennings.
Well, close.
You know, hey,
Close.
that was close. You're right.
Hey, they knew who it was.
They knew who.
He got his award.
I'm Jeff Bridges. What anybody gonna do to Jeff Bridges now?
Yeah, what are you going to
You
They
think
don't
right.
You know somebody had gone over with that with
So
him with
many
that
times.
so many times.
So many
And he
times.
had it dialed in and goes out and
I've done
says
that.
it wrong, and they're like, gosh almighty.
How many times?
I will not comment on this topic.
No.
I've done it so many times.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're just joining us, we talked about Pat Summitt's announcement that rocked the sports world yesterday that she has been of dementia, and the people who work in this field have told us about a test that Speedy has now gone online and found.
Oh, gosh. I don't even like the word test.
I don't
Rick.
either.
It's such a
Speedy,
harsh
is there
word.
any way to do this test?
I think so.
Because I see some diagrams. I don't know how we're going to do that.
Here.
You
gotta write
Just
'em.
give me a pen.
Yeah.
Oh, have I got to write it? I don't want to write the test.
Yeah.
How long does this take?
Huh?
All right.
All right. First test.
What are we doing?
Now, here's the problem we're going to have, and that is as the administrator here with the test, I don't understand some of it.
Look, I don't understand any of it.
We're going to have a little bit of an issue there, but you get 5 maximum points for this. Okay, we're in the orientation section. Okay.
All right.
All right. I need to ask you, Rick, what is the year, season, date, and day and month?
Right now?
Yep.
Okay. Do I write it down?
Bubba?
Same thing.
Do I write it down?
I write it
Yeah.
down.
Now hit it all
What is
year.
the, what is
what
the
year?
season, date, day, month?
Okay.
I can do that.
Well, Greg, okay.
Well, then get a pencil.
No, I'm just listening.
Get a pen, Greg. I'm not
Get a
playing.
pen, Greg.
I got to know what day it is.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
See, you already have it.
The year?
Like what day, Rick?
I know. You talking about the number?
Yeah, because
Or-
I've already
or what-
said
or what-
date. I've already said date.
But I'm talking, do I need to know the number of the month? Like what day of the month? Or
Yeah,
day of the
yeah.
week?
Or is it
what
Monday,
is the
Tuesday, Wednesday,
year?
or Thursday?
What is the year, season, date, day, month?
Oh, day. I didn't get day. I didn't put day down. My bad.
Okay.
All right, I got it now.
I don't never know the date.
Sitting good, y'all, because you get a maximum of 5, and I don't think
That has to be in that order, does it? Can I just jot them down?
what I say.
I didn't listen to that part.
See, so you
I didn't
probably
forget.
get
I just
about
didn't
it.
listen.
I got news for y'all. Straight up, I don't know what day of the month.
All right,
it
so
is.
you're gonna get 4 points.
All right, I want
And
to say
Bubba did it backwards, so you can get about 3.
Is it
I
24?
look, I wrote it all down. I didn't think it mattered.
It is? Okay, well, I got it.
I got 2011
All right,
summer, August 24th, Wednesday.
All right, where are we? In
I did not get the number of the day. I had to really think about that.
All right, where are we in this order? State, country, town. Okay, location, floor.
Floor? But not a floor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Huh?
State, can you say it again? Can you say it again?
No.
You just say it one time?
We get one shot at that?
Yes, I'm the
It ain't in
director.
order.
I'm the
I didn't know
director.
they all had to be in order.
You're about to do a burpee.
Look, how about this? I don't like how you're administrating this test. You mumbling around.
I know
What
it.
do you mean? No, I can't help if you can't listen.
Can you say it again?
Where are we? State, country, town, location, floor. Floor probably wouldn't really apply here.
Yes, it does.
But, a lot of folks are taking this in like a hospital or a medical building or something like
Well,
that.
we're on the. No.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're on the floor. All right, next question.
All right.
I'm ready.
All right. We're now going into the registration phase,
Well,
okay?
I don't like it.
I want you to name 3 objects, 1 second to say each. Okay, then I
What?
got to ask the patient all 3 after you have said them.
What?
Give 1 point for each correct answer. Then repeat them until he or she learns all 3. Count, trails, and record.
Wait, stop.
Any
stop.
object?
What did you just say?
Name 3 objects.
3 objects?
Yes.
Can I just say them or I write them
Yeah,
down?
I says name.
Hat,
So I
stick,
say-
tire.
Well, Greg, I didn't think you were taking it. You like it? You like this one?
No, he's afraid of the results, but he is taking
I
it.
thought about one.
All right, name 3 objects.
TV, microphone, desk.
All right.
All right.
Okay, I'm writing that down.
Is that okay?
All right, now give me the 3 you just named again.
TV, microphone, desk.
Okay. Rick?
Okay.
Ping pong table, people, and chair.
People are objects.
We just looked around the rooms, what you did.
And Greg, what'd you say?
I said stick, tire, bat. What'd I say?
Stick, tire, hat.
I don't remember.
I can't say bat.
He said hat.
I wasn't paying that much attention. What I said.
Hey, you open your mouth. How about that? Stick, tire, what?
Hat.
You said bat first time.
Bubba, what were your 3 objects?
It was TV, mic, desk.
Rick, what were yours?
Ping pong, chair, people.
Rick, Greg?
Stick, hat.
No.
Tire.
Yeah, we've got to mention.
I knew it too.
Bubba, what was yours?
It was microphone. No, in order that I said TV, microphone, desk.
Oh, we got to have it right over.
Rick?
We got it right.
Rick?
Ping pong, people, chair.
Greg?
What'd I say?
Oh, no. Seriously?
Stick, tire, hat.
All right. Now, you're only supposed to get 1 second to say.
21 minutes now past the hour. Tomorrow, a big day with the Rick and Bubba store. So, yeah, go ahead and gather that. Do the text line. Go ahead and text store. You'll have the link ready to go. Some big items come into the store on tomorrow's program. So, the song of the year and single of the year, was that right? White Horse won both of those last night. Chris Stapleton, no surprise there. Morgan Wallen, as we said, got Entertainer of the Year. Album of the Year, Leather by Cody Johnson. So, again, like I said, I only saw about maybe a half hour of it. This is surprising. Vocal Duo of the Year, Brooks and Dunn. I thought they were retired.
They got a new one out.
Do they? Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
That was a little bit of a step out.
Bubba,
but I think they do.
You're right. Bubba, the artist discovered by Greg Burgess.
Oh, don't do that.
Riley Green.
Yeah.
He is doing he's doing quite a straightforward duet with Ella Langley.
Yeah.
She's from Alabama too.
Is she?
Oh, is she?
I'm just throwing stuff out. I don't know.
I don't know what this even means. What does the category musical event of the year mean?
Oh, live performance.
It's when you
maybe?
have 2 separate artists that come together and do something.
So was that not best duet?
No.
Okay. Musical
I don't know,
event of the year.
I don't know what
Are you just acting like you know what this means?
Actually, I am completely making this up.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Well, you had me.
I've stepped out twice. So
Well, Ella Langley is from Hull, Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
There you
sure.
go.
I got that right.
Attaboy, Speedy.
Now I need to know if Brooks and Dunn has a song out. I think they
Right.
do.
I'll throw you another fact out, unless they were joking, which they may have been, but I don't know why. It seems like, and it may have been Lainey Wilson when she introduced Chris Stapleton, she said he originally came to Nashville to be a biochemist or something.
A biochemist?
Something like that. I may be wrong. It was something like that.
Music video of the year, Wildflowers and Wild Horses, Lainey Wilson. Is that one of the hosts?
Yeah.
Brooks and Dunn, Neon Moon with Morgan.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. That's just
Musician of the year, Charlie Wershman. Must be somebody who can pick.
Studio guys.
And new artist of the year, Megan Maroney.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so there you go. Those were the bigger ones from last night. And then of course the big story we've already said. Jeff Bridges on Entertainer of the Year mispronounces Morgan Wallen's name, calls him Waylon, and then he did not come. So those are kind of your bigger highlights from.
Did you say Charlie Worsham?
Correct.
He's currently a member of the Dierks Bentley tour band.
Okay.
Former member of Old Crow Medicine Show. Okay, I knew that guy. Okay.
Okay, there you go.
Look at you.
So,
and I think George Strait won the Willie Nelson Lifetime Achievement Award.
Look at Speedy. I mean, he's just throwing CMA award facts.
But I think I got that wrong in the kickoff hour, claiming that George Strait performed for the Willie Nelson winning the Achievement Award or something. I don't know. But anyway, a slew of artists came out.
Bubba, today,
George Strait did
today is Speedy's oldest son, Tyler's birthday, 28 today.
Yeah.
Right now, almost like a tribute to Tyler.
Yeah.
Speedy is throwing CMA facts like Tyler throwing a baseball.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, Rick, whether they're right or not.
And for some reason,
none of us can really check it.
I looked to Greg and Adler to see if they give me a weird look back when I say it.
Can I tell you which is odd right now? Talking about the things that have things change, and so I mean in a major way. But it just happens that I'm just because I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the period of life that I'm in right now. But I think right now, even though it's not a lot, okay, if you were to press me right now on current music, I'm not talking about past music, current music that is relevant right now, like people out there listening to it right now, I would probably know more about the latest country songs than I would pop songs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now again,
absolutely.
In the country world, I'm still not going to be an expert by any stretch, but like Speedy. But I know more about it than I do pop music right now. And that's a big shift.
I'm still in the 80s, so I haven't had to learn any new ones.
But you know why? I tell you why, and it's what some people are complaining about. Here I go. Watch out. When I say this, I'm not talking about the poppy stuff. I'm not talking about the corny, campy stuff, so don't hear me say that. I'm talking about stuff like what we just did with Luke Combs and we just had with Stapleton, Whitehorse. The reason why I have now been drawn a little more toward country than I've ever been in my life is because what some people don't like is it's not pure country anymore. There's a little more, it's a broader, and I don't like the poppy, Rick, corny stuff.
We don't need to auto-tune.
But you give me Ain't No Love in Oklahoma and give me Whitehorse and you take me down that road, that's an enjoyable road.
It is.
And
because it really just sounds like what we would once call rock and roll.
Yeah, and I don't think it's country's first time to kind of swing over that way. I mean, along, in the early 80s, we saw some of that too. So, and then it kind of moved back to more traditional a little bit.
I'm ready for glam to come back.
But it's country music is, and I guess it's the way the world is, like you said, Bubba. Right now, country music, there's a lot of really bad stuff. But there's also in there these nuggets that are like really, really good.
Yeah,
it's like a big stream now. But it is so there are some things out there, and then you take something like when Speedy gave me this bunch. Are they out of Mobile? The Red Clay Straits.
Yeah, they're good. Mm-hmm.
And I love their album. But what would you call that? I mean, to me, that's just good music. I don't know what you call it.
It's kind of like Blackberry Smoke. They're two
same
rocks
thing.
for country and two country.
Zach Brown Band. I refuse to accept Zach Brown Band. I would have never thought them to be a country artist.
Yeah,
I mean, but that's where they've made all their money and their audience. But so I think maybe, Rick, it may be that we just listen to music that we like, and if somebody wants to label it, they can. Right?
There you go.
I guess
isn't that it?
Yeah. Look, if you like it, listen to it.
And we all have those that
don't get hung up in the genre button.
Right.
Yeah. We have those we listen to, but we don't tell everybody about.
Live at the Ryman, the Red Clay Strays have got a new album out, and it's they perform everything live. Ooh. It's listed as country.
Okay,
but
whatever.
But then if you look at their album, it's kind of weird. It kind of falls into a couple of different categories.
I need to check them out more. I got to give them more.
Yeah.
They're good. They're good. I really, and they got a spiritual element to a lot of what they do.
Yeah.
Also, I think I like Jelly Roll.
Oh yeah.
I like some of his
great story.
Hard to look at, but I mean,
what a great story.
Yeah, great story.
You didn't have to add that, Rick.
Well, you know how sometimes, and I know he's lost weight, and certainly we've all had our struggles with weight. Certainly something I know a lot about. But there's people that, carry a little weight around. You got your Chris Stapletons, you got your Luke Combs, you got your Rick and Bubba. But then there's people that it's at the level it makes me uncomfortable.
He could have a show on TLC.
yeah, and they're uncomfortable.
Right
they're uncomfortably big, and it's hard for me to watch because I feel they don't move right. It's hard for me.
Feel like they're gonna blow a gasket or something.
And they're sweating profusely, and you're really worried. And
he just doesn't look good.
And then you add writing on my face with that.
Yeah.
But I love his sound though. A lot of his music I actually really
lost
like.
100.
What a talent!
Well, good for him, and I think that's great. Eric Church. I think Eric Church got some great songs.
Good.
I agree with you, Texter. All right. Well, there you go. Speedy, thank you for that CMA update.
No problem, buddy.
Yeah, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Carrie Underwood showed up, surprised everybody.
Okay. All right. Look at you. Look at you. No way you were up for that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh,
Okay.
By the way, for a minute you didn't know. Well, when I blurted it out without really thinking about what I said.
Yeah.
For
Rick,
me.
what'd you say?
Ping pong people chair.
Greg, what'd you say?
Stick tire hat.
Bubba, what'd you say?
TV, microphone, desk.
Okay, good.
I got news for y'all. I was that was harder than I wanted.
Yeah,
Where did
I
I
know.
get stick tire and hat?
You know what? There's people driving
What I
right
love is
now.
people,
There's people driving right now going car, truck, pavement.
See, I tried to go with something that you couldn't refer to in the room.
Right.
You know, I tried to think.
What'd you
a
say,
little more.
Greg?
Stick tire hat.
All right. Rick?
Chair, ping pong people.
No, it's backwards. You said it backwards.
Ping pong people chair.
Bubba?
TV, mic, desk.
And I know there's administrators of this test that are about to wreck because I'm doing it wrong, but hey, deal with it.
Well, what did it say? You got to spell world a bunch. I was reading.
Wait, just
My gosh,
you're
Greg.
such a Burgess.
I was reading it.
All right. Next, we're going to the attention and calculation.
Oh my gosh.
Cereal
Stick tire hat.
Cereal sevens.
What? Just do
He's
cereal.
still on the last one.
All right. Cereal sevens. 1 point for each correct
What's
answer.
a cereal seven? What?
Stop after 5 answers.
What?
I don't understand this one. This is where the administrator needs help. All right. Look at the TV real quick. All right. We're at the attention calculation phase.
All right.
Cereal sevens.
1
Y'all
point
understand?
for each answer.
Alternatively, spell world backwards. I can't read it the right way.
All right.
Well, this is perfect. I have dyslexia.
I can't spell world backwards.
I
one
can
time.
barely spell it
All right, well, y'all
forward.
Oh, stop.
DLROW.
What you looked at it.
DLROW.
Spell instead of world. Let's
Why'd
spell.
they pick world, I wonder?
I don't know, Greg.
Ain't that something?
Because it's yours for the taking.
What's the 3 you picked?
Stick tire bat.
Okay. All right. Spell could backwards.
No, that ain't what it said.
All right, because y'all cheated.
DLUOC.
Huh?
DLUOC. You don't even know how to spell it. You don't know whether I got it right or not. How about this is hard?
Yeah.
I have to make my head hurt.
All right. Greg, how you spell world backwards?
World? DLROW.
Or what? W?
Spelling world
W.
backwards. What is that?
I know.
Bubba?
Why can't you just spell it forward?
Bubba, spell microwave backwards.
Microwave.
No, I'm just kidding.
Jeez. What is this drive-through password?
Bubba, spell world backwards.
World is DLROW.
Very good.
I had to think.
I don't know if we did that right or not.
Hey, that's hard.
It is hard.
That's hard.
All right,
That's called a Series 7.
All right, now we're going to the recall phase. Bubba,
Okay.
give me the 3 objects.
The 3 objects was TV, microphone, and desk.
Rick,
Ping pong people chair.
Greg.
It's a nice look.
I
know it's a stick and a hat.
Oh boy,
Greg.
that's
awful.
This segment got real serious.
He's had many head injuries.
Yeah.
Hey, you still really can't remember?
What was it again?
No, you give me the 3 objects you said. We're in the recall phase.
I've not said it a lot. How many times do I got to say it?
Say it again.
I mean, I ain't no sense in showing. Okay, they like you better remember something 4 minutes later.
Yeah.
Stick tire bat. Hat.
Did you
stick
tell-
tire hat?
You got it wrong. You get 1 point for each answer.
It's because it
you
rhymes.
get a total
with
of 3 points.
It rhymes
so you got
with
2.
it.
You
Stick
got
tire
2.
hat.
Oh, wait a minute.
rhymes with
Carmen says we're not doing the Serial 7s right.
Oh, is that like
Carmen, how do we do it?
Hi, I'm a social worker with a hospice company, and so we
Stick
do
tire
the,
hat. Greg, okay.
mini mental test. So the one you start with 100, and you ask them if they can subtract 7 from 100,
93.
which would be 93, and then you'd say, okay, subtract 7 more. So you're supposed to start with 100 and subtract 7.
How far you got to go?
You do it 5 times. That's where the number 5 comes in. See if they can do it 5 times.
Well, what the crap's that? Why did they have world under there for? What was that about?
I'm sorry?
Underneath it said alternatively something
Spell
world
world backwards. Does that mean in between your math?
If they can't subtract the 7, then you ask them, can you spell world backwards?
Okay. All right, I got you.
So it's like an either or.
Okay.
I'd rather do my 7 forward.
So we're supposed to subtract 7 5 deep.
Yes, 5 different times. Yeah.
And that's why I learned my sevens with football scores. That's why I told Hunter, I said, just think about a touchdown extra point.
All right, give it to me real quick, about 5 times.
What? I mean, we don't have time.
93, 86, 81. That's about far as I got.
81. That's 69. 70.
If you go to 86 and you
79.
take 7, it's 81.
Y'all got issues.
That's right.
86 and you take 7
maybe
away,
we're
it's 81. Is that
Y'all
what you
go to the
just
doctor
said?
right now. Don't let him stop.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With the women all fine and the love is fair.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour as we work our way back. TNUSA.com/bigbox. All right, let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about the team at Tax Network USA. Nobody wants to talk about this. The IRS crackdown, and look, you think you see what the Biden administration is doing here at the end. My goodness, they're just throwing haymakers as on their way out, trying to land a punch. So look, take advantage of this. It's plain and simple. If you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. No win situation. You do not want to do that. You need Tax Network USA, and the website for them. I've already given it to you once, but it's simply TNUSA.com/bigbox. Now, they're attorneys and they're expert negotiators. They'll have aggressive strategies to help you settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Okay, now, even if you haven't filed in a while, they know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. They're not going to back down till they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. They've already helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. So don't wait till the IRS is closing in. Go ahead and get a plan now. Give Tax Network USA a call. It is free, it's confidential, and it's straightforward. So talk to one of their agents now at tnusa.com/bigbox or use this phone number, 1-800-780-8888, okay? Also look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and that number and that link is all there too. All right, so Bubba, as we come back, speaking of the Biden administration, this headline today, and it'll be one to get everybody stirred a little bit. Moscow threatens to attack Poland. So when you take that one, you throw it out there. Suddenly, the CMA awards kind of take a back seat, and you start looking at that. Now, this is all saber rattling. We know that, but
we've had a little escalation in this.
A little escalation.
Russia had brought in troops from North Korea, which should tell us something about this. Okay, that is glaring to me. In response to that, the Biden administration unleashed the Ukraine to use some of our longer-range American-made missiles to shoot into Russia itself. Putin, not happy about that, responded with some other attacks and the first launch of an ICBM in the conflict. It was, conventional warhead.
Yep.
And now he is threatening several of the neighbors who, for a long time, wanted to be in NATO. We didn't allow that. Then we did. And honestly, he's not really making the case that they shouldn't have been in NATO now that he's threatening them. Right. And that's the whole reason they wanted in NATO.
Right.
Germany has already put 800,000 troops on alert and said that Germany will be a staging ground for NATO if they need to send supplies and troops to the conflict. Many people are concerned about that. I don't think it is as dangerous as what some people are perceiving it, Rick.
Sure.
I think Russia started something they thought would have been over in 2 weeks, and they have bogged down in this. They're taking heavy casualties, and not only in people but in equipment. They're struggling under the blockade and the boycott that the rest of the world has on them right now. Trump has said he will bring it to an end. It'll be interesting to see how that negotiation works out. But I think Putin has painted himself in a corner and does not know how to get out of it now. He doesn't want to use nuclear weapons in this. It would bring such an entourage of attacks back on his homeland that they could cease to exist. And it's not worth it to anybody.
Poor old Poland. They're always in
Poland.
Poor
they
Poland.
Get run over by everybody. Nazis going one way, the communists in Russia going the other.
They just always pulled into it. Everybody always says, "I tell you what, I'm going to hold Poland hostage."
Yeah,
they love it. So, bad example or good example? The way you just described this, it feels a little like when it all bought. Now we were too young to remember the details, but now that we've been able to go back and study it. When we kind of got bogged down in Vietnam and we didn't know how to get out of it.
Right. I remember the end of that.
Is that a bad example?
I remember the end of it, not the beginning of it.
Is that a bad example? Is that kind of where Russia is right now? We're in this. We made a lot of noise about it, and we can't. It's not going like we thought. We can't really find what we're trying to do. How do we end this? How do we declare victory?
Well, I think probably a better comparison was them in Afghanistan.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
And they ended up pulling out of that just like we did.
Right.
Because it was just an unwinnable situation. I mean, you can
do you
only
think
rearrange.
This feels similar to them right now?
You can only rearrange the rock so many times.
Right. Do you think that Trump's attempt? Now, I'm not pretend to know what he's going to do, but I'm just trying to think of logically that he'll go in, try to sit down with both of them. And we said this. I know you said it, and we talked about it. I'm talking about early on that how this was going to end, whenever it ended, would be Ukraine giving up some acreage. Russia declaring that was a victory for them, and Ukraine declaring it was a victory for them, and that'll be the end of it. They don't get all of Ukraine, but they get some of it.
Yeah, I don't know how they'll. The Ukrainians have said we're not giving up 1 square mile.
I understand that. Yeah, and, we've all said a lot of things on that when we're in a bind like this.
And really, what is so strange about this? If you just want to sit down and really look at the world history. They were the 2 closest allies of the old Soviet Union.
How about that?
A lot of the nuclear weapons that the Soviet Union had was based in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Of course, they took all those out, as far as we know. And so now they're but again, that's kind of how the Soviet Union started. They would overtake their neighbors sometimes, through force and fake elections and then bring them in under their umbrella and force their will upon them. So, a lot of the Soviet bloc didn't want to be there, so to speak.
Well, don't forget what Bubba just said, especially if this stuff, because you're going to, the way that we do news now, it's like, let's wake up today and let's see if we can terrify people and get ratings. Understand the logic of what Bubba just said. If you go to the nuclear option, that really is saying we all go. I mean, that's to their own demise, too. I mean, this is them saying, we're so mad that we're going to take out whoever we have to take out, and we do know y'all going to take us out, too. I mean, that's how that ends.
And there's not a lot of wisdom in nuking your neighbor either, because you're going to poison your own country with the fallout.
A little close, a little snug over here.
Yeah.
Snug.
I mean, it's just not wise to nuke somebody real close to you. Now, if you're going to go halfway around the world, that's another topic.
Yeah. But even if you do that, you got to do that to somebody that can't shoot back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because as soon as they spot yours in the air, they just launch theirs.
And much more concern for the Baltic states, Poland, Sweden, Switzerland, all those, Norway that have to, are in the neighborhood over there, so to speak.
Well, I saw in Denmark,
and Western Europe.
They sent out in Denmark notice to all the residents and to kind of go through your prep, because you don't know. The problem with the crazy man is they're unpredictable, so they have to be ready for anything.
Yeah, I think
they don't know.
I think at some point you will see Putin removed from office over there by more moderate people that have a little more sense to them, because Russia had made tremendous strides becoming an economic power in the world, and we're doing pretty well. Mm-hmm. And then all of this has brought on, and it's caused them a lot of hardships. They're not in the world banking system anymore. Their oil is not being bought in Western Europe like it was, and so this was really just a boneheaded move by Putin. There was nothing to gain and everything to lose, and I think he's learning that now. I think he wants out of it, and he would gladly get out of it if he could find any way not to lose face.
That's the key when you're dealing with these crazy people. They want to be able to go to their people like they're doing now, and come up with a lie that they somehow were victorious and the greatest leader the world's ever known.
I think they were complaining that Zelensky was that he was a Nazi or something. That's the new everybody's a bad guy's a Nazi.
Right. Until you lose the election, then you go have dinner with them.
And I imagine, and then you try to close ranks when they have an overwhelming victory. I think I think if Putin had him out of office, he would claim victory. And I'm not sure that Zelensky and his wife wouldn't like to be out of office.
Yeah.
At this point.
Well, sure, especially since they probably have made themselves independently wealthy.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a winner per se in this. I think everybody's looking for a way out because there's nothing to gain here.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba unpacking the stories of the day, chatting with you, and we'll give you an opportunity to chat later in the program as well. The show continuing right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Story that has presented itself here today on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba, you have asked that I remove Speedy and Greg.
Well, it's been kind of a I hate to say this, touchy show today anyway,
right.
With a lot of topics. But and during this segment, I'll even give this disclaimer, and we do this from time to time. If you're sensitive in some areas of humor, or maybe young ears, or don't want to answer questions, they probably need to tune out for this segment, then come back.
All right, so we'll start the clock. This is a topic that will be sensitive, so we need to remove any children, need to remove Speedy and Greg. That's
yeah,
the same thing.
y'all are out. They got to go to the soundproof room.
As you and I can discuss this.
So what? The interns, you think they need to go?
Yeah, everybody out.
Okay.
You and I will discuss this bona fide news story.
Yes.
In an adult fashion.
Yeah, it's out of the L.A. Times, Associated Press story. So, and we've look. Here's the thing. I would like to ignore it and not cover this story, but we're not doing you justice by just passing it by.
Okay, now keep in mind, I don't even know the story.
Right, you don't know, and I've told you I wish that I could have made the decision not to do it.
Okay, so will I wish I had not been part of it?
Well, yeah, to some degree. Okay. But again, this is not made up.
Should I leave?
This is not something we can overlook.
Well, you want to do the?
Well, let me.
You want to do the timer?
Give me the timer. If you think that you may be hypersensitive to this, you might need to just tune out and come back in one segment, which will be about 10 minutes.
All right. This clock means you should be dialing away right now. If we don't want you to be caught off guard, we're allowing all of us to do our job as parents. All right, if you've chosen to stay, then we will proceed, and you have now proceeding at your own risk.
Rick, Fort Wayne, Indiana, a very proud, upstanding American community, proud of their heritage, proud of their future, where they're headed. As a matter of fact, they're very excited because they're investing in a new building to house the city government. It'll have the mayor's office. It'll have the council chambers. So they came up, I thought, with a novel idea. They were going to let the people of Fort Wayne, Indiana, vote and decide what the name of the new building should be. You think that's a good idea. Tie in the people. It's got the history, the future. Right. We're going to do it online.
Okay.
So then they came to deciding what the choices might be. And they looked back at the people who had meant the most to Fort Wayne, Indiana, over its long history, and they put, I think it was 5 or 6 different names that they could name their new building online for people to vote.
Maybe this guy named Wayne that they seem so fired up about.
Right. And, Rick, there is one candidate who is running away with the voting at this point.
A candidate to name the building after him?
To name the building after him. He is a former mayor. Went into the mayor's office back in the 1930s, served 4 terms as mayor. No other mayor has ever done that in Fort Wayne, Indiana. He was credited with guiding the city through the turbulent times of the Depression and then World War II, and He's one of the heroes, if not the hero, of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And he is the choice of the people to name the new building after him. The problem is in his name.
Oh, boy.
Rick, and I will be very gentle as much as possible on this. This is going to sound like it's a joke, but it's not.
This is the man's actual name.
Well, I'm going to say it, and I'm going to break up this discussion as to not give his first and last name in sequential order.
All right, so you're going to give me his names. You're going to space them out.
His first name is Harry. I feel like Michael Jackson at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Just stand there for a minute. I know where this is going.
Rick, he is the longest tenured mayor in the city's history, and the Journal-Gazette is reporting that many city leaders just do not want to honor this man for what he's done because of his name. His last name, you may ask, it is spelled B-A-A-L-S. We're not going to pronounce that here on this show. And you know how he pronounces it. Go ahead. It's the worst case scenario you could imagine.
Right.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Lord willing, tonight, get a chance to go to beautiful Henderson, Tennessee. That's why this bunch, I got a gift actually from Adler one year, and we all did from State Camo. And so when I found out that they do multiple states, they sent me a couple other states where the show is prominent. And today I'm wearing the State Camo with the state of Tennessee on because I'm going to Tennessee tonight. So Henderson, Tennessee, the Williams Auditorium. Blake Prime will be with me. We'll have a great worship, and it's a free men's conference at the auditorium, but they do want you to get a free ticket at the link provided at themanchurch.com under events. So looking forward to being with all of you in beautiful Henderson, Tennessee, Lord willing, tonight for what should be a powerful, powerful evening. And so that's why I'm wearing the Tennessee State Camo today. Going to Tennessee. See the little state of Tennessee on there?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Tennessee.
So Bubba, be careful again. So we've there were a lot of things out there that I think caused people to vote the way we voted this last election. Okay, and one of them was, and we said this over and over again, was an unsecure border. I mean, people were just like, look, I don't like feeling unsafe, and because we can all think for ourselves, and we actually can have logic. Okay. We all knew and could discern without the Democrats, pointing their fingers at us and calling us terrible people. They're the ones that seemed like they didn't have any sense, because if you have a wide open border, it is true that some very good people have access to our country. They don't mean anybody any harm. They're here hoping to have a better life. That's certainly true. However, if you have an unvetted border too, we all do realize that dangerous people can also come in.
Yep.
Dangerous people can also come in unvetted, and they're nothing, either a drag on our resources, or they're here to actually do harm, like murder people, steal, whatever. They're criminals. Then we also have people we don't know if they're mentally unstable coming in. That's why legal immigration, and I'm all for making it better and run smoother. I'm all for that. Legal immigration is a wonderful thing, but it has a security element to it that unvetted border does not. And one of the cases I think that really started impacting people, and we kept hearing from these people who had loved ones that were brutally murdered by people that should have never been in the country.
Yeah.
And
such a shame.
And one of them is this horrifying Laken Riley story.
Yeah, the Georgia nursing student who was killed, Rick, in the middle of the day. I mean, 9 o'clock in the morning,
going out
jogging,
going to jog,
and this guy apparently went out just hunting someone he could take advantage of, And he was found guilty on all 10 charges, including murder, kidnapping, aggravated assault with intent to rape. Riley was found murdered after she went jogging at the University of Georgia in Athens. It's just a very sad story. There were several facts in this case that she was wearing an Apple Watch. So there was some data and some tracking they were able to find, and it looks like she put up a fight. They know exactly what time she died. They were able to find her. Matter of fact, some of her friends went looking for her when she did not return, and they were very careful not to mess up the evidence. But they are the ones that actually found her, I think, and in just a few hours. So it was an amazing thing. The evidence was overwhelming against this gentleman.
I don't think he's a gentleman.
His DNA was found under her fingernails. His fingerprint was found on her cell phone. There was video of him dumping his jacket that had her blood on it into a dumpster.
Right.
So it's pretty pretty solid evidence. Yeah, gentleman's wrong term to use there. Maybe animal.
I know what you meant.
Animal.
Yeah.
But the district attorney in Georgia did not seek the death penalty, but he did get life without parole, and that's a whole nother debate. But it appears that she knew what she was doing enough. She actually hit the 911 button, I think, on her phone, and she was able to scratch him to get the DNA under her finger. So it looked like, being a nursing student, she knew enough of what to try to do that if she didn't make it out, and she it looks like she fought with him for 20 minutes or so.
Wow.
That she was leaving enough evidence so they could identify him. But just a sad, sad story.
Well, and again, I know vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Certainly that's true. However, Romans 13, he also, instituted governments to punish people that had rightly been correctly accused of taking the life of others, though these people that do these things on earth, they can seek forgiveness from our Lord and Savior and stand on the day of judgment fully righteous. But that doesn't mean you don't pay the penalty for what you did while you're still on earth. And I don't know how there could be a case any stronger for the death penalty than this one.
Yeah. It's clear. And he was here not only himself illegally, but he had several other brothers and all living in the same place. So
anybody know where they are?
Yeah, that's kind of a question I was asking yesterday. Where are they at now? And I hope that they're in custody also.
See, if you want to...
Because they all could be part of this gang, this Venezuelan gang, which I think he was a member of.
Yeah, if you want to have you're all about an open border and you think we're all mean for thinking that people should be vetted, like in case they're dangerous, or they mean, harm to the country or individuals in the country, and you think that we're all terrible for thinking that, and you think it's evil to think that or say such things, I wouldn't go say that to Laken Riley's family.
No,
I think it'll fall on deaf ears. But I don't know where they are on all this, but it's just what you think this could still give them closure and say, well, that's justice has been served with or without the death penalty.
At least he's off the street,
right?
And how he will make it in prison is yet to be seen. We'll see. But yeah, this is not about vengeance. This is about justice.
Right. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
There's a big difference. If her family went out and hunted him down, that's vengeance. If we, the people,
there you go,
who demand law and order, take care of it, that's justice.
Yeah. And fully biblically sound in doing
yes,
that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
and very clear too, the death penalty is the correct option here, even though it will not be applied.
Well, and in that like you said, that whole area where this happened, you have people that were voted down in a huge way because of their attitude on this kind of stuff.
Right.
But they still had the say, and the death penalty was not sought, and now. So you said life without parole, and
you hope that doesn't change. Which also kind of parlays into the Susan Smith story.
Oh, my
that
gosh.
just happened this
Another
week.
one, yeah. She was up for parole after 30 years. It was denied, right?
No shocker. No shocker, turned down again.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
she don't need to be let out.
Yeah. Nope. So top of the hour, we'll come back. Brand new hour. We'll get into some of your phone calls and other stories coming up as well when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after the top of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So if you enjoy what we do around here and you want a great way to let other people know that you watch and listen to Blaze Media, that hey, this is where I get my news, this is where I get my entertainment, and you want to let everybody know all about it, go to shopblazemedia.com. Boy, do they have some cool stuff. The Blaze Heritage and Blaze Media collections, man, they have jackets, they have T-shirts, they have mugs, they've got flags. There's a whole lot more there. And you're going to love it. This is really cool stuff. A lot of it's humorous, which is always fun. If you want to find more, go to shopblazemedia.com today. Great gift idea for the gift time of year. Cool stuff available. And if you use the code BLAZE10, you get 10% off the entire order. That's shopblazemedia.com using the promo code BLAZE10.
Many people have said they just don't see that name being engraved in marble up over their heads before they go into important government meetings, being the appropriate place to have those two names back to back.
So you have a legendary man that people want to honor with a name that can't be honored.
There was a debate about if he pronounced his name that way or not. Many recordings from his days in office where he called himself and pronounced his last name Balls. That's how he pronounced his last name.
Right. Can I tell you this right now? You're handling this beautifully. Okay, let me just give you props. Because the way you presented it, you've covered the story.
I'm twisting my ankle,
right?
So I'm in pain and I cannot laugh.
You've given the story. We've removed all people from the room.
Mm-hmm.
You are still getting the laugh from the audience without being overly offensive, and I couldn't be proud of you right now.
Now his descendants who still live in the town.
Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go cut my tongue out.
Right, I understand.
So I won't say anything.
They have since then changed the way they pronounce their last name,
and I think that's why,
to avoid the juvenile humor that would go with it. Even though it is still spelled Baals, they do not pronounce it as the mayor did Balls. They now pronounce it as Bales, Bales, which I think is a wise family call.
I do too, especially if you're going to keep naming your kids after their great-great-grandfather.
Yes. Online voting for the name of the new building will end on Friday. The mayor and council will choose the eventual winner.
All right, if Harry wins, the legendary mayor, okay, and the Bale family, they're now calling themselves, even though Harry didn't, and he wins, what do they just go no, or do they put it up there under the current pronunciation?
Well, it still would be spelled the old way.
Right.
And I think it would be more difficult to convince everyone to change the way that they pronounce his name. That would give it its own,
hey, officer,
for lack of a better term, set of issues.
Officer, I agree. I was doing something wrong. Now, where do I pay this? Over at Harry Bales, the Harry Bales building. And then that guy would go, you mean, you can just see where it goes. You know it?
Yeah. Will you cut my mic off for just 1 second?
All right. Should mine be off as well?
Yes, all mics should be for just 1 second. Okay, 1 second.
Right. Okay.
That's all I'm going to say.
And you wanted to get that out.
I had to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Let's go.
I had to.
Yeah. Let's just
it's
go.
It's like a good dinner.
Yeah.
You've got to burp.
Right. And
it's better you burp in a towel than just letting it fly.
So let me go back. I'm gonna go beyond building, and I'm gonna go back to the day the man was born. And undoubtedly his family had a last name that was pronounced B-A-L-L-S.
Yes, that would be balls.
Even though it was spelled B-A-A-A-L-S?
It
Three
was,
A's?
No, 2 A's,
Okay.
an L, and an S.
Okay.
B-A-A-L-S.
Got it. So you pronounce your last name B-A-L-L-S.
Right.
Okay? And they hand you your baby boy. Who in their right mind says, let's name him Harry? Who? Who does that? I mean, who in the world?
So many things I would like to say. So many. I'm trying.
And I respect you for not saying it, nor will I. But I just some of the names some of y'all give your children. You remember the NASCAR driver whose last name was Trickle.
I know.
You know what kind of sick, twisted parenting?
Well, here's the thing.
I mean,
I assume if he was mayor in the 30s, you know, he was probably born, you know, I don't know, around the turn of the century or earlier. I guess they just were not so juvenile at the time.
No.
But I can't help but think there wasn't an uncle that said, well, that ain't going to work.
Right, Bubba, cavemen.
Like if your last name happens to be Butts.
Right.
And we've all had, we've seen just a long list of that.
Right.
You just don't go with certain first names.
No, you don't. Well, I'll go this far. I believe cavemen would not have done that.
Well, you would think. You would think.
Because, hasn't the term been used for that part of the anatomy?
Rick, since the dawn of time.
I don't know. Maybe not, but maybe that's all
I think probably so. It's just. You know what? Frankly, I don't know what they were thinking.
We'll start the hour with phone calls. The real Greg Burgess is ready to go. Lines are open. You can comment on anything you already heard on the program. You can bring your own comments. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines now available. Speedy is with us this hour. I mentioned the real Greg Burgess. He's taking phones right now. Eddie Van Adler also here. And say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the Rick and Bubba Experience.
So dial us up. We'll get to phone calls here shortly. Here's some text stuff coming in. Somebody said, scroll back down, Speedy. They said in Georgia, in regards to Laken Riley right there, the guy requested, the guys, I mean his
accused requested a bench trial. In other words, no jury, just letting the judge be the jury.
And they said in Georgia, if you don't have the jury, you can't seek the death penalty.
Oh, really?
So I guess
I don't think the DA ever I think that she didn't try him as for the death penalty. That's the big controversy.
She's one of these Soros.
Maybe all this works together. Okay, because it means that they gave in to her request for him. They honored his request. You know what I mean? You could just say, we ain't doing that. You're doing the jury.
And several people
maybe it
have
all
asked,
works together. That's
why? And I don't know about the death penalty situation.
Yeah,
but many people have asked, why would you ever want the judge to decide the case and not the jury? Well, if the evidence is overwhelming, and if it is a highly contested thing in the media, that you think there's going to be a lot of blowback, that people would go in there and vote to convict him no matter what,
right,
it's probably a good move. A lot of times they think the judge might be more receptive to the technical aspects of the law or the case than a jury would, who just wants who they want to win.
Yeah.
And it's usually a technique that's used when you know that you're going to lose. Which he did, and the evidence was over.
Yeah, and there's no way he wasn't going to be convicted. You're really just down to what the penalty's going to be.
Right. Yeah, maybe it was a combination of everything.
So what I'm wondering a lot, I heard some people say it, and Greg's getting the phone calls lined up now, so y'all can. There's still some available, but we usually say if a pedophile goes into prison, they'll kill him.
Right.
I find it interesting that no one. I'm not saying this is what it should be. I'm just saying. I'm surprised that maybe it's not the same with females. That no one killed Susan Smith.
I'm
really surprised by that she wasn't killed in prison.
Right.
Because it's women, not men. And then I hear some people saying this about this guy, but Laken Riley was a college student.
Right.
Would he be as marked
for being a murderous rapist in prison, because there's others there, I assure you.
Well, I'm
but
sure there's other groups or gangs that really don't want the Venezuelan group grabbing hold of their territory. So that may be
true.
more
Even
to do
just
there.
that might be enough.
You know, those gangs were kind of only in 1 or 2 states. Have you seen how they've gone to some of the major cities, even in Tennessee and in Georgia? But in Tennessee, they're like some of the major markets.
Every city.
These gangs are kind of taking over.
Jeremy in Brookhaven. Jeremy, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
All right, boy, just a little side note. Y'all was talking about them gangs. I'm waiting for them to hit Texas. That's going to be a show. But anyway, there was a video on the internet over the weekend from Riley Gaines. She was talking about her husband was a legal immigrant, and about how everything they've had to go through to get his stuff, and about how much money they've had to pay, these lawyer fees and everything. And that's something that absolutely needs to be looked at, because as the husband of a legal immigrant, watching her go through all this different stuff, and then these people just walk over the border and get driver's license and free housing and free food, it's just so disheartening. She can't vote, but she's the most apolitical person that I know. She is oblivious. And she would have voted for Trump, she said. She said, this world it's just crazy.
Well, yeah, people often forget how disrespectful it is, to your point with your wife and Riley Gaines talking about her husband, that people who do it right and all they go through to be vetted and brought in here, how disrespectful it is to them. To just say, oh, well, y'all didn't have to do that. You should just walk through like everybody else.
Yeah.
That video of her breaking all that down about one of the lines that you have to check is being fully vaccinated, and being fully vaccinated, it means get the COVID vaccine, and he didn't.
That line.
Yeah. And he didn't, and it's holding a lot of stuff up.
Call me crazy.
I tell you what, it's not holding up is his health.
Yeah. I tell you what I would think is crazy. I would skip on the vaccine and rule out rapists and killers.
There you go.
Yeah. If you haven't had your vaccine, not a big threat to my family.
Yeah.
But if you're a serial killer or a rapist, you got a problem.
Mm-hmm. Especially one that's not going to keep you from catching it and passing it anyway.
You're right.
I think I'd take that one off the list.
Sure, it doesn't work, right?
It's useless.
Yeah, let's not require a vaccine that doesn't work. Let's take it off the list. Yeah. Pam in Dothan. Pam, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I love y'all. Y'all are my wake-up call. I so enjoy every minute of your show.
Thank you.
So my question, and it's just throwing it out there, but so are we going to keep him on our prison system, or are we going to send him back to Mexico? I mean, so he gets a free ride in our prison system? Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct.
Yeah, he belongs to us now.
Yeah.
And everything I'm reading is that this female DA in Georgia refused to pursue the death penalty.
Yeah.
She did recuse herself from the case after all the backlash, but it's still the actions were still in place or whatever.
Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Trump's coming. Just wait.
That's right. Anonymous out of Mississippi. Go ahead.
Hey, have y'all heard about Mississippi College shutting down their football program?
Yes.
Yeah,
we discussed it yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Sure did.
Okay, 117 years. I'm a Choctaw alum, played for the football program. 117 years of football history being thrown down the drain. And at a small school college, the president's making greater than $500,000 a year. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, people are very upset because apparently the shutting down of the program this time, people are feeling like it. No one even. He just kind of said that's what we're going to do, and it kind of surprised everybody.
That's really sad.
Yeah,
really sad.
Well, we've seen that move before, most notably at UAB, and it didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
It only cost them a bunch of money they threw away paying to get out of football games that they had guaranteed.
Right.
And then they had to go back and spend that money again. So it was a total waste of money to cancel the program.
Yeah, you're right.
No one ever talks about that. It costs money to cancel your football team.
Yes,
because you have contracts for games and you have to pay huge amounts to get out of it.
I remember you talking.
It was $1 million a game they had to cancel with the SEC schools.
I remember you talking about that. It's almost like they looked at one side of the ledger and forgot another side.
Yeah. Listen, they call it a balance sheet because it has two sides. And,
somebody says, anybody looked at what it's going to cost us to shut it down? No, we just know what it costs to have it. You got to look at that too.
Yeah.
Let's go to Candace. Candace, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Long-time listener. I just wanted to say two things. I think
the lady calls Bubba a peacock because he's got the wheel of meat behind him,
Correct.
like displayed like feathers. Okay, got it. Just making sure. And hey, I want to know what restaurant that Jay Leno jumped the cliff for. Was it Wendy's or was it Orion?
I mean, they must have a heck of a steak there.
Where is it? Tell us more. Tell us more, Jay.
Yes.
My goodness, that's a great line.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
Yes, he is.
And they said the restaurant was about a mile away, so that means even if he got down, he was still going to walk the entire way.
No, they said that he went that way not to walk the mile.
To walk.
It was a shortcut.
To cut it off.
It was
Okay.
a shortcut.
I was thinking of, what if he was you? I mean, he would just order food to be delivered.
Absolutely. What, does he not know how to work DoorDash? What's he doing?
But he likes, he likes going out.
I'm going to go with the chicken out. Well, I went down. Let's go to M.A.
Mike Tyson on the way.
That's right. May, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all today?
We're great.
Thank
We're
you.
great.
I just had a quick comment about the Laken story.
Okay.
I understand where they're coming from regarding us providing his housing for the next however many years. But why should we send him back to Mexico when all he's going to do is get with his buddies and probably get out again and then come back over again?
Yeah.
I think he should stay here. I think he should pay for what he did here because he did it here. And hopefully people can donate to that family of that girl and maybe torture him for the rest of his life while he's here.
Well, you're right. At least if we have him secure, we know he's secure and we know where he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is a great point. It really is. Let's go to Derek. Derek, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. Hey, one of my favorite segments over the years is Speedy at a gas station watching a little person fill up.
Oh, boy.
And then washing his windshield and trying to take a picture of it. And I would like Speedy to replay that story before the year's up.
Thank you.
Will Greg have to play it? Will you ever play it?
I don't know that we captured that for the archives.
Gosh,
I think it was just a telling.
Do you remember that? When his wife looked over and said, "Really?"
Yeah, I didn't know there was another little person in the car.
Well, you can't see him.
Yeah. And then I, for some reason, tried to produce the phone like I was a child and say, no, I wasn't recording.
Sometimes you're just busted.
Look at him,
nothing you
look
can
at him
do.
right there.
He wanted Greg's favorite
he
moment.
Is down.
He wanted Greg's,
he is down.
He wanted Greg's favorite moment.
Good night. I blame him.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can I just do a public service announcement here
Please,
on the
Rick,
program?
Please, Rick.
Now, you know that you and I are living in a little bit of a different time because you and I, for, I guess a decade, have been honored to have company cars.
Yes.
That various sponsors have said, we'd like for you to drive our vehicle so you can do commercials about it.
Yes, that's correct.
And that has enabled you and I to drive free automobiles for a decade.
Right.
Which was an outstanding perk and number one and loved it. And you can become a little dependent on that. So we have at our house, which before now was a vehicle that we would just drive on trips, or or sometimes the show would use it if we needed to go to, do something, and might use it coming up on a book tour coming up. But it was mainly there for trips and where you needed to take a lot of people. Now our family is a big family, and so we got
a big
that.
luxury van.
It's it's old school.
Liked it.
Yeah, it's old school. It's put it this way: if the housing market continues to crumble, we can live in this van.
Right.
I mean, it's
not a permanent site, but it would get you from place to place.
It's so big, Al Gore weeps if I was to drive by him in it. So now that's become an everyday automobile.
Right.
Okay. So now let's motoring it around. Because normally it's on a big highway rolling. It's not cutting through town.
Sure.
And so. And we love it. I mean, it's good, and I'm catching a lot of grief from some of my friends about it. But especially when it blocks the sun.
Right.
But anyway,
well, you just don't see a whole lot of them on the road as day-to-day vehicles because they probably don't get the best gas mileage, even though you have a lot of room.
Right. Yeah. I'm even considering that I may get some airbrushed on it. You know what I mean? Just to really go
for old time's sake.
Yeah. So anyway, when we do our tags at the house. And I know that we all look forward to the government running health care because they handle everything else so efficiently. When we had moved, I guess, it's been, how long have I lived where I live now? 8 years, probably more?
It's been a while.
Mm-hmm, maybe 8 years.
Something like that.
8 years.
Yeah.
So when we moved, I'll always buy my tag by mail. I'm not going down there.
Right.
Now, anything I can keep from going down there, I'm not going to that godforsaken place where the line people standing, they look like that. They've been punished, and everybody has such an outstanding attitude. When
I thought it was a little much when they put that sign up that said, "Once you pass this point, you have no hope."
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was
under
a little
no
much.
circumstance, will I ever go there unless I have to. I'm not buying some weird tag. I'm not under.
You remember the day I
zero,
passed out ice cream down there?
Zero circumstance. I mean, you have to be made to go there. Okay. Okay. Well, 8 years now. It's not like I've just started living at this place. So last year, I sent my tags in, and one of them came back and one didn't. And then I looked and I saw the check went through. So I paid for my little sticker, but so I had to search and search and search and search. Well, come to find out, as we all know how efficient the government can be, they sent one tag to my new house and one to the old house, that was 8 years I've been at this address. I don't even know what y'all still doing with that other address, okay? So I had to search, find. So I get the sticker and I put it on the van. Well, it doesn't, we don't drive it that much, so it never really came into play much. So I'm driving along and I look behind me and I've got lights flashing and I'm like, and I'm like, so I pull over and I'm like, well, they're going to give me some safety award, or maybe the government has sent them to get my van because it's making global warming. I don't know.
Right.
So the officer drives up. He says, "Hey, you got an outdated tag." And I said, with all due respect, that's incorrect. I said,
no, so you're following my discussion I had about 8 years ago.
So look, which by the way, this will completely shock y'all. Complete shock. I actually open up a little drawer in the van and pull out my registration with the sticker missing and my insurance card. I don't know what world I was in that I became that.
What are you,
that
Rick?
efficient? Wow. I guess because it was easy. I guess I just got bored with it being in my driveway. I'd go out there and put stuff in it as it would come in the mail, because it was my everyday vehicle. I'd have never done that.
Right.
So he looks at it and he goes, and it comes back. 2011. He is updated. He is not a rogue, non-tax paying vehicle driving man. And he said, your sticker's gone.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour. If you missed yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, the archive available now on our podcast channel and our YouTube channel, Daniel chapter 7. So if you have interest in that, it is now available to you. Thank you, Adler, for all your hard work on that. So as we work our way back, Bubba, we always have to check in on our friends on The View. Boy, The View right now, I should be watching The View more because of the anguish that is there daily, I'm sure. And this is an unfair question because we don't have time to research it. I guess we'll all just start Googling or whatever. Bubba, you may know this because this is a little more your area. So the final tally in the Electoral College was 312, right, to Trump, and how much to Miss Harris? Mrs. Harris?
Something.
No, she didn't take her husband's name, did she? Is it Miss? Whatever. Anyway, so it was a substantial victory, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Substantial victory.
Yeah.
And popular vote also went to Trump.
Mm-hmm. So they ain't got that one.
What I was wondering is, because the elections, as we know in our lifetime, after Reagan started getting closer and closer.
For Trump, let me say this. He got more votes, popular votes, than any Republican in history.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Now, some of that is we have more population than we have in history.
There you
that
go.
kind of goes with
Okay. So we're also now looking at the map of our country.
Yep.
Because this is important to what Joey Behar is about to say. So you take a look here.
That in there.
It's it's a very, very red country.
If you just look at it, what is the count just state-wise? I know it's electoral college.
Yeah, I don't know.
All the blue states there you see listed does not require voter ID.
It's like it makes you mad.
Did you
say it that way?
Did you hear Speedy? Did you hear Speedy?
What he say?
He's right.
Every blue state They don't require voter ID.
Yeah, he's drafting with Alt Adler over there.
No, that's a fact.
No, I know. I got you.
I'm not sure about Illinois.
They've always been so up and up, especially in Chicago.
Oh yeah, they got it covered.
But anyway, so
Virginia needs to straighten.
The question I was having: when was the last time we had an election that was this much of a blowout?
Oh,
this is relatively new.
Was it HW?
I don't
late 80s.
Yeah, because it wasn't George W. Because remember remember the Hanging Chads?
Oh yeah.
Was HW? It wasn't. No, it wasn't. I mean, you go back to Reagan. Reagan's got to be it.
Reagan,
I mean, have we had a
so.
blowout like this since Reagan?
Now Reagan was a
show.
It was a shown up blowout.
A walk.
49 states.
Clinton was Clinton.
I was thinking more Republican.
Obama.
Here's some info about Clinton. Clinton won the 1992 election with a 43% of the vote. He won. Time magazine and the rest of the media said it was a mandate for change, is what they labeled Bill Clinton's 43% win.
Okay.
Trump got 50%.
Okay.
So talk about a mandate.
Now, a lot of that, if I remember correctly, was H.R. Perot.
He pulled some.
He trimmed some
H.R.
off
Puffin's
of
stuff.
Daddy Bush's total. That's why you had a minority winner. If you would.
Well, in a lot of states, RFK Jr. was still on there.
Right.
But he didn't pull like Perot did.
But if you look at the
Perot.
and
H.R. Perot.
Right. So you're and
I tell you what,
that's pretty good, Bubba.
That ain't bad.
That's not a bad.
Look at this chart right here.
What if you was talking to RFK Jr.?
Well, you need to back up and get off that.
Oh my gosh!
I know your name's a Kennedy, but you need to look at the history books. I dusted you.
You got ears like a big old rat.
Greg's
Did anybody know what he just said?
Greg's RFK Jr. is coming alive. I mean, it's coming alive. Because I didn't know the vibrato.
You got it somehow staying.
It's not bad at all.
I like how you do that little turkey
because
he does that.
Yeah.
So here's
Does
Joey.
that hurt your voice to do that?
Does.
Yeah.
Joy is.
So I know he's got a 6-pack, but wow,
he does.
Hearing him talk's terrible.
We always go to 6-pack, don't
Well, he'll pull his shirt off.
Well, you have to if you talk like that.
You got to show something good.
I mean, if I'm talking like that, I'm gonna pull my shirt off. I look like him. I mean, I got to
all the time.
Oh yeah, I do every interview shirtless.
Absolutely. Yeah. Rick, we noticed you're shirtless again. Well, you hadn't heard me talk yet.
Pull your shirt off. I know. I haven't got it on.
When I start talking, you'll see why. Let's all play our best
See
game.
my 6-pack.
It's a hurt.
It hurts a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna talk like that. It's like crossing your eyes; they're gonna get stuck.
Apparently, Joy Behar, which we've always thought she was poorly named, but it sounds like she's gonna have to remove the name Joy.
I don't believe in hitting women.
Yeah.
But boy, she'll push.
Greg, don't say that. Greg,
I didn't say. I said I don't believe in it. But she would make you consider it.
Don't say that.
No, don't say that either.
Never say that.
Do it as RFK Jr. so you can say it wasn't
Oh
you.
my God.
That wasn't Greg. It was me.
Okay. You can't say
let's
that.
just take all that to
You
the
cannot
table.
See, I'm mad because I'm honest.
I'm talking about open hand slap.
Yeah, no, you can't.
No.
Now Perot's saying it. All right, so here's Joy Behar, and she just
Come
wants.
on in, Admiral.
She wants us to know. She wants us to know that everybody's miserable. She and half the country's miserable. So here we go.
You know what's in the air, Whoopi?
What's
Trumpism. We lost the election. Wait a minute. We lost the election. We're miserable. Half of this country is miserable. And let's just tell the truth. We hate that he won. We hate it.
Well, understood.
Not all of us, Joy.
And crazy right now.
Evidently, you're in the minority.
Yes.
There's a side of me that finds some humor in that Joy walks around every day deeply disturbed that
No
Trump
joy.
won.
No joy.
There's no joy in Joyville.
No
She
joy.
called no joy. Called it right off.
Well, I'm worried about Whoopi. What is she gonna do for a living? I mean,
I know she's a
said
hard worker.
She lives check to check.
Yeah, if she had all the money in the world, she wouldn't be working. What statement is that? If anybody had all the money in the world, they wouldn't be working.
Right.
Moron. Ragnar. She's got that Viking haircut.
I don't know what Greg didn't take or took today.
Yeah, well, he's got him a fresh cup of coffee. Is what it is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, he's taking a couple of sips.
Yeah, I don't know.
Y'all telling me she don't look like one of the Vikings with that hairdo?
No, you're right.
She does.
You're right.
So Joey wants us to know that they're miserable and they're mad that Trump won. I think we knew that.
Yeah, you had to clear that up.
Yeah, we got it.
No, as a matter of fact,
we know how you feel, Joey. We felt that way the last 4 years.
Yeah, we're very familiar with it.
Or 4 years,
right, yeah. So
Yeah, the difference is here's what I hope for Joy is that this election and what America overwhelmingly said, I'm going to say that again, overwhelmingly said. It's
a mandate.
If 43% for Clinton was a mandate, this is definitely a mandate. I hope, though, that her being miserable, unlike the rest of us, they might have been happy about the election with Biden, but the whole country was miserable under what that administration caused and the way it made our lives. So maybe she'll just be disappointed about the election, but if she looks around at the world she lives in, the economy she lives in, she may find that her feelings are the only thing that are miserable, not actually the way life is.
We're going to make it great again.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
He is updated. He is not a rogue, non-tax-paying, vehicle-driving man. And he said, your sticker's gone. And I said, I don't know. I said, I'm sorry. And then I said, you think I should go get another one? He said, well, with your last name, you're renewing this month. I wouldn't worry about it. Just let them know. I said, okay. Well, a few days later, I'm in a different community, and here we go again. And
seriously?
And as he's walking.
At the Burgess, please pull over.
Look, don't hop out to explain.
And how about this? Hey, guys, when you throw the lights on me in a residential area, I don't need to yelp. I'm just trying to find a place to park this tank. I can't just pull over here on the curb, okay? Ain't no need to yelp at me. How about this? I'm pulling over.
Back up. He won't pull
Look,
over.
stop with the yelp, okay? So we. Yeah, because what that does now in the residential area, everybody's looking. Oh man, that must be a bunch of, like Greg would say, it must be some of those Mexican people trying to sneak in here in that van, So anyway,
the Mexican speaking folks.
So they must have illegal gamecocks in that van.
They like them.
So as he's walking up, which is probably not a good call. I stick my head out and go, I know it's the tag thing.
Smart Alex.
And he's like, looking at me like, what you? And he tried to do a flashlight and he realized it was daylight. But anyway, so I said, I understand the tag situation. He says, well, I've already called you in. It says you're not on file. And I said, no, that's incorrect, with all due respect. And I get out the registration. He calls it in again. They come out and say, yeah, he's right. Must have called it in wrong. Got a number wrong. First time. He's solid. And he said, you need to get a sticker. And I said, well, but the officer community over told me it's February. I shouldn't worry about that. And he goes, no, you need to get another sticker, and here's where you need to go, and all that. And I said,
I have a man here that won't get a sticker.
And then I asked him, and I did not know this. I said, why would my sticker be missing? He says, people will take them off. I said, people will take them off. And he said, yeah, people take them off, and then they'll tape them on their car. And most time we want, to try to get out of paying the taxes. And he said, so somebody's taking your sticker because it wouldn't just come off. And or we'd have problems with that all over the place. Somebody, and I said, okay, well, I just don't really see me taking this big giant tank and rolling to that godforsaken place when I just mailed in yesterday my new thing. I'm going to go for it. and
we got a guy here that's going to. He's gonna go for it.
Yeah, and he said,
he's just gonna chance it.
He said, well, you can get pulled over a lot. I said, you know what? I'd rather be pulled over by you than go face them.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got your paperwork. You know what they want.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Rick, look, DMV. It's always
right. They're nice to me.
And bless them. My favorite is when I have been pulled over.
Right.
And I'm told I have the wrong tag for the type of vehicle that I'm in.
Yeah.
And
what are you driving? A hazmat truck?
No,
really?
No. Well,
you got your bucket truck running around?
Yeah, that's I asked the same question. Yeah. So I go down to the place several years ago, and I said, I got pulled over yesterday by this nice police officer here, and he said my tag was not correct. What kind of vehicle you got? Well, here's the paperwork. We type. No,
what they do?
You hear them typing. It's, And they go, no, that's the right tag. So it wasn't too much longer. I had my stickers. I'm pulled over again.
Mm-hmm.
Come up. Hey, you got the wrong tag on this. I said, look, love you guys, support you. You DMV people got to get together.
Right.
I can't go over the counter and tell her, give me another tag. I have to take what they lay it on the counter. I take it.
Right.
I can't force them to give me the tag you say I need. You, her, together. Me, taxpayer. You know, I don't know what to do.
Right.
I'm confused.
Right. I, Tarzan.
And y'all are driving me crazy now. Got the wrong tag. I ain't what the lady to desk said. Well, the lady to desk is not in enforcement. Yeah, but she's the lady got the tags. You got a tag, I'll take one. You know, I mean, what do you want me to do?
There you go. Good point.
Well, so I just...
Isn't there a drug dealer you need to be after somewhere?
Yeah. I just
They don't care for that comment, I'll tell you right now.
Are they saying your vehicle's too heavy and you need a different class tag or what?
What the DMV
You
wants?
don't know?
He's
You don't know. He's got that look on his face.
Well, I just want, because of what you said, I know our law enforcement officers have a lot to do. And I want y'all to know, so because I'm the only one like it now. No one's driving these vans anymore.
When
Southern Comfort van.
There's 1 million people in the radio metro area of the city we live in.
Yeah.
You're the only one driving it.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I pulled it to a red light the other day, and smart cars left. They just ran.
Gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. There'll be no new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend, and so go back and catch any you may have missed. And then obviously there won't be one next week because of Thanksgiving. And then we'll do the final Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up the first week of December. And we'll do letters from the audience to wrap that up. So if you have questions you want us to consider, you got a couple of weeks to get those in to Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Hey, pdsdebt.com. If nobody likes to think about debt, it's best to try to minimize your debt, especially if it's debt that's not working for you at all. It's only draining, high interest, things like that. So holiday season, though, you feel a little pressure. You're like, look, people. I want to get people gifts, and you know, we even in our family try to take the pressure off that and say, look, let's just all get together. Let's not worry about a gift. Some people put, a limit, then somebody always violates the limit, and then somebody gets mad. Hey, that costs more than you told us. Well, it was close, and so. But bottom line is, you find yourself spending money in the holidays you would not normally spend. I don't think that's some great discovery. But if this is going to put you in debt, why don't you go ahead and get a plan now? If you're going to take on debt to pay for the holidays, go to pdsdebt.com and then /BigVox. They can help you with a personalized solution. You already have a plan. We're going to spend it, and then we're going to use help from PDS Debt, and we're going to get the debt off of us quickly so it doesn't have maximum effect. They have customized options from anyone who's struggling with credit cards, personal loans. Collections are coming after you. Maybe you've had some medical bills that went through the roof. If you're making payments every month in your debt and your balance isn't going down, the principal just sitting there, you're going nowhere. So go talk to the folks at PDS. They have solutions for you. If you have $10,000 or more in eligible debt, you qualify. There's no minimum credit score required. If you got bad credit, if you got fair credit, they can still help you in a fraction of the time. Get a plan. You got to have a plan. So get the solution from pdsdebt.com /BigVox. Takes about 30 seconds. There's it's a free debt analysis. You're not obligated to use them. Do it today. pdsdebt.com /BigVox, or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so people were saying, and Bubba, you told us, as far as Democrats, Obama had a huge victory.
Yeah, I think he had 332 his last.
Yeah, so
election,
that was a huge victory.
Electoral vote.
Yeah, so that.
Good at that.
But for the Republicans, winning is with the distance of Trump, you got to go all the way back to Reagan.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so there you go. All right, so kind of a funny. You know what we always talk about in the sports world? Hey, you can't look ahead. Don't be looking ahead.
You got to stay focused.
Hey, you got to play the next game. Okay, next game on the. Hey, we just want to play the next game. So we've got the Texas A&M coach, and is it Elko? How you say his name?
Elko.
So they're supposed to play Auburn next.
Yeah, this Saturday.
Ooh, I bet they're shaking in their shoes.
Listen to what he says.
There's already so much talk about November 30th. It was announced as a night game today. How do you deal with that with your guys and saying, hey, we still have something ahead of us at Auburn, or is that even a big issue with your team?
I don't think it's an issue. I think when you're in the situation we're in, it's easy to focus on the task at hand. I think those big games earlier in the year. Maybe you look ahead. If we didn't have that stake, what's at stake? Maybe you would worry about it. I think our focus is single-handedly on on Auburn. Right?
He set it up. He said the wrong name.
If you're trying to convince us, Coach, you just didn't do it. Oops.
Don't you know it?
Single-handedly focused on Texas. Auburn.
Auburn.
Hey, we've won 4 games, so watch out.
So look out.
That's right.
Hey, put it on, Louisiana Monroe.
That's right. So the
dominated.
Made them like it.
Right.
So is A&M, the SEC is a little more confusing this year to what we're used to. Are they still in first place?
They're up top.
Everybody's bunched up right there. Don't we have multiple 5 and 2s?
There is a number of them.
It's long.
I think they only got 1 loss, SEC, right?
Oh, do they? I thought they.
I think they won.
Okay.
They're overall 8-2.
Yeah.
But in the SEC, 5-1, right?
Yeah, Texas
6-1.
Texas 5-1. Texas A&M 5-1. This is SEC, and then Georgia 6-2. Tennessee 5-2. Alabama 4-2. Ole Miss 4-2.
So the Texas A&M game will be very big. I mean,
it's going to be very big.
Well, they're not looking at that right. They're single-handedly focused.
That's right.
But how
Texas Auburn.
This
Texas. I mean, Auburn.
It's a hated rivalry like Auburn, Alabama, and all these others, and they haven't played in years.
Yeah.
So this will be a renewal of that.
Throw the records out.
You take them, Rick.
Throw the records out. Of course, they both have great records.
Yeah. So you might as well keep them.
So
that's shaping up to be a game.
Yeah. I take Texas. Texas hadn't had any trouble coming in the SEC, have they?
No,
they're pretty good.
They got.
Well, I mean,
it's fallen favorable for them this year, no doubt.
Yeah.
They've played good. They're a lot better than they were 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the Nick Saban rehab organization, it's really produced some good teams.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're dominating the conference.
Well, you remember because what it is with Saban when because what he did is was unprecedented, and I know some people get angry when you say that. I'm sorry, it is, but you remember when Moultrie would come in because Moultrie's always finding a way to make money.
Yes,
and we would say to Moultrie, "Can we touch you to see if we turn to gold?"
Right.
Do you think the coaches just say, "Can they go over and just touch Saban?" You think some of them start inventing problems? I feel like I'm starting to have a problem. What kind of problem? Can you help me? And they're like, I don't know how you even having an issue. Could I just coach for you for a little while? I mean, look at Kirby Smart, look at Lane Kiffin, and look at Sarkisian.
Yeah, they've all done good, but you also have other ones that have not fared as well.
Well, remember,
you go back even.
Remember, I can offer the same training to everyone, and some I can't help.
I mean, everybody's not going to go to the top of the ladder. I got that, but. When you look at the SEC now, look at who's there, and the Saban coaching tree, the roots run deep.
Yeah, even like Cignetti, he was at Alabama. What?
Don't act like you got his name. You looked it up.
Well, remember we talked about this the other morning. He's at Indiana right now. Look what he's doing there, and he's part of the Saban tree.
Rick Speedy declared that he was really following that coach's story, but he didn't know his name.
No, little step out. I said I saw a story.
No, he said he loved it. He said I'm really into his story.
I am.
Then I said, what is his name?
College
Rick,
Game
and he
Day.
didn't know what his name was. I said, well, you must
How
really
can you be into somebody's story you don't know their name?
Okay, well,
that's
have y'all ever seen it? You just were on about RFK Jr. Have you ever seen a piece on somebody, and it was on College Game Day when they were at Indiana, and they did a piece on him and about his coaching
really
tree, and
you.
in fact he was at Alabama, and Saban even talked about him, and then I couldn't remember his name.
Yeah, he was setting it up.
He's done a hell of a job.
So
I don't know who he is, but
if you look at this, because we know that Hugh Freeze proved that he is a good football coach.
Yes,
but right now he's disproven.
Well, no, listen, what Hugh Freeze should have done, if you just look at the system. He should have, after he had his issues, he should have then went to coach for Alabama.
Right.
And he should have been on the staff with Saban, then go to Auburn.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
yeah.
so they skipped a step.
Right.
Yeah.
If you followed that.
The step at Liberty didn't help.
Yeah, then you'd have Ole Miss, Texas, and you would have Georgia and Auburn all playing at the top.
Who has
Hugh skipped a step.
He did.
And I don't have it in front of me. Who's Texas played SEC this year?
Who they played?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to compare it to if it was still East and West.
Compared to Georgia, Georgia's schedule has been unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is.
I think it's number one, right? Number one most difficult.
Yeah. So Texas has played,
put them side by side with Georgia.
Oh wow, I don't know how they beat them. They played Mississippi State.
Barely got.
They played Oklahoma. They played Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
They played Vandy, Florida, Arkansas, and have Kentucky and Texas A&M left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right there.
Sure. You know, that's the beauty of it. We'll see.
See, if they were in the old 2 division in the West, they would have had to play LSU, Alabama. You know.
Yeah.
It would have. Arkansas was good early on. I guess where
Right.
you got them at.
Well,
where
I'm just
where are
saying-
they at now, Speedy? Have they?
Who? Arkansas?
Yeah.
Let's see. They are in the SEC. They're 3-4, 5-5 overall.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody said that Saban tried to get Hugh Freeze, but the SEC wouldn't let it happen. It was actually tried.
It's possible.
Why wouldn't they let it happen? Because of what happened with Hugh, what they discovered. He was still on probation. Couldn't come back. Couldn't come back to the conference.
What do they call it when they put
Hell
him
yeah,
on?
he had probation.
What about Signet?
They put him on the list. What do they call it?
Your
show
favorite
clause, show cause,
Yeah.
or whatever. Where you have to go to the NCAA to get it okay,
Right.
for a certain amount of time.
Correct.
Then you fall out of it.
Right. But I didn't know that was the plan. It just they couldn't make it happen.
Yeah.
So there you go. We'll come back. 15 minutes to the top. Do you anybody believe in Indiana this weekend? Anybody?
Speedy does. He loves Coach Signetti.
I do.
He loves this story, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I do.
Following it.
Yeah.
Don't know his name, but I'm following it.
No, I got it now.
Be interesting to see. Well, hey, we'll find out.
They're going to get drilled.
Hey,
Greg, don't be like
I'm
that.
so sorry, y'all.
RFK Jr. believes.
I think they'll win.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about I had an interesting situation yesterday because we're all getting a little older. I mean, it's here we go.
Speak for yourself.
Right. I mean, we're
Not me.
We're mid 40s now, on the other side of mid actually. So we're rolling our way to 50.
47 would still technically round to 45.
It would. I don't think it will, but it
would.
If we made it.
Now next year it will.
You're right.
Let's put it this way: it's closer to 50 than to 40.
It is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure that is.
Yeah.
That's easy math. There,
You're
pal.
saying we could round it to 45.
Oh, well, I think you got to look at 5. So you got to look at 45, 50.
You're right. Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, so we're trying.
Are you going to be 47?
We're trying to do the best we can to try to keep ourselves in the best we can do. And so
I've got the sense to act like it, though, Speedy.
So a couple of years.
Not going to get on the bull.
A couple of years ago, we how you go through all these kicks that your kids get on,
yeah.
and we all get on as a family. Well, a couple of years ago, the Sherry thought it would be good, and we're doing something else now for the kids to maybe look into taking piano lessons. I'm like, all right, well, that's good because I really wish I knew how to play the piano. My aunt is here this morning. We'll talk about that. And I really am because if you can play piano, you're always that person when it's like holidays or the gathering when you step in and start playing the piano, and everybody thinks you're really cool because you're the guy that can play the songs. But I never learned to play that. And the only instrument I ever learned to really play was the drums. And that there's just no call for that a lot. Right. People never say, man, I wish that, hey, why don't you go over and play the drums for us and we'll sing Jingle Bells.
It's not really a good standalone instrument.
Right. You really guitar and piano is the ones you need to try to pick up.
Except maybe by the campfire in Africa.
Right. You're right. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing before we get started. Rick's going to play drums for us, and we'll all sing Amazing Grace. You know what I mean?
Rick, play the national anthem for us.
Yeah, play the national anthems. You're like, well, it's just a bunch of snare moves.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the boys have punted that and moved on to trying to playing a little guitar because they think that's cooler. So we had borrowed a piano from some friends, which they were very kind to let us have a piano at the house so the boys could practice. And, of course, it's been almost a year since they've quit going over to it. And it's been there. And Sherry's like, we really need to get this piano back to this family. It's kind of an important family heirloom for them. And it's been kind to them. And I said, okay. And then all of a sudden I hear Thursday, hey, the husband is going to come over and get the piano. And since you're about to lose your truck, we need to get that done. So I'm thinking, wow, that's a piano. That's awful heavy, and that's a big boy there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you ever have something you're trying to move out of your house and you can't remember how you got it in, and you walk over to it and go, how did we ever get this in here?
Yeah, I mean you start thinking, what comes off of here, and how did we turn it, and what kind of noise will it make?
So I said to my wife, I said, now, is just Donnie coming?
Ooh.
And she said, yeah. She goes, that's what y'all did last time.
Rick, did you point to the?
Yeah.
You've had surgery.
And then here's
you have
what
a screw in
And
your
then
arm.
here's what I said. I said, I think Boomer was here, my oldest son. And she goes, no, he wasn't here. He wasn't here then. He would have been at football or something. He wasn't here. Okay. So anyway, I'm waiting on him to get there, and it's just, and then the family's gone off to choir and all this, and I'm waiting on Donnie, and he pulls up, and the first words out of his mouth, "Hey, is Blake here?" And I said, "No, he's at college."
Oh no.
He said, "Man, we had Blake last time. How are we gonna get this thing?" I said, "I knew it. I knew he was with us." And we
Little
just
Sarge didn't think so.
look, and we just looked at each other. And look, we just looked at each other and stared at each other.
Oh gosh.
And then we both stood in front of it and said, "How do you think we got this thing in here?"
Oh no.
And then
I know how to do it,
heavy.
Rick. Let it out a window with a rope.
right.
Yes. How many times have
Because
we
on
seen
TV, that always works
That's a
well.
great idea.
Oh, yeah. And it never falls on a car or anything. Never.
It never rolls down a hill.
No.
So we finally figure that we can kind of, and pianos are set up. They're real heavy on one side, and then they got the cubey little legs in the front that are really easy to
Is it an
snap off.
upright piano?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's like a
Is it like
linebacker.
a full piano?
Yeah.
No, the old upright deal, yeah. But it ain't it's the.
What are you talking about?
Is it the upright piano?
Mark, what
Not
is it?
like
Is
a
it,
grand.
Rick, is it the one you
No,
had that you
it's
see in the westerns that are high?
No.
Or is it
you know what I'm talking
the
about.
fat
It's
one?
a kind with the thing you set up, isn't it? It's the big long,
No,
what
no.
I call a grand piano.
No.
It's the upright,
It's
the little
yeah,
square one.
Yeah, the square one.
That's a heavy, salty dog.
Yeah. So we,
You don't want none of
A
that.
heavy, salty dog.
and you,
It is.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Looking forward to being in Tennessee tonight. And we'll be in Henderson, Tennessee. Beautiful. Williams Auditorium. Blake Prime and I from Team Man Church there for the men's conference tonight. It is free, but they do want you to get your ticket so they can organize the seats. And we'll also have some of our resources there in the lobby for you as well, our individual resources. Man, if you want to pick some of those up. So that's tonight. Find the details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events, which is why I'm wearing the state camo from Everyday Outdoors. This one has the state of Tennessee on it. All right, so a couple of things that we need to touch on. Greg, also, just before we leave college football, I know you're on fire for this running back for Boise State.
Don't try to get
And
this
you've been
easy.
following his story.
I have not. I just mentioned they have a
What's his
Heisman Trophy
name?
candidate. I have no idea what
What's his name?
I have no idea.
He'll give you a speech on him.
No, I didn't. He's trying to pull me into what he did with.
You can't
say Signetti.
Signetti.
What is his name?
Signetti.
He's not
I wouldn't
confident
attempt
what he
that. No way. I'd
But
attempt
anyway,
that.
I don't know who he is, but he is supposed to be really good.
He'll give you a speech about Boise's
I
best
haven't given
win is
one
their
speech.
loss to Oregon.
I
And then
quoted
he'll
someone on
say,
that.
then they got a Heisman running back too.
See, unlike you would act like it was your quote. I was quoting someone else.
Right.
that said
Greg
that.
did come to me in the break, and he was ready to give me that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Boise State's biggest win may be their only loss.
I said a guy said that.
You did say a guy said that. You did.
Been following their running back. You know, he's up for Heisman.
And Greg, why would it be their biggest win?
Because they lost by 3 to the number 1 team in the country.
Okay.
So they showed they can play with it.
And their no-name running back, Heisman candidate.
Heisman's candidate. Don't know his name.
Don't know.
Pretty
his
good.
name.
Don't have to know that to put it on the trophy.
Plays on a blue field.
Probably one of the things I
Can't
like.
watch at it.
Probably
Gives me
one
a
of the things I like the most about a 12-team playoff is we no longer have to endure these teams that think they're being overlooked. We could beat anybody.
You know, at South Florida.
You know,
I mean, not South, Central Florida when they claimed.
and Boise that time we had to hear Boise.
Oh, yeah.
So now we can go into the playoff and we'll see. We'll see.
I mean,
Hey,
they got that great running back.
And any team in America can get there if you just win your games.
You just got to win.
Right.
And you can only play the schedule you've been given.
That's right.
So
I love all the lines.
all these things we hear over 1,000 times.
Got Greg choked up.
So anyway, and of course, let's all admit it. We've said this 10,000 times. As fans of college football, we love the 12-team playoff. I love it, but it has completely ruined the Tuesday night reveal show.
Yeah.
Because the Tuesday night reveal show doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Until we know who the conference champions are, it doesn't matter. I mean,
that list is not going to look anything like what you got up there now.
And I used to really enjoy that, the hype of the Tuesday night reveal. But now you're kind of like, well, we're just all piddling around now.
Well, you know, all the other leagues that have playoffs, the reason they don't worry about. I mean, they have a ranking system through the season, but
doesn't matter.
They don't reveal where you might be. When the playoffs start. When the season's over, then we have that day when they tell everybody where they're going.
And that's a big day.
Everybody gets.
That's
all
a fun
hyped
day
up.
when everybody sits around and go, let's see the playoff.
Yeah.
But we're trying to do that on Tuesday nights, and Tuesday nights can't be that.
No.
Yeah, it's
Because we're not there
changed.
now.
It's changed since we don't have the 4-team or the 2-team or whatever.
Greg, in case you're wondering, the running back is Ashton Genty.
Oh, I never got that.
No way.
Dial it in, Greg.
Heisman candidate.
I think it adds to
I've
it. Though,
seen highlights
when
of
you give your speech to like Little Lee Hubbard today about Boise. I think if you could dial that in, it'll
What's
help.
his name again? Ashton Kutcher?
Ashton.
No, Ashton Genty.
Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
Where are you on the blue field?
Don't like it at
Get
all.
on your nerves?
No, I don't like weird
I like
colored
colored fields.
Let me tell you, I've seen one that is worse though.
That red one.
That is bad, but I would
Eastern
say
Washington.
Eastern Michigan has a gray field that looks like a parking lot.
I've seen that,
and it was horrible on TV because it affected the colors of everything.
I bet.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
That was bad.
Green's fine.
Is it Coastal Carolina? Don't they have like the teal?
Yeah, they do.
Anybody care about real grass anymore?
I know you don't hardly see.
Anybody
it
care
much.
about it? Do we want it? Do we miss it?
So I like the grass stain.
I always like real grass the best.
Yeah. Of course, you got bad weather. You got problems.
Yeah, and and two because of just upkeep.
There ain't no sense.
I know this will not surprise you.
Multi-use
Greg.
at high schools.
Yeah, and the fact that you lived in the same county, if you remember, you probably saw it.
That's
Because we usually plays y'all early in the year, so it may not have been. So our dad, who was extremely quirky in every way, never could even understand the concept that you would not practice on the field you're going to play on. He thought a practice field was one of the dumbest things that everybody ever come up with. And we would practice on the game field, even though he had other options. Okay?
Even when it rained.
Even when it rained. And our field would have like no grass by the end of the season.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't care.
Remember we would go from the hash in to the sidelines if the weather was real bad?
Yeah.
We'd just tear one part of it.
But everybody would try to say, Coach Burgess, why don't we use like the baseball field, another field? And he was like, so we're going to leave the field we're going to play on and go practice somewhere else and then come to this field? Why would you? And he tried to do it when he got to college.
not
They wouldn't
sure
let him. He tried to do it when he got to college. You know what he did when he got to college? Got on the lawnmower because it was real grass then and was going to do the maintenance on the field in college. And they're like, Coach Burgess, you have a maintenance crew here.
Yeah, it's not. You're not at the high school.
You're not at the high school anymore.
That and talking about his practices and Rick, even as he got older and he'd go to some of the games with us, he could not stand pregame a kicker kicking with no helmet on.
Gosh,
that drove.
Oh my!
You gonna
gosh.
kick the game with no helmet on?
Well, and for the longest,
and he would sit up and say it the whole time. And overweight referees, he said you can't trust them fat ones; they ain't gonna be in position.
But remember,
grass,
Dad always had comebacks you couldn't refute though. He goes, am I wrong then? So the kicker, when we bring him in the game, so he comes in the game and he has shorts and no helmet on. Is that when he kicks? And you go, no. Well, shouldn't he be kicking in what he has on? What he's going to actually have to kick in? Yeah. So the snapper, is he going to snap with shorts on? No. Okay, so shouldn't he be wearing game pants? Practice pants that are just like game pants? Why would we put people in stuff they're not going to have to do in the game? And you can't really argue against that.
No.
And then somebody got hurt in shorts one day. It was back to full pads all the time.
Yeah.
You even on the day before the game, we're still in full pads because somebody got hurt and something. He's like, and then he said, we don't play in shorts. Of course, now they do.
Now they do.
What is that?
If I could stop,
what is that?
Is he all right with a kicker if he has a helmet on? Kicking if the little metal thing's holding the ball.
Oh, they didn't have.
He never had that, but he would have been totally against it. You know why? Is that how he kicks in the game? Or are we gonna have to snap it and put it down? Yeah. He wanted you to do what you were gonna do in the game. He said, "Is that weird? Shouldn't we prepare for the actual game conditions?" So, but the other thing is, if I could be dictator of college football, duplicate numbers gone.
That drives
the
me
number
nuts.
0 gone. Pulling your pants up to like you're wearing sliding shorts. Gone.
Do they not enforce that at all?
I would do away with those three things. I'm talking about my first day in office.
High school does, but in college, I guess they don't care anymore.
I mean, I've seen some of them that look like they were in shorts.
Why does anybody want to be number 0?
They're just a kicker.
Why does anybody want to be number 0? Why does anybody want to wear a number that somebody else is wearing?
Yeah,
I don't understand I can't even wrap my mind around it.
High schools do it now.
I don't understand it. It drives me crazy.
I wouldn't want to have somebody else's number.
No. So which number 7 are you? Oh, I'm the defensive number 7. Oh, so the stud quarterback. You wear the same number he does. Yep. Why?
Yeah.
I want my own number.
That's the way it is. High school does it.
I want my own number.
Look,
and I ain't wearing 0.
And if you dress over 100, okay, some of those guys that's never going to play,
different.
that you can double a
That's
number
different.
with them.
Yeah.
But I mean, you got 1 through 99. You ought to be able to pull this off.
1 through 99. You don't travel with more than that. You don't play with more than that. There's a number for everybody. Everybody's got their own number.
Do you not? How do you feel about like number 20 on the defensive line?
I don't like that either.
I don't either. And I think kickers ought to be like single digits.
Yes. Don't give me
not number 91.
Your kicker can't be 95.
Defensive linemen shouldn't be single digit numbers.
No, they're too big. You can't even see the number.
It does look ridiculous.
80s and 90s.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so coming out this Friday night, there's a lot of movies coming out this weekend. You've heard them there, whatever. Do not miss Bonhoeffer. Do not miss Bonhoeffer. Bonhoeffer, this story, Bubba, I mean, if I were to come in with the Bonhoeffer true story and say, hey, look at the screenplay I came up with, you say, Burge, we can't do a movie. Nobody's going to believe that. But it actually happened. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, pastor, spy, assassin. If you've never experienced this story, or you're like me, you read it, you knew it, and when I got a chance to see this movie, Sherry and I got a chance to watch it before it came out in theaters. Fantastic movie. Do not miss this movie. Get it on the list. I mean, when you have to shift from I'm a pastor to I'm now a spy and I'm plotting to kill Hitler, I mean, that is big. That is quite a story. So go see it in theaters this weekend. Do you want to find out where it's showing? Go to Angel, because it is an Angel Studios production, angel.com/Rick. Angel.com/Rick. Be sure you go and see Bonhoeffer this weekend.
Last time I had a salty dog, it liked to crush my foot.
Yeah, laugh if you will.
And it's kind of bad when I start thinking to myself, I wonder what time my son's classes are tomorrow. He's 2 hours from this place.
Right. You're going to send a plane to get him?
Yeah. And then you immediately go through your Rolodex of neighbors. No, they're doctors. They can't do it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know not to call me because I have a non-moving policy.
Right. Well, yeah, we have
that clear.
And then
I had to tell somebody that the other day.
And then you feel bad for how many times Bones and Speedy's picture come through your mind. You know what I mean? And you think
I've been low maintenance. Y'all have accused me of running Bones off. It ain't me.
No, but Bones has been pretty laid back.
Yeah.
So
I was way too far away. That worked out.
So then, I mean, you start thinking crazy things like, I wonder if we stand here long enough, somebody will walk up.
Right.
And it's like 6:30 at night.
Like the postman will come up and he's 6'5".
You think to yourself, UPS runs late sometimes. I wonder if this will be his last stop.
Yeah.
And then you just sit there and stare at it and go, how can it get from here to the truck, then back down and in his house?
I know.
Yeah, because you got to go help on that side too.
Yeah, and because then you start thinking, I wonder if I could just send him off, and then what if I could get it loaded in, and I give him the keys to my truck, and he tells me, hey, man, I got neighbors waiting on me on that end. All we got to do is this end.
All right.
And then I keep waiting for that, and he's like, well, I guess you can follow me. Oh, my gosh. This is a two-time.
Rick, this is where you call in professional.
Rick.
Can I just tell you it's worth it?
And then you think this.
Call the
Whatever it
professionals.
calls.
I dropped the TV set. I wouldn't even try a piano.
Look, and then you say this. If we break this thing, then the women are
right.
Yeah. And then that poor man, then I thought, well, he'll be the only one in trouble. But then I thought, no, she'll tell on me. She'll tell on me. She'll call my wife and say, you realize your husband and my husband broke my piano that meant so much to our family. And then I'll be
you'll have to buy him a new one.
I'll be in
because you're the borrower.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'm in as much trouble as him if it goes that way.
Break it, you buy it.
Because there was a side I thought, well, if something wrong with it, I'll be long gone. but then I thought, but then she'll tell on me.
Yeah.
Because women, they'll tell. They'll get on the phone and talk about it. Not when you try to call
and you even think as far as why did my kids take up the harpsiphone or something? Right. Something you could put in your pocket.
Something that's got its own carrying case.
So we wrestle that thing out to the truck.
I can't imagine.
At least it's all on one level, which was huge.
And Rick, you've had surgery. You've had a torn bicep.
Right.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but you need to quit relying on that.
It's kind of like my dad says that he can beat up any 70-year-old man anywhere, but they got to be 70 or older. He said, I don't know about people younger than that, but there's no 70-year-old man that can beat me. I think I'm stronger than a 46-year-old man with a torn bicep. You have to get real specific. Right. You know what I mean?
That lives in Birmingham, Alabama.
Right. That is within like a 40-mile radius. But anyway, so we go to wrestle this baby, and then you get out there and you realize the way they're made. When you go to lift up one end onto the truck, now it's flush to the concrete, and you can't.
Oh, I know.
No,
what you're doing.
you can't. Somebody's got to.
Yeah, and so
somebody's got to get all that weight.
But in a brilliant idea, he said, "If you got skateboards or something," and I said, "You know what? We do."
So you went.
So you tied it to a skateboard.
So we put it. We set it up on a skateboard.
Ooh, nice.
So
This
now,
guy knows what he's
now
doing.
it's not scrubbing, the concrete, and then we just. And then then we go to push it in the truck. Hey, we all love bed liners, but bed liners don't roll real good with little Kibi piano wheels.
No.
So now the
the
unsteady legs are going, and they catch a few.
Yeah, that little bitty.
And I'm like,
it tears it
I
off.
We're gonna snap a leg. And then he thought we were talking about hours. I know, man, mine's hurting. I said, no, the piano. and so
You're gonna ruin the sale.
right, and so we get it in the truck, and then comes the famous. We got to tie it down.
Oh no.
Because it's up now,
it's up.
right?
Yeah, it's up.
Listen, the greatest
You
thing.
turn the corner and
The greatest thing ever invented is them ratchet straps.
Yeah,
but you got to know
can
how to
ratchet
do it.
one out.
Some people don't know how to do it.
We had a
Rick.
bunch, and I kind of let him
Pull
enjoy
them tight, and
I've
you just
seen
ratchet
him.
a few times. Some people
Well, no,
try
no.
to.
Oh, they get too big of a wad.
No,
You
listen
can't do
to me.
that.
Listen to me. I let him tie it down. I went and got the straps.
Okay.
Because, of course, I didn't have any.
Right.
I bought them that day knowing this was coming. So I went and got the straps because in my mind, I was still tarnished of the Entertainment Center of 1991.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, I do too.
They like to never got that out of the highway.
Yeah, I mean,
Of course, Rick never checked up. He just watched it.
How about
Just kept
the
driving.
Entertainment Center fell out and it broke in so many pieces, I never even hit the brakes. I
He just
You're
wrote
that
that
guy.
one off as a loss.
You're that guy.
never went back, never looked at it again, just kept rolling. And I thought to myself, look, it's Presswood. I couldn't afford anything in that day anyway.
Yeah.
When that baby hit, hey, baby, it was gone.
You know, I had a similar experience. I had a ladder get loose one time, and it was one of those extension ladders.
Oh, no.
And I don't know how it blew out of the bed of that truck. But when you look back in your mirror and you see it going end over end out.
All right, here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today as we start a new one. Coming to you from the Big Boy Studio. Loving it, hanging out. You can join us. We'll get some of your phone calls in this hour. How about I just did something pretty cool? Those of you watching on YouTube, you won't get it. But I'm playing some bed music for everybody else. And I accidentally hit the Rick and Bubba theme trying to play the Ken Osborne introduction of everybody. And the beat was exactly the same. And it hit on the beat exactly the same, and it sounded like it was part of the song.
There you go.
I love when cool things like that happen. A couple of things to run down. We got a lot to cover. Let's start with the press trying to speak to the current president. I don't know if y'all know this. Joe Biden is currently president. Now
we forgot and he forgot.
Yes, we lose him in the Amazon forest. We can't get him around for a group picture. We don't really know where he's going. And the press, I think, is starting, especially when you do things like allowing the long-range missiles to be shot at Russia. People are kind of wanting to hear from him. They're kind of wanting to know what he's doing and maybe
What the
thought process is on all these things.
What if when he came out of the rainforest, he had on the native guard? He had like one of them discs in his lip.
Even though I know it's a different part of the world, so I do know that, but I'm just doing this because we're making up a scenario. And then he began to do the New Zealand thing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so here we go. Here is the press yelling at Biden to try to get him to say something about escalating the Russian-Ukrainian situation.
As a gift to the press, will you please talk to us? Mr. President, President Biden! Please, we haven't heard from you all press! Mr. President!
All Is that made up?
No. There's a story on this. So that's the traveling reporters that went with him on the trip, and they're saying for the entire trip he was never accessible to them. They never got to talk to him. They only got to see him once or twice. One reporter said he even went to the point of writing something on a notepad and holding it up. He would never be interviewed by him, and they're screaming at him, trying to get him to talk to him, and he just ignored them all the time.
So you don't think that was somebody doing a voiceover?
No, that's real. We actually got a call about this yesterday, and I looked in many places, and this was posted. And it looks like it's real and hilarious.
Now, is that the same lady that was in the rainforest calling for the trees?
I think it was, Bo. Now she's a reporter.
Yeah. She's moved up the range.
But they said he would disappear on Air Force One, rarely be seen, so protected and out of it that a lot are going, he needs to step down. There's no way he can even finish 2 months.
I saw that article today that some people are going, you need to step down.
So if he does,
he can't step down. That'll mess up Trump's numbering system. He won't be 47. He'll be 48.
But then that also will make Kamala Harris the first female president in U.S. history.
Yeah, it would. For
yeah,
a few
but
weeks.
Do you want to get it that way?
You talking about
by somebody stepping down, giving it?
You talking about handing it to you, all of a sudden snatching it back?
That's going to kind of go against that whole thing.
But it does mess the numbers up. Yeah.
Stop it right now! We will stop this tournament. This is stupid.
So there you go.
Well, that was a different one.
It was. But she sounded like her.
Fitting.
She sounded like her a little bit too.
Mr. President!
Speak to us for your birthday.
Try the rainforest lady.
What do they call? What is it called in here?
What's that?
Trees?
In here.
Tree people?
See if that's old growth.
That's it. It's old growth. You're right. That is it.
Mr. President! I want more!
Yeah, there it is.
Our president! The old grove president! Trees I've seen! And tell them that we love them! And
Good night.
Trees.
What an idiot.
could you say something? Why'd you say that?
How can
Greg,
any
I
human?
think that falls into moron.
Yeah, moron if you're from the South.
Bubba, the press now asks someone who will answer questions. Sometimes we wish he wouldn't, but he will, and that is President-elect Donald Trump and former President. Donald Trump here, a lot of
got the hat on.
A lot of people are kind of like, what do you think? I don't know about Matty Gates. You rethinking the Matty Gates thing? He's asked that question. Here we go.
Mr. President, are you reconsidering the nomination of Matt Gaetz?
No.
Just a quick no.
Pretty clear there.
No.
Of course, Gates, if you notice, he looks like either Beavis or Butthead. I don't know which one it is. That's funny.
It's like a mix of the two.
But he also looks like, when you're trying to be funny and you take your upper gum and you make it dry and you let your lip hang on it.
Uh-huh.
He looks like that, too. Like he's constantly got his upper lip.
Any other quirks you want to run down for us?
Gracious.
Anything else you picked up there, Greg?
Y'all don't think he's weird looking?
Well, no, I was going to say this.
This is the weird looking bunch I've ever seen.
I think Trump is going with loyalty over anything else.
This right here.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about.
See it?
Listen,
watch him next time.
Listen on this. When you show,
let me tell you something.
Yes,
that's it. Fire Marshal Bill.
How's it go?
By the way,
that's also Bucky Beaver.
You take your hand, dry your gum out.
There's something right now. If I
class.
bring it up, you won't be able to take your eyes off of it. And I've been asked not to speak of it again at home and watching Fox News. But I wonder if I should do this because it's going to change a lot of people's experience if I do. But let me go back.
Do you want us to beg you not to do it before you do it? Or
Correct.
Are you just going to go ahead and say
Listen to Matty Gates first. I want to say this, not listen to him. When you played the old clip of him the other day, Adler, it seems like he's evolved and is looking stranger. He didn't look as strange then. It's like
I know. When he was younger,
I think the porch is out further.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Did you notice when we showed that old clip of him?
I thought the same thing.
He didn't. Okay, so
now his lip was still hung on his gum.
The lighting has a lot to do with it too.
Real quick on Matty Gates, and this helps me.
Now I've got Adler's
because I don't like the allegations.
Well, no, who would?
I'm just reading this off Twitter, but it's a great point. The Biden DOJ, not the Trump DOJ, the Biden DOJ intensively investigated the possible crimes by Matt Gaetz. After 18 months of leaking to destroy his reputation in the press, the Biden DOJ decided they couldn't even charge him and close the case. That helps. That helps me even, frankly.
Yeah.
Because I don't like any of that. I think if you're doing illegal things, you should be prosecuted if you're a Republican or a Democrat.
Just work on that upper lip.
And
they
my voice sounds great.
They didn't prosecute the representative that had the affair with Fang either.
Right.
Good point, Bubba. All things fang fang.
We're going to put the scoreboard up here.
Right.
Let's look at
It's
all
fun
of
to
it.
say
rain,
fang.
A little bit of rain on that. All right, so here is Scott.
Yeah, Rick, ain't nothing creepy about him. I'll tell you. Good night.
I will just tell y'all
He's the
this.
definition of creepy.
The thing that y'all are going to beg me not to say. So, Laura Ingram
That has
Laura
the
Ingram, Rick,
Ingram
that's Little
angle.
House on the Prairie, buddy.
But Rick, she has the Ingram angle,
Right.
which is why you're confusing.
You are correct. She has got this thing when she's not talking, she does that.
She does Five Marshal Bill?
She takes her teeth.
What are y'all doing to me?
She takes her teeth and moves it to the front. And if she's just standing there looking at the camera while somebody else is talking, or she's listening to audio clip, she takes her teeth and goes,
"Are you serious?" Never noticed that.
Oh, I haven't. I can't.
I will.
Now it's all I see.
Is it only one side up, or is it the whole thing?
Yeah, it doesn't cover. All of her teeth don't come forward. About 3 of them do.
Oh.
And they sit right here.
I want to thank y'all for doing this to me.
Is she moving her mouth a little bit to what she's hearing?
People do that. People do that.
She's mouthing it back.
Yeah.
Right.
Lip mouthing.
They go out there and they just sit like this.
You ever
Now,
telling somebody something? They're going,
my family
Yes.
claims that I mouth while they're talking. My response.
I've seen you do that.
I've done
yeah,
it.
you're
I've
working on
been
it.
accused of that too.
Right. I've
Uncontrollably.
I've had people, I'll be talking to them, and they are mouthing what I'm saying to them as I am saying it. And I'm like, how are you predicting what I'm saying to you right now?
Now, we also have
That's
those.
usually a sign you've run this one before.
I play that game with River, but some people do it like in real life.
Well, there's also that finish the word for you.
Oh,
They hit the last part of the
the
word.
sentence?
Yeah, down. Yeah.
I've got 3 of those. I've got 3 of those in my life, and at some point I got to say something.
So I'm going to go down and get down the store. Yeah.
Oh no, I know exactly what you're talking
You
about.
got that cut grass.
And then I realized that they were the one doing it. Yeah. You know, you're like, well, yeah, I'd like to have said that.
Yeah, that's where I was headed.
Jerk? Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah, he's a jerk. Yeah.
Phone calls are next. We'll go phone trolling. All 10 lines are open.
Available.
Here we go, America. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know if you've seen this story or not out of Paris, and I don't like the sound of this at all. I mean,
You say Patty?
because I don't like scary movies at all or anything to do with them, but I do remember the horrifying movie Pet Sematary.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, buddy, that
Rick.
thing is bad news.
Yeah, I liked some of those when I was younger. I don't care for them now.
You can't.
Some of the commercials for some of them
Well,
are
you know
so
why?
scary you can't even watch
you
them.
know why? I mean, when you're a kid, you don't understand the realm of what's really going on right there.
Right. It's all just funny.
But I
games.
never liked them growing up.
I didn't either.
either.
I was petrified.
Yeah.
And don't want anything to do with them now.
No.
And even when it comes to this Halloween thing, hey, look, what's wrong with letting your kid be Buzz Lightyear? Okay, let's not dress our kid up as Satan or a serial killer.
Right.
There's just something twisted about that. How about Belle, a princess, something like that?
Put him in a morph suit and let him run around.
Yeah, let's not have our daughter making
Go as Orange Justice.
Yeah, let's not have our daughter being a female wizard or black magic. Just something nice, be fine. What a ballerina. Bubba, here we go. Here's the headline: French dog poisoned and buried alive survives.
Ethan was his name, Rick, or is his name?
Well, I'm telling you, those Jack
He came back.
Those Jack Russells are really something, but I didn't know they had this in them.
Rick, according to that movie, sometimes Dad's better. Did he come back normal?
Well, that's Greg. That's where I want to go. Let's get an update. Now, right now, we're all happy that the dog has come back from the grave. But I got news for you. That's never good.
What the old guy that played Herman Munster say?
Sometimes dead is better.
That's what he said.
Came back alive, Bubba, on his third birthday.
That's what he said.
After somebody tried to kill him. You're not going to believe this.
Poisoned and buried alive.
This is something. How about this? They said that the dog was flat as a pancake.
Rick,
come on,
when
Rick.
it was dug. I'm telling you, that's what it said. Bubba, just say it in paragraph 3.
It says the little white dog with a black ear was flat as a pancake when he was dug up from his grave Tuesday.
Do y'all know how flat a pancake is?
That's flat.
Now,
Somebody's exaggerating. That just means he looked dead.
Why'd they dig him up?
Because a man saw him moving.
Yeah, a guy saw the dirt moving, went over to see what the deal was.
Saw the dirt moving.
Let me tell you something. When I see dirt moving over a dog grave, I keep on rolling. I don't go anywhere near that. You're asking for a canine haint like that.
They dug him up. They actually had some firemen help get him to a veterinary's office. The fireman who carried the dirt-covered terrier to the office said he was completely cold, barely breathing.
Flat as a pancake.
Yeah, he's been buried.
Flat as a pancake.
So they used hot water bottles.
They blow him up. What?
They used hot water bottles to warm up his seemingly lifeless body.
Okay.
The dog was so cold his veins had collapsed, and it was hard to find one to hydrate him. But within 24 hours, the dog was back on his feet.
Look out.
If he's got funny-looking eyes like that cat did.
There's a follow-up story to this from Paris. Crazed Jack Russell Terrier haunts the streets of Paris.
Oh, yeah.
Jack the Ripper, Jack Russell Terrier. Jack Russell Terrier the Ripper.
Apparently, the dog was having convulsions from the poisoning, which was causing the ground to move. When a passerby saw that and dug the dog up.
So what's
a passerby just happened to see the ground move.
That's what it says. It said Ethan was identified through a microchip that showed all of this happened on his 3rd birthday.
Rick, the country of origin is England. All right. I can imagine the little Jack Russell talking from the under.
Let me say this.
No, they said it was Paris is where this is coming.
Well, but I'm just saying the origin of a Jack Russell Terrier is England.
No.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Let me say this. Okay, hold on just a second.
Who was Jack Russell, by the way?
Listen, we're just ignoring. He must have discovered this terrier mix. Let me say this. We're just ignoring, the dog was poisoned.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Don't forget that.
The dog was poisoned. He wasn't just buried.
Yeah.
He was buried, thought dead due to the poisoning.
Right.
The police, after they identified him with this chip, said the previous owner of the dog said he had given the dog away, but police are investigating his claims.
Oh, he poisoned the little fella.
Let me tell you, I don't know who poisoned him, but he's the first to go.
Oh yeah, when Jack gets the reason he's back.
When
Jack's back.
You know what?
When he learns how to hold a knife in that little paw, it's over.
He's going to be laying in the bed, and he's going to hear little toenails on that hardwood floor.
You know that.
Hey, them Jack Russells can jump too.
Hello,
they
boy.
go for his throat.
Hello, boy. You want to come into the bed with me?
Phone troll time. Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Lines are available if you want to reach us at 866 We Be Big. Come on. Speedy is taking the phone calls now. And there's about maybe half the lines available if you want to try to get in. We're 10 lines strong. We'll start in Pleasant Valley, where Gregory lives. And Jody is standing by. Jody, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. And you too, Greg.
Thank you, Jody.
Listen, hey, did y'all hear RFK's sister when she was bashing him about supporting Trump? Her voice sounds like she's got the same kind of issues. Have y'all seen that? Have her pull it up for you?
We have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have seen that. We played that actually a while back when we were making the connection that this is something genetic throughout the Kennedy family. So, but when you
ever heard her sing "Total Eclipse of the Heart" though? It's awesome.
Greg. Let's go to John in Ozark, Alabama. John, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I think all that hyperventilating over COVID helped us retake the White House. By shutting the schools down for so long, they bolstered the maturity of our first-time voters.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Well, I do think the way the government handled the pandemic, the open border, all those things we kept mentioning, it led to this overwhelming victory for Trump and the Republicans, because America looked at the way the current state of the Democratic Party. They looked at how their lives looked and all these things while they were in power, and the majority rejected it. Don't want any more of that.
Yep.
Let's continue. Let's go to David in Montgomery, I-92. Go ahead, David. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, it just dawned on me. I haven't heard y'all mention an intern's name. And so another question is, with all those educated interns, is there going to be plans for a Rick and Bubba homecoming?
Probably not. I don't know how that we would pull that off when you think of how many of them there are.
They're all spread
plus,
out.
we don't even know.
There's over 200.
Yeah. So that I don't think that would be possible.
They're literally all over the country.
Yeah, we've had some that pop in.
They got kids now.
Even over the last couple of weeks, that were in town and it popped in and popped by. That's about as good as we can do. We continue 866 We Be Big. How would you even pronounce that name? Cherisy?
I can't say it.
Cherisy?
It's Cherie.
Cherie. Okay, that must be Speedy's attempt to spell that. Go ahead. All right.
Yep, I was just calling to say I love the show, and I was wondering if you guys have ever watched the show I'm in Love with a Mama's Boy. The worst one, this latest season, there's a set of twins. One of them has lived with the mom and his wife and their 4 kids for 15 years.
Wow.
He takes his mom on a date night every Friday.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, and they have no problem telling their wives that mama is number one and she's far number one over you being number 2.
Wow.
That's a problem there.
Yeah, don't marry anybody that says that or acts that way.
Well,
you get a 1,000-pound version of that.
I've heard a lot of them say that they want to marry someone who respects their mom.
Of course, yeah.
But
honors
very
their
clearly,
mom.
very clearly, when you get married, wife becomes number one.
Absolutely. No, and that was one of the things.
Move out of the house. Leave your father and mother.
I wasn't a huge fan of this Tom Hanks here thing. And that was one of the things that bothered me the entire time is he never would move out of his parents' house. He made his wife live there with his parents.
Really?
Yes.
Well, there may be economic reasons in some of that. But overall, we're still talking about number one versus, you got to have an order of priority.
Sure, absolutely.
And it doesn't mean that you abuse 2 or 3 or 4, but you have to have priorities.
Well, like he would always have some excuse why they couldn't move. And she was kind of like, I think you just maybe don't want to.
Y'all, I'm looking at some of these pictures from I Love a Mama's Boy and the gentlemen that are in these situations. I think there might be more to it, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha. I'm getting a lot of reports that there's a Dirty Dancing scene on 1,000-Pound Sisters this week. I hadn't seen it. I got it recorded.
I did. It's not going to be the part where he holds her up over her head.
No, they ain't going to do that.
Because we may have a pancake.
Hey, we'll have injuries.
Bubba, I don't think any of us have to be concerned that that's going to happen.
No, they have a new one that I haven't watched it, but it's on the same channel, 1,000-Pound Friends. It's a little group of fat people.
Greg, why?
The 1,000-Pound Friends.
Why do you watch these things?
No, Tammy and Amy, I can't help it because they're funny.
Okay.
Golly, they're
But
funny.
you seem to, if people are, enormously
TLC's
obese,
got a theme.
You tend to be drawn to that.
Well,
couldn't you find
1,000-Pound Friends?
Couldn't you find people who are funny like that don't have?
Well,
that?
yeah, but they don't have shows, Rick.
Okay. You know what I'm waiting on, and I think this will tie Greg's interest and my interest. 1,000-pound astronaut.
Bubba, that would
he
be
let
awesome.
He let himself go after it was over.
Picture him floating around in there.
You see him that big floating around in the space station.
Look, anyway, he's got his helmet on, his face is off.
Almost like Mylar balloons.
And in Mission Control, they said, what kind of weight we got? Hey, throw some more thrust on
Wow.
Good night.
We got to get to orbit.
Let's
get that thing in.
Let's go to MAGA. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Howdy. I just wondered if y'all thought we need to let Rosie O'Donnell know about that squirrel that the FBI might show up and just take it out.
Does she have a squirrel?
Uh-oh. You better not. They'll show up and get it right out of there. Ask Peanut.
She's been outside talking to the squirrels, feeding them ever since Donald Trump won. True story.
She wasn't feeding squirrels until he won?
Well, I don't know when she started it, but she's been on this TikTok and she's been showing herself with that squirrel, just talking to it.
Okay. Who is this?
Rosie O'Donnell. They're in her backyard, and she's like, "Come here, squirrel." Come here.
I saw where Ellen did move to the UK.
I saw that too. Is that true?
Her and Rosetta Stone.
Yeah.
Rosie something.
Rick, do you remember our grandmother? Now, she didn't let the squirrels live in the house with her.
Yeah.
But she would walk to her window. The squirrels would run down the rail, tap on the window.
Yep.
She'd throw the window open and hand them bread, and they'd take it out of her hand and run.
Yeah,
off.
I do remember that. Yeah.
But she didn't live with them.
Yeah.
They lived in the backyard.
Meemaw was never known to be afraid of rabies.
No, didn't bother her at all.
We continue.
Tuesday, I had bats in the belfry.
Did you? Yogi, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Gonna miss you, man. I got a Hugh Freeze was not allowed to come. Nick Saban hire him because the commissioner at that time, Ole Miss was still serving the sanctions that he caused, and.
Yeah, we actually said that, yo. You must.
Yeah,
have missed
you
that.
mean? I didn't hear that. I've had you on. I just must have missed it. But the other thing, Ukraine.
He was an NIL forerunner.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Remember when they were at draft day?
I took up his second time.
You remember when he was at draft day with his, how the coach would be with the players, and all of a sudden they started showing that text message from that guy's mom about him paying his power bill or something.
Elvis calling from Memphis. AE.
Elvis?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. This is Elvis Presley calling from Memphis, Tennessee.
Hey, buddy. Lost it a little bit there, Dan.
I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you very much for all your years of service. Entertainment business is rough, but y'all doing a great job. And my friends told me I had to say monkey grass, whatever that means. Monkey grass.
Out of respect for Elvis.
Not a great one.
Out of respect
Rick,
for
it's like
Elvis.
he was sticking his toe in the water to be Elvis, but he just couldn't fully commit.
It's like he had a smidge of Elvis.
His friends told him he had it.
And he
had to
realized
call it
that to
right.
monologue, you need to have a lot of Elvis.
Yes, he had but 2 words that he
Thank
did
you.
really good.
Thank you, Silla.
Thank you very much. After that, he was lost.
I think we might do Elvis better.
Absolutely, we do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, I do. We should parle français.
Wow. That's weird.
But what if that was the thing? Everybody, when they go,
You want it
the
to
last
be a
thing
sweet
everybody
story,
hears,
but it's so weird.
the last thing everybody hears is the sound of a little house dog's toenails on the hardwood floor before they were taken out. Here he comes.
Here, puppy.
Jack the Ripper, Russell Terrier.
He could put that little knife in his mouth and jump. You know how
How about this?
athletic
How about
they
this?
are.
Just take his teeth and attack your jugular.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Russell.
Yeah, he don't need a knife. What am I thinking?
He's a dog. He
He's a
doesn't need a
dog.
knife.
He's got killer teeth.
Now
I mean,
I'm
he's a mini wolf.
Now I'm gonna tell you this: if a Jack Russell Terrier is gonna take me out, though, I mean that's something I better bring it.
And I better be asleep.
I think I can. I think
Well, you
I
know
can,
how fast they are.
I know they're extremely quick.
Yeah. And how they can bark. Just. I mean, what if all those were
Confuse you.
that quick?
They're smart little fellas.
Hey, they are very smart. Of course.
Look at here. Look at here.
Hard to kill too.
Check this out. They're talking about post World War II. I'm on Wikipedia here, and we're going through all the who it was named after, John Russell, and all that. Apparently, they like getting in the ground a little bit. Look at this.
Well, they can go get them. They can get in burrows and things.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you one thing too.
What about old JRT?
And then how to burrow out.
How about this?
apparently.
They don't die easy.
No, they don't.
That's why he was at home in a burrow.
You know who's to blame? The guy who stopped. If the ground's moving, just keep on going.
Well, the guy who stopped should be a hero.
Yeah, but he's not. When this
The
thing
dog
starts
should know that-
when this thing starts terrorizing Paris, he ain't gonna be no hero.
No. Forget Jack the Ripper.
You don't bring poison dogs out of the grave. It's not good. Sometimes dead is better.
But look, let's go back to the ground moving.
She quote the monsters.
He's got to really be moving for just a passerby to see.
They said he was having a convulsion because of the poison. Said if
Well,
he
they
hadn't
didn't-
been poisoned, he probably wouldn't have been.
They didn't dig that hole too deep either. It looked like.
Well, you're in a hurry when you poison somebody's microchip dog.
Yeah.
Trust me on that.
Rick.
No, I'm just saying. I would assume.
It would seem that way.
I would totally assume that. While they'll bark.
In a related dog story here, Rick, before the segment's over, dog bites happen to 4.7 million Americans each year.
By the way, that's a lot.
And about 800,000 of those bites require medical attention, but experts say there are steps we can take to prevent dog bites. I bet these are going to be dandy. What do you think?
Are these the same people that brought us the education on how to tell when a chimpanzee is agitated?
Right.
Yeah, I'll tell you when he's ripping somebody's face off.
Yeah. Chewing their fingers. There's one.
It says that we should learn how to read a dog's body language.
Oh, yeah.
So they don't feel threatened. Most dogs that bite are only doing so because they are scared and want to warn you to back away.
Not true. They're just
the most important thing to remember is space. Don't go into that dog's personal space.
How do I know how far his personal space extends?
They all have different levels.
They all have different levels. Some don't like you on the road near it. I'm on the road. This ain't your property. They don't know that. You know why? They're a dog. They think it's all theirs.
No, I've dealt with a lot of dogs in my former job, and you know when they're serious. There's no doubt about it.
It's
a terrible feeling. It's horrible.
They recommend turning your body to the side so that you look less threatening. Apparently, this is from the animal world.
That's how I lost half a love handle one time. Be careful.
They said put your hand in a fist and hold it down so the dog can come and sniff your fist. When you meet a dog as well, don't stare in its eyes. Don't smile at it because smiling can be mistaken as you showing your teeth or a threat. I'm just telling you what this stuff is.
Listen, I tell you what you need. You need some of that spray. All right, better than that, get you a hot leg off some 1/0 triplex and use it as a whip.
A what?
1/0 triplex is wire. You get the hot leg, it's got insulation on it, and you use it as a whip. They hate that.
Well, yeah.
They,
most people would. Oh, man, you can tear them up with that.
Rick, they said also in a questionable situation, a dog is less likely to bite you if you pet it on the back or the back of the neck as opposed to the top of the head. It might consider a move toward the head as an aggressive move. Also, don't yawn or lick your lips. That may be a sign that the dog thinks that you are making an aggressive move.
It sounds like to me the only people that can never be bit by a dog are people in a coma. Yeah, I mean, my gosh,
no movement at all.
There's an awful lot of movements I got to avoid.
Turn sideways, pet it on the back. Don't look at it in the eye.
Don't yawn. I like that one.
That wouldn't have bit me if I hadn't got sleepy around it.
Tell that to Papa who got killed by Rottweilers that day just going to get his mail.
Yeah, they just mean. 5 minutes past. Rick and Bubba show, having a blast today. Thank you for being with us. MyPillow.com. Right now, go there. Some great gift ideas for Christmas. I'm talking about the standard MyPillow normally sells for $50. Ooh, a little steep. But now, $14.88. Yeah. Ha! The queens are $18.88. So much, got a great deal there. And also, if you want to go with the king size one, $19.88. So great gift idea. The My Coffee for Christmas, really good, delicious coffee. Top 1% Arabica grade, whole bean, ground, or pods, 50% off right now. How about socks? $3.75 a pair. Good little stocking stuffer there. So if you want to find out more, just go to mypillow.com/BigVox. Use that, or just go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you order $75 or more, then you get free shipping. So take advantage of that right now. Scott Jennings, Bubba, we enjoy Scott. He really probably is helping to save CNN because probably they have more audience with the Scott Jennings types on there versus what they had before. And he is talking again on yet another panel, making many at CNN sad, causing Rachel Maddow over at MSNBC to weep. He is saying the Democrats, they got to look at this mandate that America just gave them. And he said one of the things you got to go back to is you got to bring men back to the party. So here's Scott Jennings, courtesy of CNN.
Is that men feel like Democrats and the society that is built up around this viewpoint is constantly looking over their shoulder. The professional fainting society waiting to hear what thing offends them next, and is it coming out of your mouth, and what am I going to do to you when I hear it come out of your mouth? And the way men talk to each other, the way men interact with each other, I think in Trump they see somebody who is sort of immune from the cancellation society or immune from the group of people who would try to police it. Democratic Party's emphasis or de-emphasis on the need for strong family units, strong fathers, strong men to take care of families. I mean, there has been a rejection of that on the left in this country, and I think
it also could just
there's consequences to
what's Montel doing?
Yeah, I saw Montel sitting there. I don't think that's Montel Williams, but sure did look like him, didn't it?
No, I think that is Montel.
Is that Montel? He had a little bit of a frowny face on, didn't he? they can be mad at Scott Jennings and they cannot listen if they want to. Everything he just said is right.
Yeah.
You have men less likely to be drawn to the current state of the Democratic Party because they're made to feel that they're not welcome.
Well, not that. They're blamed for everything.
That's what I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're going to go there and be deemed the great evil,
why go?
I mean, I don't think I want to be part of that.
No.
And
Nobody wants to be
and then what they say, if you want to still be a man and be in our party, we're going to remove these attributes of being a man from you. And most men go,
both of them.
Now I don't feel like a man.
Yeah.
Both of them, Greg.
Just saying.
All right, well, we got it. Here we go next. He's also going to say, which we've said 1,000 times, this Hitler rhetoric y'all chose was a terrible strategy. Here we go.
I'm amazed. I did not expect Hitler to get so many meeting requests. First from Joe Biden, now from Mika and Joe. It's amazing that literal Hitler is getting all these meeting requests. And what it tells me, Professor, is that all the rhetoric that came from the left, from the Democrats, from the White House, from Kamala Harris, and everyone else before the election, all of the rhetoric, the fascism, the Hitler, the Nazi rally, it was all a bunch of BS. They didn't mean any of it. And if I were in the Democrat sort of rabble's shoes, I would be looking at all my leaders and going, "Did you just BS me for an entire 6 weeks before the election?"
Yeah.
He's the cowboy in there.
All right, so I didn't know this was happening. You know, one of the things everybody, and y'all are asking us about it, and we have talked about it a couple times, is that we have all these professional athletes and entertainers are starting to do the Trump dance. And this is this silly little dance that he does that he even said that Melania would ask him to please stop doing.
And I understand why.
Yeah, but he would not stop doing it because he's not the most coachable person.
Because people wanted him to stop.
But now it's become his thing.
Yeah.
And now people are starting to do it. And apparently somebody has tried to compare this to Colin Kaepernick kneeling for the national anthem.
Yeah, and I
my
listed this clip here as a little bit shorter, but I think to be fair, I'm going to back it up just a little bit to hear what they actually said.
Okay.
And then you'll hear Scott comment on that. So here is CNN.
Doing the Trump dance on the field. It's fine. But they did lose their minds when NFL players like Colin Kaepernick did not take a political stance, but took a social justice stance. There's a distinction between those two things. It is interesting that there's been this big turnaround, it seems.
Yeah, it is. You look at all the times that any player was kneeling or anything, they all had this kind of conviction within themselves that this is what I believe, this is what I'm going to do. They articulated it very well to the media, starting with Colin Kaepernick. And you saw the video where a lot of the media, the conservative media and conservatives were really pushing against these NFL players to get them to stop talking about politics. But then, you fast forward to today and people are having a little fun with the Trump dance. Now, the Trump dance is, it's weird, it's new-ish, and it's ridiculous, so which also makes it trendy.
Right, yeah,
catchy.
it's like a TikTok dance.
Yeah, it is, right. And so I don't think that's going to be something that players are going to be doing into next year. It's just kind of something new that players are doing, and they all when you make a play, you celebrate, you want to do something that's fun and trendy, and they're doing the Donald Trump dance because that's the fun and trendy thing right now.
I don't think it's right to equate this Trump dance, which I agree with you, it's kind of a fun, trendy thing that's going on, with the overt political statements that some players were attempting to make, but then also these whole sort of cultural movements that were built around some of these players to try to force everyone else to participate in it. I see these things as totally different. I don't see these players necessarily participating in politics as much as they are just sort of participating in the current pop culture. I think they're two totally different things. And these players are not out there trying to browbeat their teammates into joining them if they don't want to.
Right.
It's a fact. Good point.
Yeah, totally different.
Yeah.
One was being disrespectful to the flag and the country.
A little different.
As a way of them expressing their displeasure with America. The other one is just something fun, and what is funny about it is how goofy it is.
Yeah. And all this is coming off the NFL making an official ruling that they have no issue with the dance because some were trying to say it was a political statement, which breaks the rules of the NFL, which they don't rarely enforce, or they don't enforce. And they said they had no issue with it.
I compare this. Do you remember when the players would do the Fortnite dances when baseball players when they steal a base? I think it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, again,
You'll see a lot of that at second base this year.
It's lazy.
Yes, you will.
It's lazy to say what was said. Well, everybody was all against Colin Kaepernick and all those players. Now they're all about this. See, and that's classic.
Two different things.
Classic far left move because it's all emotional and in order to actually compare the two, you would have to really walk out this whole thing and go, well, maybe they're not comparable, they're not comparable, and they won't do that. But Scott Jennings will.
They're not doing it during the national anthem,
right?
Yeah. And the best point he made, they don't
pressure
force others to. You must do it also.
You remember the whole thing was our whole deal was we were told players that wouldn't kneel hated black people. And they're like, nah, we're just trying to be respectful to the country we live in.
Oh, remember, the players that wouldn't join in.
Yeah, and Scott makes that point that nobody's pressuring anybody to do the Trump dance, or else you're anti anything.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a stretch, but again, if you throw out these things in a real broad, emotional way, and you don't have a Scott Jennings around, you get away with it.
Yeah.
To point it out,
but not Scott Jennings.
Oh well, one of the worst things for this when you have an emotional worldview is to have somebody in the room that won't be pulled into emotion and actually demands that you talk about what you're actually saying.
Walk this out,
back it up.
And when that happens, usually it kind of falls apart as it did there. So we'll come back. More to cover on today's program. More stories. We'll get more of your phone calls in as well. Also, don't forget, and I told you tomorrow, be ready to go. A couple of big announcements coming tomorrow on the show concerning the Rick and Bubba store. So be ready for that, especially if you're looking for gifts for Christmas. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hunter and Caitlin Bussey join us again here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Hunter celebrating his birthday this week, 14 years old. How about that? 14.
How does it feel?
God,
we can't see
weird.
you nodding, Hunter.
That's weird.
Cool, I guess. I don't know.
Do you feel different?
Not really.
Did you feel different when you went to 13?
Not really, no.
No different at all?
Not really.
What about the fact your voice get a little bit lower? Your voice has dropped down just a little bit. Got hair under your arms. Starting to stink a little bit.
When did I have hair under my arms?
Well, let's
when
see.
Did you?
Well, I just figured.
You came up with that. You're like you're trying to check me. Like,
well, I need to know. I mean, I got to see if it looks like you got butt wheat in a headlock yet.
I mean, we're not in the airport. You're like, hey, you got hair yet?
Yeah. Well, it's important. That's my job to check, see how we progressing.
That's what uncles do.
That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember that at school. When word got out that Greg the Bull Olsen had hair in his arm, we had to see.
Oh yeah,
Of course,
yeah,
I'm
it's big
checking,
news.
and I wanted to check out his biceps and all that.
Yeah, Speedy's been over checking your muscles. You leaning out a little bit.
How I'm right-handed and my left bicep is bigger than my right one, which is kind of weird.
Could that be from tennis? What would cause that?
No, I think it may be back from when he broke his wrist.
Well,
and we just never got it back up to speed. But we're going to work on that too. But as the caller said, we were in Tuscaloosa last night at Northridge High School, which was one of the new schools over there. We played the Southview Junior High tennis team, and our Briarwood teams had big wins yesterday, their first wins of the season. So we were very excited about that. So it was a good trip for everybody.
Now, so both teams played?
Yeah, the girls and the boys. Yes, Caitlin does not play. She's still in 6th grade.
Okay, all right, I got you. So were you on the trip, Caitlin?
I was, but I didn't get to play, so.
Mm.
She was there cheering on her brother.
Yeah, did you? Well, she can't coach. I guess you can't.
She's cheering on her brother.
That's what I mean. Can you do things like that?
Yeah, you pull for your team. Yeah.
Right. How does it? I mean, do you have to be quiet though at certain times?
Yeah, you don't want to be cheering when people are serving, but you can cheer between points or cheer on the team or whatever.
I don't want to be a bad influence on your children.
Right. Rick, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but I'm worried about that disclaimer.
What I'm saying is this though: could you?
It's a more polite cheer than it is a venomous type cheer.
Right. So I'm going to go down that road because I know you can't scream at people.
Right.
But could say Caitlin or Hunter, if Caitlin's playing, watching their sibling.
Right.
There's a huge connection there. Just about the time the person they're playing gets the ball up for the serve, go meow.
No,
you can't do that.
What about a sneeze? Like you? Oh, excuse me.
No, probably not. Probably not.
You can't help it when you sneeze.
They probably just wouldn't hit the ball.
Coughing?
Not really during that particular moment. It's kind of like I would put it very close to Tiger Wood putting.
Woods.
Yeah. I don't know.
Whatever.
So it's the same deal. Yes. But now we've shot, we've scored.
in between the points, cheer on,
come
way
on
to
now,
go.
come on, yeah, come on, man.
Good hustle,
Right.
that way.
Yeah.
Hang in there, come on.
Yeah, I got you. So, Hunter, how'd you play?
Or one
last
of Betty's favorite cheers, get the lead out.
Right. Hunter played good last night?
Yes, he did. Got his first win.
How about Hunter Bussey?
And singles. So we played.
Ooh, singles.
Played
Yeah.
a very, very good player.
Make it sound so bad.
Did you show him
That's a lot of running.
Did you show him your bicep after you beat him?
No.
No, I tell you, Hunter was his tank was getting a little low toward the end. We didn't want that thing to go on much longer.
Well, he told me that. We were talking about that's the reason I was
Yeah.
asking. You were saying, hey, you were running a lot.
Yeah, I was yelling out, "Let's go eat." After we were done. I mean, right after. I mean, I
well, we
sprinted to
made a
the car.
mistake.
Well, you've been trained.
Hunter, waiting to go on, they played a doubles match, and him and his partner Griffin had won that, and they were waiting to go on, and we were starting to make some plans for after the match. And I think Hunter heard Mexican food, and I think that may have been a slight
somebody
distraction.
mentioned it too early?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
my
a little
gosh.
bit.
Hunter.
But
Sorry.
we had a good trip. It was a lot of fun. Our old friend Rick, Professor Chris Roberts came over, who teaches at the
Better known
university.
as Crick.
Better known as Crick.
What's up, Coach Crick?
A lot of, only his close friends call him Crick.
Right.
Came over, so it was good to see him. So we had a good time. It was a good trip. Now, we were out a little later than I'd prefer to be on a work night for me.
You're like out at 8 o'clock, Dad.
We got home a little after 9.
Really?
Yeah, which is middle of the night for me.
No.
Because he's on a nursing home schedule.
Oh my good gracious! If I could laugh, I would. Oh my God!
He's on a nursing home schedule.
Oh, Caitlin, that's
Oh,
awesome.
that's good.
That's awesome.
That's what I have to do so you can go to school, little girl.
Well, that's the good news is at least she'll pick out that nursing home for you.
That's
she'll,
right.
She'll know what
That's
to look
right.
for.
Nursing home schedule.
Oh, that was good.
Thank you for being with us today. So much to do going forward, and we hope you'll take the ride with us. So a couple of updates here tonight. Henderson, Tennessee, Williams Auditorium on Main Street. I look forward to that. I bet that's a cool downtown area. I'll be there with Blake Prime from Team Man Church as we do a men's conference tonight for Old Friendship Church there. An incredible story, by the way, involving the Man Church strategy and the growth of that church. The pastor there, Edward, incredible. So we're looking forward to being there tonight. It's a free event, but you do need to get a ticket so they know you're coming. The link's at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Also, looking ahead, West Mobile Baptist Church, December the 7th. Todd Jones, who was just on the show Monday, hanging.
Bubba, got an update on Todd.
I saw that. Yeah, we didn't tell everybody. Todd Jones was speaking at the next men's gathering there at West Mobile Baptist Church, and that will be a men's breakfast. And the update is I actually got a text from the pastor when Todd Jones told us he'd never seen Gladiator, asking, can we choose another speaker? And then he put, of course, he was laughing. But Todd Jones has seen Gladiator.
Yes, he saw it last night.
He sent us all a text that he was watching it. And that he started out.
He seemed unimpressed by it.
Yeah, he started out by saying lots of talky. This movie is losing me. then he comes back and says he's in the arena now. I'm good. And then he goes, he died. Okay, love y'all. And then he comes back and says, I was entertained. Michelle, my wife, liked it, and then Speedy said, "Well, that's all that matters."
Yep.
So he did see it. So we can we can take that dig off of Todd now.
Right.
Yeah.
He has
off
Braveheart on the list too.
Yes,
hadn't gotten there.
He has not gotten
there.
So baby steps, baby steps.
When he was trying to say there was too much dialogue and stuff, I'm like, "Are you serious?" It's got to build. It's Gladiator.
He thought there was too much dialogue in Gladiator, but it's great dialogue. I mean, why are you not enjoying it?
Yeah, he's in jail. They got to go talk.
When he sent lots of talky, it's losing me.
Funny.
I was starting to get mad.
Are you not entertained?
Right.
I don't know how I'll be able to go see Gladiator 2 this weekend, but I want to so bad.
Probably good because there'll probably be a lot of people trying to do it. Give it some time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's I don't think that's gonna. I've already seen Bonhoeffer, so that is out this weekend. It's great. And Gladiator 2,
I don't know that it'll happen this weekend,
Bonfire.
but we'll see. And I have no interest in Wicked, so that's the other big release this weekend. And I think I was trying to talk to Andy Irwin with the Best Christmas Pageant Ever, because we want to go see that as a family when the kids all come in next week. And I was asking, will it still be in theaters? He said, well, it's all how we perform, but when these other two biggies hit, if some theaters might push us out. So I'm hoping it'll keep rolling.
Yeah.
So we'll see. All right, so I know this was a story back from the kickoff hour, but Bubba, you and I did not get to participate in this one.
No, we did not.
And the headline out of Merrill, Michigan, says that a 97-year-old woman got to relive her days as a cheerleader thanks to her high school's current team. So what's going on here? What's going on here?
I'm so glad Greg stepped out because I tried to give him this feel-good story earlier today.
Well, what happened? Apparently, this high school didn't have any cheerleaders. So the ladies who cheered long ago decided they would provide for the team a cheerleading squad of women that went to the school a long time ago.
Well, why did they not have any cheerleaders?
Oh,
picture.
There's some.
She's 97.
Some of these look like they're younger. Did she just put together the team?
She said she was responsible a long time ago for doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, she started the cheerleading squad back when she was there.
She was one.
Okay.
Let's see that picture again.
And so now they let her come in and cheer because she's the one who started the cheerleading squad for the school. Am I reading the story right? They bought her own uniform. She performed a few cheers. She even got to be a flyer, as we see here. They
did not throw her up. They did not throw her up in there and capture her. How you going to get her down from there?
I don't know.
They said they lifted her in the air. There's no doubt about that. The older lady said she's a little embarrassed about all the attention. She said, I guess I'm famous now. Sweet story. The cheerleading uniform, I was a little concerned. I'm glad it was not those that have no midriff.
Right.
Thankful for that.
She's not in the uniform yet here, though.
Yeah, is this the cheerleaders coming to see if she can do it?
They're in the office, y'all.
Here we go.
Looks like the nursing home to me.
Hey, everybody do that bagel rumble. Everybody do that bagel rumble. Everybody rumble. Everybody do that bagel rumble. Everybody do that bagel rumble. Everybody.
Somebody please stand behind her. Looks a little rickety. She's 97, Rick. Oh, she's moving. Oh, my goodness. Now she's really moving. Y'all, she's almost falling. Somebody please stand behind her.
They've got her in the front. She needs to be back so she can see what they're doing in front of her.
Correct.
How sweet.
She didn't have the peripheral vision for
Listen,
that.
hey, the fact you're moving around at all, 97, that's amazing.
Precious.
It's just, can we not see something nice? Does
said
every
precious.
story have to be?
We said precious. Now,
it's just the way you said it.
I'm glad I'm glad I didn't see any shots from pregame meal.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's not like they went to the calf.
No, this was great. Good for her.
What do you think about Dolly when she was, a cheerleader for the Cowboys during the Thanksgiving special?
It gave me a whole new respect for plastic surgery.
Yeah.
No. I'm not saying it ain't getting better.
So that was my
in the heart of Texas.
I can only find a photo of the flying when they put her up.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
I can't find video of it, so that makes me think it was a very difficult process to get her up.
Well, how about this? She's 97, guys, and the fact that she's participating at all is an incredible feat. And what a kind gesture. Did the team win?
Did she actually go to the event?
Rick, can you? There's no way to get my audio, is it? From my one of the local channels did one of the local WBKO did a piece on it, and this is some audio out of my channel.
Can you just get it to Adler so we can look at it next?
He has it.
Cheers they plan to use. What was your favorite
We got
cheer to do?
Bubba,
Come on, team, fight! Come on, team, fight! When I left,
she was just sitting at a table, so there's not a whole lot to see there. What he's showing is really all the visual part of it.
Can anybody answer?
She moves better than me now.
That's funny. Can anybody answer? Did she go to the game with the uniform on and do a cheer?
No, team, fight! Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, I think
but
the
the
office
fact,
might
whatever
have been-
she did, it was a
Rick. It's a legitimate question with that story being in front of us.
To make it official,
Did you? How far did this go?
did they just come to her?
Because to
living
begin with, she didn't have the
facility?
cheerleading outfit on. Then we saw a
Then
picture
she
with
did,
her on. Then we saw one with her standing up on them.
They brought her up
off the ground.
Probably shouldn't do that to people.
I
They're
mean, we need a
97.
little more.
Yeah, I mean, they seem brittle,
continuity in
a little
this
brittle
story
to
here.
me, and I didn't like the fact they were trying to get her to move around with nobody standing behind her in case she got teetered a little bit. Nobody wants one of the cheerleaders to break a hip.
No.
All right. So, here we go.
Did y'all say this or not? That this was a surprise at her assisted living facility? Did
No.
you say that?
Bubba, look.
For some
No.
reason, I had this in the office of the school, and it's not.
I told you it was a nursing home. I've been to nursing homes. I know what they look like.
You know what that looks like?
That looks like the big group
standard.
activity room.
Right. So the whole cheerleading squad surprised her.
Yeah,
And
they're
her-
definitely playing some lit bingo in this room right here.
Yeah, sure.
Meet Isla Jean Doring. She's 97 years young and a former Merrill Vandal cheerleader. But this week, with the help of the Merrill High School cheer team and coach Jenna Glazer, she was able to put her uniform back on and even become a flyer for the day.
Well, look
Lift
at
up.
her.
And we're like, really? She just went, yeah. She got right up there and stood right up, and it was awesome.
I bet she was shockingly light. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are we
Yeah.
holding anybody?
Yeah, there you go.
Good for her. That's awesome.
I bet you she was freezing in that.
Yeah.
Oh,
cheerleader.
yes.
You know
Where's
it.
my sweater? Put my sweater back on.
Somebody said she didn't go to the game because it was too cold. Hey, let me tell you what, though. I'd rather fire somebody up today.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I may pull a deal like your dad and just request to disappear.
Well, and he keeps bringing that up.
I know.
He keeps bringing that up quite a bit. Now, Caitlin, I wanted to ask you something because I take great joy in I'm a gregarious, loud person, and sometimes when I see you at school as you're coming across the way to get on the bus to go over to the high school, I find myself a lot of times reacting with enthusiasm. Caitlin, what's up? Does that embarrass you? Am I embarrassed you when I do that? Would you like for me not to do that?
As long as you don't scream out the window like you did last year.
Right.
But otherwise, it's fine if you just don't scream out the window.
There's just
What did he do last year?
He'd roll down the window and turn up the music all the way. It'd be like, Caitlin Bussey!
I was dancing.
Rick, please don't stop.
And I
doing that.
waited till she had her little gaggle of girls around her. Right when she was in her little conversation, they were all just solving the problems of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I cranked up the music. Now my son's like, well, I go get in other people's cars,
Right.
like they're not
Used to
mine.
run from you almost.
Yeah, and I usually try to get this in a Caitlin Bussey. I try to get that in there as I'm jamming.
Right.
So as long as I say, hey, Caitlin, just don't get real animated about
Yeah.
it. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, one time he got really excited and honked the horn. It scared the crap out of one of my friends who were on safety patrol.
Rick Burgess.
What's better than that?
I mean,
to be
y'all
able-
are going to get older and remember that.
Yeah, because to me, it's fun when they're young and they think it's cool that we're here and it's cool that we're around. That's fun. I wouldn't take anything for that. But there's a great moment when they get to this age where everything embarrasses them. That's a whole new level.
Yeah,
That's
you're
a whole
right.
new.
You're right.
I mean, I love every bit of that. Yeah, that's great.
Does your mom or dad do that and embarrass you?
Mom doesn't do it, but Dad does it sometimes. He'll just start dancing.
Bubba.
And
Sometimes the rhythm, the beat just gets a hold of you. You got to go with it. I mean, I
contain
can't.
yourself,
I can't
guys.
drag the beat down.
Oh, there was a time when y'all would have laid awake at night to ride the Funmobile with us.
Yeah.
With the music blaring. And now,
Look, when the beat comes a knocking, sometimes I have to answer the door.
Absolutely.
You know?
Hey, Bam, guess who's at the door? The Beat.
It's the Beat.
Your dad was an incredible dancer.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know? Have you ever seen him pop and do all that?
Have you ever?
It doesn't have the same effect when you're more around.
Right, well-
but it's, I think that's.
Have you ever seen him put his hand in the air and do the hop and rub his belly?
Oh, you've never done
He
that?
farts when it happens.
No, that's sit-ups.
That seems to be. You know, can I say, the show took a decisively negative turn early this morning, and I blame Greg for that.
Sure.
And it doesn't seem like it's got back since then.
I love the correction. No, that's sit-up.
Yeah.
Well, look, that's just the laws of nature.
Well, yeah. Let me tell you, if you're gonna hold my feet, you better be prepared.
I'll tell you that. Look, if you take a bag of air and push on, the air's coming out.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
something's got to give.
That's right.
You got to have some relief here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, it's good to see you guys. I'm glad y'all are here.
And Hunter, what are we doing for your birthday?
Yeah, what's the big plan?
Airsoft.
So now look, airsoft. I love airsoft guns. I mean, so are you become an expert at it? Pretty good at it. You did a great shot on the deer hunt. On the deer hunting trip, both of you guys, outstanding. What do you think? Are you fully automatic, semi-automatic? What do you do? What kind of gun we got?
Fully.
Oh yeah. Is that the one that shoots two at the same time?
It shoots constant. You hold the trigger down. Puts a stream out.
When your birthday guy, I mean it's your birthday. Will you pick the team members, or y'all go random? How will it work?
I don't know. You know, hosting and being the official referee of the airsoft battle, I haven't had that role. I mean, I know kind of how I want it to go. You know, we'll have some basic rules. First rule, you don't shoot the referee.
Oh, okay. Rule number one.
Because the referee will go nuts on you if you do.
Especially at paintball. When we were at that party one time, we saw that ref get shot. I mean, he got mad.
They really get upset about it.
Oh, yeah. And I would, too.
I've been that guy.
It stings.
They sling one over.
Wow, it stings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't shoot him. And then
so we're gonna set off a wooded area that they can go at it. You know.
Did you go two flag, one flag?
I don't know. We're gonna go
elimination.
We're gonna go scout it out today and maybe try to come up with 3 different scenarios.
You know, it's gonna be kind of cool.
I may call consultant Brad Ryan, who apparently is an expert in airsoft wars for kids.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd use his particular themes.
Right. I like that. I like the themes he come up with. I never really thought about them. I mean, I didn't know it was to that level. You know what I'm saying? You know how Greg will break down some oddity to a level I can't believe people spent time on that.
Right.
I had no idea Brad Ryan
Then
had
he'll
moved.
do a drive-by fart in the background.
Yes, he will. But he did.
Yeah.
He did last hour. It was
huge.
I love when y'all.
Right. You know when we say that we're forever this age, we're forever this age.
Yeah.
Now, it reminds you, because let's face it, that was the funniest thing on the planet.
I know, and it was.
Yeah,
it was very funny.
Right, and it's still funny to us more than it should be.
Yeah, we just need to edit a little bit.
If you want to end up on the anti-Tea Party website, here's what I suggest.
Yes.
Hunter and his group are the revolution.
All right.
Okay, and the other team is the overzealous government.
There you go.
If you're just joining us, we have attempted to try to bring along, the next on location guy, Speedy becoming,
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Go. Brand new hour. Thank you for being with us today as we roll through another one. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. You can go back and catch some you might have missed. And then next week's Thanksgiving. So our final Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be the first week of December. And we'll do letters from you, the audience. So you can start sending those if you want to speedy@rickandbubba.com. Speedy's here, Greg's here, Adler's here. There's Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, I had a chance to pull out an oldie but a goodie yesterday, and it's one of our favorites. I love it. It never gets old. So I was, it's when your kids turn into independent adults, the opportunities to embarrass them are not as readily available as they once were.
Work.
When they got to that perfect awkward age where the show was no longer cool, and you could show up somewhere, drive up in the Funmobile, whatever, and they went from thinking it was cool to, oh no, what are you doing?
Right.
Anything like that.
Please stop, Dad. Please stop.
Yeah, so that gets kind of tough once they kind of get on their own. There's so few opportunities to embarrass them, and so. I didn't even know this was happening. So, my number 4 child, James Broderick, young Broderick, is a married man now, has his own business. He's moving and shaking. And so without either one of us even knowing,
I ended up at the same place where he was yesterday, but he was working, which makes it even better. So I was picking up some stuff, actually for tonight in Tennessee to have there at the men's conference tonight. And as I was getting in my truck, about to leave, somebody said, Brody's here. I said, what? Yeah, he's shooting some stuff for us. We hire his company out to do stuff. I said, well, I knew you did, but is he here right now? And they said, oh, he's here right now. So I said, well, this is beautiful. Sure. So I eased down. Well, I didn't know that I was going to have a prize waiting on me, just something that was so perfect. And it's one of our favorites.
A little prize.
So I ease open the door. He's in the middle of a shoot now. He's got people in front of a screen. He's shooting the video. He's doing all this. And so as I look, I realize that Mr. Brody has decided to get some sort of discount haircut. Okay.
Discount haircut.
Hey, and it's a beaut. Okay.
Wait a minute.
It's a beaut. And you know how how sometimes you just have a gift and you don't expect it.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And,
now I know what
I
to
thought
start
I was
with.
going to do the standard. Hope I'm not interrupting. You know, that be enough.
Yeah.
And so keep in mind, there's people in there. Okay. And they're standing there. And I said, hey, let me tell you, I just want to come in here and let you know. You let me know. And I start doing it.
Yeah.
I said, you let me know who did this. I said, we won't let this stand. He starts giggling because he knows what I'm doing. He knows what's up. And he starts looking at the people they don't know, and they're like, oh, my gosh, what are they talking about? What is he talking about? What's your dad got to – what does he got to do? I said, you just let me know. And he goes, go ahead. I said,
Go ahead.
Whoever gave you that haircut, we'll find them. I said, we're not going to stay. And, of course, now everybody erupts. And now he's standing there because he was the man before I came in.
Yeah.
And like that.
You
And
can't believe you're there.
And I just said, well, I know y'all busy. I'm going out.
See, I know Brody's hair look. Is he going way low?
Way short.
Oh.
And his quote, though,
holiday cut.
I give him credit. After he recovered and got back on his feet, he said, here's the thing that, Dad, you don't know. This haircut's been a few days ago. You should have seen it fresh.
Yeah.
Oh, and then when they peel that knot, you're like, well.
It's like a chia pet.
Yeah, right. And you know what he said? He said, sometimes people get to talking, you just get distracted. You get in a conversation, you're not even paying attention to what they're doing.
They keep taking it off.
Thinning it out.
I mean, you know how you
tell me when.
And us, as soon as I walked in, it's like everything else I had planned went straight to that haircut.
Oh, absolutely.
And I was like,
that was a gift, Rick.
Well, look at here.
That was a softball right
And by
down
the way,
middle.
commit to hunting or not, son. Okay, so
hey, he's wavering on you.
Got to know.
Rick,
Got to know.
Oh, I thought you were in on that.
Rick,
I'm in.
you know the deal.
I'm in.
I know, but I thought he was the morning which got you in.
Well, he's not the, are we spend the night tomorrow night? Or are we just going to meet down there? That I need to know. I need to know.
But you're going to have to play it like he's spending the night.
Well.
So you'll be prepared.
Right. Yeah. And then.
Everybody knows that.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'll tell you what's going to happen next. I know it because they're so hard to spend time with now. And you know who hurts the most? Little mommy's heart.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen? Just write this down. What's going to happen is Camp House breakfast is going to turn into we come in from hunting and Mama's there at Camp House breakfast. That's where it's just headed. That's fine. Sure. As a matter of fact, if I can get her sold on, won't you fix it while we're hunting?
Well, Rick,
we may have.
My goodness, we got a bonus.
I don't see the boy being at the farm and Mama letting that go. Oh. If she's got him cornered and she knows where he is,
they got to check on her.
Yeah,
their boys.
Which that's fine. That's perfectly fine. The forecast will keep the ladies out of the woods though. Oh, they're not going out there.
About 30s.
Yeah, it's going to be in the 30s.
Yeah, being at a golf course. So
by the way,
I think
I don't know enough about golf to know, is Speedy doing something that's not even possible? Can you play golf in those conditions?
It's too cold.
It's not going to be fun.
I mean, by the
have you ever played cold?
I hate playing.
Yeah. I have a rule
like
that it's being
stick
broken.
hitting a rock.
It's being broken.
I thought you said 50 or above.
That's my rule, and they got one on me. I committed before really looking at the extended forecast, so I'm in. But back to you, when it comes to her, what if y'all lay one down in the morning and you've got to, and she's standing there at the camp house and y'all have taken down a doe or something, and now you've got to deal with it.
That's all right.
Is it?
That's fine.
Because we're talking about 30s.
I know, and he's got to get to some sort of somebody's. You know, it's amazing to me the number of people that are not aware of the deer hunting schedule. You know, did y'all not handed that? Does everybody not know that when you start planning stuff? Are you shocked how many people are just unaware of when deer hunting starts? And like when the season is?
Oh, you talking about? Are you talking to my oldest son?
Yeah,
Tyler, because he knows.
He should have known that.
Matter of fact,
birthday, son.
his idea shouldn't have been golf. It should have been let's go hunt. I
know.
This morning, then go to the party.
you.
You hadn't been able to fix that?
Yeah.
No, we're in. We're gonna have a good time with
you
it.
know, if you're hunting, you're all spread out.
Yeah, and look,
Oh,
I mean,
who are you, Mr. Let's all bond? What are you talking about?
Look,
you want to deer hunt so bad.
I'll get my hunting in. It's just I'll miss that day.
Right.
You know, for
I can't remember the last opening day.
Coming from a guy that delivers furniture to be with his family.
That is true. There you go. What? You're delivering the furniture?
I know this is dumb on my part, but I missed it.
Yeah,
I thought you said you delivered furniture for your wife in their little side venture.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Now I'll do that.
Right.
I'm the high.
Didn't mean to throw you a curve.
But it's not your fault. It's me. It really is.
I'm feeling you, Payne. I know.
It's me. It's 100% me.
2 o'clock's early. I know.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm with you. Man. I'm with you.
But
better than that.
But yeah, but when you think about it, it's almost like everybody should be assigned deer hunting schedule.
Yeah.
So no, that. But what I'm saying is, if a deer is down, that's no problem. I mean, we'll take care of it. Not a problem. And it'll be fine.
Will Gary be around?
Hey, let me say, no, it's fine. If I have, if it's me and young Broderick, we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now if I end up, Sherry has helped me load. She helped me load a doe last year.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, too. Later, second trip. So there can be more. She's in. It's funny to watch her drive up in the little vehicle with a big jacket on, and get out and get out. So all right, let's pull it up in the back. I need one of those little lifts you had, Bub. I never have put one of those on. I need
they
one
were
of those.
handy. I don't have it now.
I need one of those bad, but
I
never get around to that.
I've seen a lot of people put a winch in the back of the bed, and they have a collar like they put on, just pull it right up.
Oh yeah.
That's
Tommy,
really the easiest way to do it.
Tommy did that after taking one down in the hardwoods, and there was nobody around trying to get him in there, and antlers kept getting stuck. He couldn't get it.
Been there. Here's the only thing that's out there, a potential booby trap for me. If young Broderick bails on me completely. Like now, I'm not going at all, Dad.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and then I'm going to get. Well, if you're taking, the guy that Sherry and I both know that one has never been deer hunting before. I'm taking him out. Serving others. She will then turn and go, well, I don't know why you have to go in the morning then if you're not going to spend time with Brody. And he's not coming to that.
You got to make sure everything's right.
I said, well, I just don't know how we.
It's a lot of prep work. You can't just show up.
How can we have Camp House breakfast without the supplies?
I think you need to go Thursday.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, I actually thought about.
You got to get to jump.
Rick, head on out after the show today.
Well, I got to go to Tennessee tonight.
Well, that hurt that.
But I could go prep today. But really, I can't. No, Rick. Can't go today because I got to go to Tennessee, so I'm going to have to prep tomorrow.
You're going to have to prep.
Boom.
Hey, Rick, then at dinner time, hey, I'm already down here. I still got some things to do. I'm going to go ahead and just stay.
Yeah. Hey, baby, it made
no sense.
Wow, where did the day go?
So what I'm going to do is drive all the way back and then just come right back in the morning. I'm just going to stay.
If you want to come down for Camp House breakfast tomorrow, that'd be great, but ain't no need me coming back now.
Man, the pressure on hosting and guiding, I am...
Whew. Oh, gosh.
Man.
And I got to go out here and be sure I know I'm going to put this kid who gets serious after, out of the stuff.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, is gearing up and laying the groundwork for a fast response in case the 6.5-ton spacecraft falls over American soil. The massive dead NASA satellite is due to plunge back to Earth this week. The defunct spacecraft called the Upper Atmosphere Research Satellite.
Are you familiar with this craft?
It's just one. We got all kind of them up there. It's projected to make an uncontrolled fiery fall September the 23rd, plus or minus a day, according to NASA.
Well, Bob, frankly, I'm a little disappointed in you.
Odds are that nobody will be beamed. This is where they try not to cause panic by anyone, by a chunk of this hitting anybody in the head. It was a $750 million satellite when launched. NASA experts are forecasting a remote 1 in 3,200 chance of a possibility of being hit by the satellite's debris.
What's our odds again?
1 in 3,200.
That's a little low.
But re-entry specialists do expect about 27 different components from the satellite to survive the fiery plunge. A total leftover mass of over 1,100 pounds will hit the Earth of titanium, aluminum, steel, and other chemicals.
Bubba, here's where I'm disappointed in you.
Share it.
Let's say that a story was today, and I picked up this story, and I said,
right.
Well, remember Friday, a species of animal unknown to man will be terrorizing parts of the world and maybe parts of America. We don't know where they're going to land. And you looked at me and said, you're not familiar with this animal? I said, I don't know what.
Well, no, I knew this satellite was falling. I'm just not familiar with the upper atmosphere research satellite per se. I don't know. I knew it was launched.
I need to know how big it is.
You know what? It was part of the series that was launched to study the hole in the ozone and all that stuff.
Oh, really?
Yep.
You talking about that scam?
Yeah, over Australia.
Yeah. Is that right?
No, I think we did have a hole in the ozone.
Sure, we did.
But it wasn't man-made.
But what
it was naturally occurring.
Sure, like all of it is, Bubba.
Right.
By the way.
Right.
Yeah.
But here's the thing:
we can burn a hole in the ozone with hairspray.
You know if you just look at the basic math here.
My wife was responsible for that one.
Some people say the 80s was responsible.
Right. Hairspray, but put a hole in the ozone.
Mall hair. Love it.
There's one in a 4 chance that it's going to hit ground. More than likely it'll hit in the water. But here's the thing. This is what's cool. It will really put on a light show, baby, if it comes in at night, and everybody's got camera phones now. So we'll have video of it somewhere.
Will you be watching it?
Oh, absolutely.
Not if it's after 8.
You ain't gonna watch that on Friday.
I will. I'll be at a ball game, but I'll be keeping an eye out. Somebody says, "Hey, is that a jet?" I go, "Nope, that's the satellite coming in. Take cover."
That's true.
Oh, it'll be a light show, man. If it's at night.
Will somebody be hit? Bubba, go.
I don't think anybody will be hit, but I do think we're going to have a lot of video of it coming in next Monday. That's going to be pretty cool.
Will someone be hit, Speedy?
No.
Hams? Greg?
The whole thing is complete fabrication. Bunch of junk.
Now, Rick, listen to this too.
I say it will hit a building, but the people will be out of it, and they'll talk about how scary it was.
Now we're gonna have a few people pretend. They're gonna have a few people pretend they were hit.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna have that.
Yeah. And I get a sense it'll be somebody of Nordic descent.
Okay.
Rick,
I'm with you now.
What you going with?
FEMA and NASA.
Got you something to eat?
It was good.
Yeah.
FEMA. I heard it was named after you.
Mm-hmm. FEMA and NASA are warning people. They're warning people that if you find a piece of debris, don't touch it, that it could have very harmful chemicals on it. Contact law enforcement officials or FEMA immediately.
Because they don't know.
Yeah, right.
You know that there's going to be so many false alarms on that.
Oh,
They're going to be out there for an old washing machine.
Yeah, right. By the way, y'all, I'm considering over the weekend finding some piece of metal and claiming and being down at our farm out in the middle of the field claiming I found something.
This is better.
Put a transmission out.
I'm
there.
going to do a whole news story, make everybody prove it's not.
Rick, this is the thing. Get a little video clip. Get the boys to get a piece of metal, put a little lighter fluid on it, light it, and throw it behind you, and you be running for your life.
Screaming.
And get some of that Bigfoot video.
By the way, you're
nobody can tell you that it's not that.
You're on to something.
Yeah.
We got to do that.
You'll be on Coast to Coast Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
And
they were talking about it this morning.
How about in seconds I can have Gary on board for that?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
If
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings.
Okay, we're back. Let's go. Let's see. We got 21 minutes now past the hour. So back at the kickoff hour, that's been a long time ago. I know they've touched on this, but the numbers are in, Bubba, for the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight. 108 million viewers worldwide.
So how does that rank with other events?
Well, they're saying in the streaming world, it's numero uno.
Yeah.
It is the biggest audience that a streaming service has garnered for a live event. And of course, this is going to keep going as people go back and watch. I don't know. Will people go watch the archive after now it's out that it was kind of subpar?
Oh, I think so. I think it'll be scrutinized heavily.
See, I was going to go watch the archive if it was something good, and y'all were like, man. But the fact that it turned out to be sad, I have no desire to
it's
go
only
watch.
16 minutes of fighting.
Well, that's true.
I mean,
that's true.
That's true.
Anyway, so it was huge. So this does tell us that as far as their
their plan to hype it and get an audience. They did it.
If the goal was to get an audience,
Yeah.
and to get a big payout, mission accomplished.
They did it.
Now, if they were looking for one of the greatest boxing exhibitions of all time,
No, didn't get that. Did not get that.
If we were trying to show Mike Tyson still had it, not.
Well, where we need to land, no pun intended, is the numbers can grow, but as far as live streaming,
and that's just all I'm looking at right now.
And it taking place, those numbers are in, and that is what is so impressive. That at one point, from 11 p.m. to midnight, during their fight, 56% of all U.S. TV viewing was on the fight.
That's amazing.
And so it broke every streaming global sport event that's ever been out there. It broke it, and even the ladies prior to it, they broke records.
Now that was a fight.
Yeah,
everybody's admitted that was
a brawl.
Right.
Not that I like to see the ladies throwing punches,
right?
Especially with
weird
a gaping hole right here in her head.
Yeah,
I just no.
It's not,
I'm a thumbs down.
I will give them this. Their stamina was unbelievable.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you know how hard it is, how tired you get when you punch.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Rick, they punched each other nonstop for every round.
Well, have you ever seen like these women that like do all this aerobic stuff and run forever? I mean, they can can have tremendous stamina.
Yeah,
but
I'm right in the face just punching each other.
Yeah, it's just like, as I said, these are one of those things that I don't feel like as a society we've moved forward. This feels
I agree.
This is a move back.
I agree.
Yeah.
It does explain the buffering and the quality a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
That it peaked at 65 million live concurrent streams and 38 million streams in the U.S. alone, all at the same time.
Netflix
and so that is a little bit of it. 78 countries. It was the number one most watched program at 78 countries during that time. Over 6,000 bars and restaurants were showing it to over 1 million viewers. So that explains a little bit of the technical issue that I'm sure they're trying to work out.
And see, when it comes to streaming, you have to have a computer that is streaming each one of those people viewing.
Wow.
So you've got 65 million one-on-one connections, where like with a broadcast, you have one transmitter and everybody picking it up.
Correct.
So, that's the technical part of that on the people who's producing it is a huge, huge problem.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
I get you a shout
So
out.
really, even though there was buffering, you consider what they're up against.
Yeah.
On the
That's
text
amazing.
line,
you gotta have those computers to make the connection. Then you gotta have, the pipeline to get all those ones and zeros out to all those people, and any of that can choke it down.
Oh boy.
people are saying there are people, or at least one person, that is suing Netflix because they said that I'm a subscriber and you said I wasn't good to watch this and it buffed.
Oh, they're talking about not being able to see it.
Yeah, they're just talking about the technical problem.
I thought they were talking about the quality of the
They're
fight.
not going to win that. They're going to say, look, if you're not happy with the service, get rid of it.
Right.
And let's give a grade on marketing and promoting.
Oh my,
they were excellent.
Well, it also tells you that the product, the marketing was great, but it's almost like, and I was guilty of this, by the way, my hands up. They did such a good job of marketing. It goes back to when I remember when Muhammad Ali got beat so bad by Larry Holmes, is that the guy that was working with him, I can't think of his name, one of the corner guys, he said he was so good at marketing and he was so good at his propaganda, he had us believing he could beat Larry.
Yeah.
He said, and
we all knew he couldn't.
He said, when we pushed myself back, I'm like, how did I ever believe that? Just based on the law, of aging.
Yes.
And
Right.
this same thing just happened. They marketed so well. I was a victim of it.
I was too.
It's like I forgot that Mike Tyson was 58 years old.
He was the perfect one to do this.
I thought there might be a chance. I mean, if he can land a punch on this guy, he may knock him out. And
But
plus,
by
the
far
fact
the
that it was a
most-
YouTuber, not a well-known boxer.
But Tyson, by far and away, the biggest name involved with it.
Well, right now,
absolutely.
yeah, no doubt.
We forgot about
perfect
Tyson
fight.
getting beat by that tomato can at the end of his career.
Right.
We still remembered Iron Mike.
Right.
You're right.
So
and it wasn't just streaming. The promotions company, I think it's called Most Valuable Promotions, and Ever Wonder is who produced it. And on social media, it generated over 1.4 billion owned impressions, including all the social media platforms. It was number one on X. So you had everything. It's not just the streaming.
Yeah.
It's all social media. It was all about that fight. And we talked a little bit in depth about it during the kickoff hour about just the age groups. And then y'all touched on it. All the different, you got my boys in the 20s. they were all about it just because of the stories they've heard from me about Tyson. And then
I'm sure
Jake
they
Paul
knew
pulls
Jake
from
Paul
that younger age group, but then you got older dudes like us that we're like, man, we want to see Tyson again because that's what we remember.
And
My
then we
mom-
leak a video of Tyson wearing it out.
Yeah.
My mom texted me about it. My mom texted me about it.
What's your mom doing
She's like,
watching
"So
it?
what, do you care about this Mike Tyson fight coming up? I was like, yeah, I'm going to watch
Do I
it. for
care?
sure.
Is that how your mom sounds when she's asking those kind of
I
questions?
didn't mean to do that voice. My voice is trash anyways. It sounded like I was doing a weird voice. But
You're hung in a high register out there.
And to Greg's point, we all saw that training video, but a lot of that training video was 4 years old from when Tyson was
see?
training for the Roy Jones Jr. fight. And a lot of people didn't know that.
I didn't know it.
And so it was
Again,
getting mixed
great
in. They're
promotion.
like,
Great
Tyson's about
promotion.
to- Also, there's a big difference between hitting pads and hitting somebody that's trying to hit you back.
I would also like to put into our stew that we're brewing. I think people are starved for anything that they think might be entertaining.
That's a fact.
Because there's so much out there right now that's not. Give me something, something to look forward to, something I can sit down and go, hey, I think I'm fired up about watching this.
Yeah.
I think we got caught up in that too.
Of course.
Give me,
Something to look forward to.
Right.
Key to happiness.
I think a lot of people, especially our age, miss the big boxing matches.
Oh,
When we grew up, you had the Muhammad Ali's, you had the
Talking about appointment
Larry
TV?
Holmes.
yeah, Larry Holmes, and Mike Tyson was
And
probably
poor,
the
poor
last.
Jerry Clooney.
Yeah,
Remember everybody, the great
but
white,
then,
the dope.
but then they went. A lot of them went to pay per view, and they made huge paydays. But the problem was the general public didn't know who they were.
Right.
Remember who was the guy that's won most of the fights? I can't even think of his name now. Had all the cars.
Yes, you're right. Yeah,
And see, he's not a household name because he wasn't on.
I remember when someone told me how
Right.
well he had done. I've been like, really?
He's the highest paid athlete in the world.
Yeah.
Why can't we remember his name? Floyd Mayweather.
Mayweather.
Yeah. Every year he'd be listed as the highest paid athlete.
And we didn't even know who he was.
And he'd fight like once a year.
Money Mayweather.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You let him wear that mullet wig.
You know what he could do, Rick? Tie a rope to a tree and just let it swing down behind you.
You think he's working on that right now?
Yeah,
he
sure.
loves a good prank.
Oh, Gary the Bulldozer Man loves a good prank.
Were y'all
He has
old enough?
Bigfoot shoes. Don't forget about that.
Now he'll take his time about removing bees, but I'll tell you that. But by the way, they're gone.
Do you remember when Skylab did the same thing?
Yes.
Came in, and man, that was
Great Skylab.
that. Everybody was on alert for that, and there was big pieces fell. So
Did you find any of it?
no,
It was Nordic people, wasn't it?
I think
What
it
is
was
it about that area?
You know what? I'll tell
They
you.
always have stuff fall in there, and they,
No,
they
I'll
don't
tell
ever
you-
get the news reports, so they've already touched it.
I'll tell you where they fall is in Texas.
yeah.
I just think you can find it easier out there. It's not as much.
So
cover.
much tech.
I just always
and
picture,
it's so dang big.
always picture the Nordic guy. There's rolling green hills behind him. He's living in a rock house, and he always gets hit by it.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
You hear it screaming and then
Yeah, they're always hit, and they take it pretty well. Frankly,
Do you remember seeing any of these footage of asteroids that came in like over high school football games, and the crowd's cheering, and there's so much fire in the sky that everybody just quits, like the play stops, and everybody just starts looking
no,
up.
but I've been to a high school game where we all stopped and took cover because people were shooting.
yeah, right. Occasionally one of those.
Everybody down. Those rivalries can get a little rough.
So, Bubba, you've seen footage of a high school game that the asteroid comes screaming over. That
Oh,
is
yeah.
that obvious?
Yeah,
I
let's
hadn't
see.
seen it.
By the way, a text from Gary the Bulldozer Man, which he's new to. I am on it.
Now, Rick, he's been sending pictures out on text for years. He sent me one last year.
Greg, you don't want
I
to.
know.
Let me tell you, if Gary the Bulldozer Man sends you a text
It
and,
was
it has,
precious.
and it has an attachment, do not
it
look
was
at
precious. I will just say that.
I beg you not to look.
There's a couple of categories. It's going to be under one of them, and you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Every text he sends me with an attachment, I quickly delete.
I talked to Gary yesterday. as a matter
How's he
of fact.
doing?
He's good. He's good.
Yeah, I did too, by the way.
He's getting ready to go.
Well, I've
Time
had,
to play it.
I've had this big battle against the bees. And Gary, by the way, for some reason is extremely scared of bees.
Very fond of them.
No, Gary loves nature. I mean, he's a nature guy.
Well, we finally handled it. I
Have you
told
seen
Gary,
all the pets he's got in there?
I told Gary, I said, I TikTok on the bees. I said, I can't just live the rest of my life with a giant, hundreds of year old oak laying on top of everything here. I can't live. I mean, at some point we got to move it.
Did you get anybody to rob the honey?
I did.
Oh.
Had some bee guys come in finally. Sherry said they were interested.
I don't want that job.
No.
You know, if you eat honey local to your area, it'll help you with your allergies.
Yes, that's true.
I know that.
You didn't know.
I did too.
Yes, we knew.
Did you eat it?
Well, we don't have allergies.
Look, Greg doesn't know I'm a honey expert too.
Yeah,
I didn't know
that. I tried. Greg, trust me. The way this one was set up, you couldn't get the honey. They weren't going to let you have it.
They wasn't big on sharing. They wasn't a drawer to pull out.
You ever seen when they're in the thousands? And they're all on top of those cones, and it really doesn't even look like bees until you see movement. There's so many of them.
Right.
And
there's quite a buzzing, isn't there?
Oh,
that's what you had.
Yeah.
Like
Bump
them
lightly. Bump them lightly. You're right. Bump them lightly. They're by the dozens. And I've said it again. I'm just going to repeat it just for people that didn't hear it. Don't think bebop's going to stop them. It's not. I tried it.
They run right through
Honey bees will fly through bebop like 90 going north. Because what you're saying is it's really misnamed. It should be called wasp bop. Yeah. Because it works on wasp. Works well on wasp. Right. Does not work on honey bees.
How about you smoke? Do you ever do the smoke? Because that kind of...
Well, I had a cigar in my mouth. It didn't help. It still flew at your head, didn't it? Hey, they serious about that hive.
Oh,
Real
yeah.
serious. They ain't playing. Yeah, they're not playing.
Rick, you had it that bad?
Oh, we had it was one of these old classic oak trees that over the years started dying. No telling how old it is. Probably been there since the Civil War. Okay, and so when the storms came,
Civil War.
Well, probably. I mean,
Rick, you can't say any proper noun that's not debated up here. You realize that?
Greg, there are oak trees that have been here for hundreds of years.
I got you.
The Civil War was not millions of years.
That's true. Good point. Good point. I was doing that carbon dating thing.
Right. So, I didn't find a dinosaur left. But anyway.
That ain't that big a stretch.
The bees were not in a Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil.
In my mind, it was millions of years.
Right. So the Civil War wasn't that long ago. Really, if you talk about time, it really was.
Don't let him distract you.
Or if you made it in our family.
Anyway, some of them hadn't heard of the outcome.
Right. We've got a few that still continue to try to free us. But anyway,
are you talking about the War of Northern Aggression?
That's the one.
Okay, just make sure I had the right one.
Ours is called at all of our family reunions.
Yeah.
But so that tree was hollow, and the bees made a hive up in it.
Oh boy!
So we had bees. You remember when I got the voicemail from Gary that just simply said, "Call me, we got bees."
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'd like some more information. Are they killing you? Or they got you down? So then storms came and knocked the tree down. So now the hive and the limb is now on top of.
$35 now past the hour. We're back. All right, so you probably, like a lot of us, I mean, I'm even noticing, Bubba, I don't know if it's this way at your house, I'm starting to see there's a room where Christmas gifts are starting to be wrapped and put. And,
we got our tree up.
Yeah, tree's up. Tomorrow we got the lights going up. But a lot of you are saying, man, what do we need to get? I want to get my Christmas shopping done. I want to think of some great ideas. And you know what? Here comes Santa's little helper, Dr. Melanie Petro, back to the Rick and Bubba Show just in time to help you with some great ideas. Petro, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And I guess we can say happy Thanksgiving to you coming up, and I hope you have a great holiday season with Christmas and the new year, and also congratulations on your new facility.
Thank you. We absolutely love it. It's nice to have space.
Yes. Yeah.
Everything's better with a little space.
Yes.
Keep growing.
Yes, it is. So you have done a good job on this show for many years of educating and talking about what's available. And especially, I mean, this is for men and women, but somehow we sometimes think maybe more so for women, is that the women are really affected if they don't think that they look their best, and it affects their desire to go out and to be more social. And there's a lot of things that are available that are non-invasive. But you want to be with the right person. And so talk a little bit about, some of the things that are available, because I know we're going to talk about a great gift idea. But what are some things right now that seem to be popular or maybe people may not be aware of?
We have so many new things. We have so many lasers and ways to make you look better and brighter for the holidays. The newest laser is our Cytine Heroic, which is really amazing. It uses different types of intelligence to make sure that everything is perfect for your specific skin. So if you want to treat brown spots, which it doesn't sound like a big deal, but when they're on your face, they make shadows and your face just looks dull and not like who you remember being. As you lose fat in your face, the shadows change and everything just looks dark. So it's a great way to brighten you up, and it's doing a great thing for your skin. It's very healthy for your skin. It helps it regain collagen. There's facials, there's injectables that we used to not have that are making things very tight and giving people the lift that they want. It's not always about looking your best. It is at a certain age, and then it becomes just looking like someone you remember, because you look in the mirror and you see someone else, and it's just a weird feeling, and it kind of gets you out of touch with who you really are and what you enjoy in life. So it's a big part of looking your best and looking like yourself is a big part of having a happy life and feeling free to live your dreams. So
now, I know when we start talking about dudes, and you said this
about the dudes.
My wife agrees. She says apparently men look in a different mirror than women do. She goes, I've come to the conclusion that every man thinks he's good looking. And so, but I think a lot of the things that you get to where men may not seem to care as much, I think maybe sometimes men care more than they want to let on, but there's a stigma with men. If women do this, everybody applauds and everybody understands. But men, sometimes they're a little reluctant, even if they do see something in the mirror that you could help with. They're a little more reluctant. Have you seen that change?
Definitely. I mean, I do think they look better than they do forever, but but I will tell you the reluctancy in men is changing, because I see so many men now, and it used to be they would come in and say, I have this thing, and my wife said, and then I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, like I can make that so much better. You need this. And then they're like, oh, but you think I need it? Like they come for me to say they don't need it. Which,
I see.
But now they're definitely, with it becoming more popular, and once their wives do it, they like to go second.
Yeah.
But once their wives do it, they more and more come in to change things. The lasers are a big thing. They want their skin to look good. Men hate like a red nose. They get it because they drink, and then their wives can tell they've been out drinking, and so.
Well, I saw Greg sit up straight.
So when we fix that, they love that. But there are a lot of treatments for men. Men like facials. They don't want their noses to get big and their ears to get big as they age.
Which they do.
They
on
do,
their own, right?
yeah.
They never quit growing.
They seem to.
They do.
Well, so what you're talking about with men, I would call this the pedicure dilemma. Like, I understand that it's good to keep your toenails and your feet healthy, but men won't go. But if their wife goes to get everything done and they're there with her, and then she says, won't you sit down and let them do a pedicure? They'll do that, but they never go in there by themselves.
That's true.
Are you seeing that now happening with this too?
I know when Speedy got Botox, it really knocked down a lot of walls for a lot of men.
Look at Speedy's forehead. You did magic with him.
Magic.
I mean, you talk about smooth. And at one time it like Snake River Canyon.
It was very hard to do but I've been working out, so I bet I could hold you down this time.
Right. Do you find that men are bigger babies about some of this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I want a baby. Yeah, but I mean,
we'll have to find that.
We're not talking about things that are painful. I think some of this.
As time's gone on, things have gotten less painful, less invasive. We've learned that you can do more with less. Like in the old days, Cleopatra used to get like sour milk, and they would bathe in it, and the acid would just burn their skin, and they would do anything, and they would have to hide it to look and feel like they wanted to. Now it's gone from that. Then it was this full face resurfacing where you were red for months, and we've slowly learned that we can take little pieces and do things, and the rest of it will help it heal. And it's almost like editing a picture, like the pixels get better.
How long does the laser treatment take now on your face?
Oh, they're so quick. We can do a whole body in less than an hour now.
Really?
Or we can do a face in 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Before it's healing, and how would you?
Oh, there's almost no downtime. I had one of our lasers yesterday, and I'm fine.
Oh, you did?
It's amazing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and next.
I mean, I think that's a huge advantage. I mean, I don't know anyone but a woman that would go to a man that clearly has aged and hasn't done anything about it and ask him to make her look good. Like a man would never do that. They would look at who's there. You know, you go to the gym, you look at the machine they're doing or the class they're taking, and you want to do what people do. But I do all of our treatments. My family does our treatments. My dad's a great proponent of our BBL. He recently had it, but I do them, and I believe in them. I don't do them just to show it. I do it because I really don't want to look like I didn't do it.
Right, and that is another thing. You being a woman and dealing with women, you're going to understand things that
that only a woman would truly understand.
You just can't understand something if it doesn't matter to you. And
Right.
there are a lot of men that actually do their procedures and keep themselves up, but there are a lot that don't. It's always just been one of those things that blows my mind.
So I know we want to get into this because we're going to simplify this, and we've talked about some of the things you're doing. So we're about to get into gift cards, which is a great idea. But if I'm buying the gift card, what are some things that you offer that somebody listening may go, ooh, that's something I want to get a gift card where somebody could go and do that.
Well, the gift cards are there because it can be very overwhelming to call and say,
Right,
you
there
don't
you
know
go.
what you want. And I don't want you to know what you want because I love to look at people and tell them what they want.
Okay.
That's what I love. So making a plan is like looking at somebody. You can have Botox, you can have Dysport, you can have different fillers, you can have a lip filler, you can have a lip flip, you can have skincare, you can have a laser, you can have facials. There's so many options, and we probably have 20 lasers. So, you never know what you want to treat. So you come in, we take a picture, we look at your face. I'll say what I think, and then the patient has the chance to say, hey, well, this is what bothers me. Usually it's the same thing. People are very good at looking at their faces and knowing what bothers them. They just sometimes don't know what their options are.
Yeah, and you can even say, well, let me tell you what worked for me, and I did this, this, and this, and you can coach a little
I
bit.
can tell them exactly how it feels, what the downtime's like, how you feel that night.
So would I come in first and maybe do a consultation and then go, here's what I think would really work for you if this is what you're wanting to achieve. And
here's the cost.
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
cost is
right.
a big deal.
Yeah,
In the old days, no, but we were very transparent about everything. And you can do a consult virtually. You can also do a consult in the office. Some people want to have treatments that day, and we accommodate people because people come from far away, and nobody wants to come twice. If they have to.
Let's save you a little bit of money here too. Here's the website you need to jot down right now: BeyondSkinDeep.com. For some of you, this is the day you're going, I'm making this happen either
Enough
for
is
yourself
enough.
or somebody else. 20% off everything using the code HAPPY. Because remember, she says if you want to have a happy life, you got to feel good
And
about
no
it.
one can spell Rick and Bubba. They spell
That's
it.
true. We tried that in the past.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, happy.
Y'all are
Eight-
one name.
Yeah.
one
Now,
word.
now, some of you out there, I probably still have to tell that's 2 P's. Happy, 20% off everything using the code HAPPY. And also, if you're thinking about gift cards, that would be included. So get a discount on the gift card and give a gift card for a trip to see Dr. Melanie Petro and her practice and her new amazing facility. And then you can talk with her about what needs to be done. And then you can take your gift card and put it to work. That's a great idea.
Do you think
It is.
Speedy needs another round of Botox?
Do you think so?
I think I'm going to
For
give
the
Speedy a
holidays?
gift card for Christmas.
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Well,
Speedy,
what Speedy needs the most on his head is sunscreen, just because it's so exposed. But the Botox can be preventative. I mean, it keeps you from having these lines that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You need
Short
to
of a-
get in front of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bubba loves his. Bubba's gonna.
The goozle.
I can
I'm carrying the
fix it, but
goozle
Bubba
with
likes
me
his
right out of here.
goozle.
That's right. Sometimes we like our goozle.
Mm-hmm.
So again, go to BeyondSkinDeep.com and be like Speedy. I mean, you've been happy ever since you've had this.
I mean, it's changed your life.
It has.
It has.
BeyondSkinDeep.com. Use the code HAPPY for 20% off, including those gift
I
cards.
think he thought you were going to help him today.
Yeah,
I don't know,
did you
but
bring
Oh, I
that?
brought some. Let me go grab it.
Thank you, Dr. Petro. Always fun. BeyondSkinDeep.com. Use the code HAPPY. 20% off everything, including gift cards. Make the move now. Get it done. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. We'll do phone calls to wrap up the hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, the real Greg Burgess tries to act like he's this, hardened former blue collar. All this. But you know what? Deep down, we find a romantic devil. If you don't think that he is not romantic, you're just wrong. And he was just telling us.
So he's kind of like
Let's
this.
don't go
What
that
we
far.
see is kind of
I don't
like
know if
Lady
you should go
Gaga's
that far.
egg.
Yeah, there's an
and then
egg
it
around
opens
Greg.
up, and there's just this sweet, romantic, just tender
Greg Burgess inside the egg.
Yeah, and
the key is to get the egg lid to come up.
And this past with
Before the
I don't. Y'all haven't heard this story yet, evidently.
Well, the Valentine's story, Greg, it was heartwarming. I heard what I heard of it, what you did for your wife this weekend, or some people call her the luckiest woman alive.
Yeah, whatever.
So tell us what you did for your wife for Valentine's weekend.
It's not really. It's kind of weird. I wouldn't call it a Valentine's.
I think it is.
Do you?
I think it's very kind. Yeah,
it's kind of strange.
Don't make me quote Michael Bublé for you.
Yeah.
But anyway.
No. Anyway, World of Wheels was in town, which me and Adler went the other day and walked around. Anyway.
Right. It was the video of the day over the weekend of Greg choke slamming and giving the people's elbow to Eddie Van Adler.
Exactly.
In a wrestling ring.
Yes, and there were people in it yesterday, and it was funny because anyway. Anyway, so I'm looking around, and on the schedule, John Schneider. Okay, y'all remember Dukes of Hazzard, John Schneider?
Yeah. We've had John on the show. Great guy.
Well, my wife is a huge fan.
John.
Is a huge fan of John Schneider.
Wait a minute, Lisa, I know.
He's going by that now. Just John
is a huge John Schneider fan.
From the '80s. Now, if you'll remember, John actually made a run at country music at one time.
Yeah, right after the Dukes.
And she traveled and followed him all around watching him sing country music. Okay.
Well, you know what?
Whatever.
So she was really.
It was in his fan club.
Okay.
This is his rude Tourette's coming back.
Was in his fan club.
Right.
And all that.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a sweet story.
Yeah,
no,
let's not make fun of your wife.
I didn't say. I mean, are you saying it's a gift to take your wife to go see some guy that she really likes over you?
I think it is.
Okay,
a little bit.
Not over you, but just
no, I think it actually is over me.
So you think it is over you?
Oh yeah, he could have swimmed her and took her away yesterday. But anyway,
there's old rude Tourette's.
And I give old John this. Hey, what is John? You think about 50?
Yeah, probably.
He's aged well.
If we're 46 and 44,
he's aged well.
Yeah.
I don't know. He may be our age. I don't know how.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
so your wife was a huge fan, and when you found out he would be at World of Wheels,
and what people don't realize,
and look, and now see you work in the media, so you got a little pull.
Yeah.
So I said, I think, and plus, don't get me wrong,
you appeared at the event with John Snyder,
but I will have to. I'm not going to take all, Rick. I'm not going to take all credit. Don't think she hadn't already heard about it.
Okay,
she knew if John's within any county.
Get your
in the
Daisy
state of Alabama.
Doesn't she have like an alarm that's like one of those things supposed to detect the carbon dioxide in the air?
It's like a weather radio.
Right.
It goes off.
Rick, while this is going, let's play "I'm Gonna Leave You Tomorrow" by John Snyder as he's talking. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Is that? I don't even know any of his songs, but anyway. But he. So I said, why don't? And she never wants to do. No, I'm not. We don't need to go on. I said, look, just you want to say, let's go. Go over and meet.
How
John.
sweet are you?
So, anyway, she gets her still got her fan club thing from the 80s.
Okay.
A little folder with pictures that she took.
Okay.
Maybe I've been wrong.
Is that? Here comes the phone troll music. Yep. Here we go. Lines are available. What's on your mind, America? The real Greg Burgess taking those phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available for you. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions.
You're just simply bringing information to the table, asking questions, making comments, and we just visit a little bit. At the end of 30 seconds, if you don't get a timeout for Bubba or the indecisive Speedy, then your call will end. While you're dialing, and we do have lines available right now, Field of Greens. Field of Greens is having a Black Friday sale. This is the biggest sale of the year at Brick House Nutrition. This is, of course, one of their products, Field of Greens, but they have many others. Field of Greens is the one that we talk about. This was the, and you'll save 30% on the best-selling fruit and vegetable super drink. Listen to this. It promises you, I've experienced it, game changer. If your doctor does not see a change in your health for the better, if you are following the instructions and you are making this part of your nutrition, you get your money back. You're going to save big also on one of their products that we haven't talked about as much, but you can find it there. It's called Lean. It's a doctor-formulated weight loss phenomena, and you can get it right now at also 30% off. Everything is 30% off if you use this promo code. Now, it's different. It's just for this sale, and that is the promo code SALE, S-A-L-E. So if you want the 30% off and you want the big Black Friday sale on any product, including Field of Greens, you need SALE. You also can find the link going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Also, Tennessee, looking forward to seeing you tonight in Henderson, Tennessee, at Williams Auditorium on Main Street. If you want to join us, there's still room. Blake Prime and I will be there speaking tonight at the men's conference. We'll have a big night of worship. If you want to join us, you do still need a ticket, even though it's free. Use the link at themanchurch.com under events. Tony in Tupelo, 30 seconds. Tony, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I've never heard y'all really elaborate on your time in Nashville, when that was, how long you were there. Did y'all have to move up there? Can you explain a little bit about that time in Nashville?
Yeah. So we were in Nashville. It'll be hard, Bubba. You can help me if I can give you the exact years. So I do know that we did a Fat Fest in Nashville in 2001, so we would have been there then. So our time in Nashville, we were on, I know, 2 different radio stations. And then I think they brought us back one time for
a different company,
like on an AM station running about half the show or something like that.
Well, no, we were on another company. We were on two stations with the parent company we had. Then we were on another one for a while. Then we went back on an AM for a while.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. So anyway, we were there. So 2001 is in that era. I don't know when.
Well, I know this, Rick. We had been there a couple of years when the Music City Miracle happened.
Correct.
And that was on January the 8th, 2000.
Okay.
So we had to be there about 98, maybe through, 91, 92.
You mean?
2000.
1 and 2. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're in the right neighborhood. So we did not move there, but I will tell you something interesting. There was a time when we would catch a plane on Southwest on Thursdays, and we would leave for Nashville, do the show live from Nashville on Friday, and then, of course, we would be there for Titans games quite a bit. Speedy was there every home game. We were there most of the home games. So we did do quite a bit of work there on location. We did a show one time from a Shoney's parking lot.
Yeah. Sure did.
There.
And a lot of times, if they had Monday Night Football, we'd stay for that.
Yeah, we would go and do the show there. So we went back and forth to Nashville and Birmingham quite a bit. And honestly, especially when I told Bubba with this Ryan Greenwood, memorabilia that he brought in for us to handle, I found pictures of us doing a concert there with Mr. Lucky, and you see the crowd, and you see, the water tower going, give us all of Rick and Bubba, need the last hour. There was a real swell of support there, including everybody in the industry of country music. We were doing great. The problem was that we had radio goobs that just couldn't seem to get past that we wouldn't move there, that they were having to take a show from a show. But I don't know why they cared about that, because if you do syndication right, you half the time don't know where people live anyway. What does it matter?
Yeah.
As long as the show's there. But it bothered them. It was a constant a little bit of snubbing. But it was a great run. It really
we
was.
enjoyed it. Nice folks.
And of course, now with technology, if you're in Nashville, you can get it now. Right. We continue 866 We Be Big. Let's go to
Well, there's Nate, who was just here. Nate in Oklahoma. Nate, I mean, you were just here.
Nate.
Dropping something off, and thank you for that. What's going on, Nate?
Hey, man, yeah, I tried to yesterday. My service dropped out right when you answered, but, yeah, I made it back last night, so made it home. But, yeah, I don't know if you guys seen on the presidential election in Oklahoma, all 77 counties, all red.
All 77?
All 77. We've done that. They've strategically, the natives are a big part of our state, and so all of our voting locations.
So how about that? All 77 counties.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That's great. Nate, good to hear from you again. Let's go to Micah in Kentucky. Micah, go ahead.
Yeah, just me and my family, we've been listening to y'all for who knows how long, and I'm 18, and I've pretty much grown up on y'all, and I'm just sad to hear y'all retire. But I always got a question that what's some advice you have for a fresh 18-year-old out of high school?
What advice? Do you know? Have any idea what you want to do next?
Oh yeah, I'm planning on going in the railroad industry, the railroad industry. So that's my plan. But I didn't know if y'all had any advice for.
Well, we've said it before. Be the hardest worker there, and trust me, nowadays that won't require much.
Yeah, you'll be ahead of the game.
Be on time. Be dependable. I wish that if I could go back and be 18, I would solidify my faith in Christ on a much more solid ground. I regret that I did not do that, and it cost me a lot of years that I wish I had back. So get that right. Don't wait and say I'll do that later. Don't squander a time of your life when you really can do the most for the kingdom, because you don't have the responsibility of a wife, you don't have responsibility of children. You could pretty much say yes to anything Christ calls you to right now. And so many times, including me, you squander your single years when it comes to your faith, when those could be the most productive.
And we heard Denzel Washington say yesterday, you go through a period of life where you learn, then you earn, then you give back.
Yeah, return.
Yeah. What he said.
Yeah, give back didn't rhyme as well.
Yeah, it didn't. And so I would say learn all you can learn, including a trade.
Right.
Do something with your hands that you can earn money with.
Yes.
And then you always can be your own boss.
And get some gray-haired people around you. And learn, like you say, from them too, about life.
Learn, earn, and give back.
And return. How about learn, don't slack, then give back? There you go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.